You'll know your worth when you win the fight. Tell the world you won't go quietly. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Ignite the competition. Rise above the pain. Rock solid, you're I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. Coming for the rest, and I'm about to ignite. make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Chicken over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Shaking on relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again we wander
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Koreans just know how to blow G2 apart. It's not, mate. He runs in there with just one. He kills it. Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Welcome back to LEC as we continue week 2 of the regular season here in summer. Only bangers allowed today, 2 more best of 3 on our hands. I'm Laura, I'll be joined by Odo Amne and Dagda. How are you guys doing?
Good. I mean,
Yeah?
as you say, bangers galore, so I'm ready for a good old day.
Yesterday was weird though. I was watching from home
It was.
Weird things happen.
It was a day on Earth, let's just say.
It was a day on Summoners Rift. First things first, before we kick things off, can we appreciate the SK fairies behind us? And the Duffman.
I love Duffman
it.
now, yeah.
It's amazing. All the drawings and everything. You
Honestly,
guys,
shout out to the SK fans. Coaches don't get enough
Yeah.
love. Duffman deserved
Duffman
it.
does, and SK do, and I'm really happy to see this. Talking about SK, they broke records yesterday. I mean, some things happened. This series was weird, but that Mondo and Wonder were insane, guys.
Yeah, I mean, poor Wonder was just sitting there, and everyone was just beating the life out of him for an hour, while Mickey and Slowkey are just sitting there on the side, and it's like, I really want to help you, but I really cannot help you. Just stay there. You're doing great, buddy.
Yeah, the Mundo took more abuse than MKOI when they're over in France. Like, it was absolutely insane.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So as of today, we'll have seen all the teams play in the LEC Summer, with Fnatic debuting with their new revamped roster later today against MKOI. What can we say about MKOI though? Are they fighting their demons? They finally grabbed the win yesterday, so...
They did, but
Good on them.
Jojo was really not happy already, because he said it himself yesterday. MKOI was really struggling with the fact they didn't have a win condition, but again, I want to bring it back to the schedule. It's one of those double-edged swords.
It only gets easier, surely.
It gets easier, but the interesting part is that once they slow down their schedule and they go to the later parts of the split, that's when you have all the other hungry teams will be playing 2 games or 3 games a week, trying to clinch a spot for playoffs.
Yeah, and that's where I think they can kind of pick it up a bit. It is a little bit unfortunate that they had to play like the powerhouse teams in their first week, but like vice versa, right? G2 and KC also have to play the other top teams that week, and it was kind of KC kind of out on top of it all, but still, I think MKOI have time to try and ride it, but it just hasn't been going their way at all.
No, not at all, and I feel like the win they got yesterday was necessary, so we'll see if they can continue leading today in their second series. One thing that I want to check and talk about though is all the roster shuffles that we've seen ahead of summer. Usually teams want to shake things up, get their best chance to maybe make worlds. A lot of teams made changes, but I want to know who won the off-season so far. So grab your heads. Okay. That's a weird thing to say, but yeah.
Do you want your other head?
Also, give me mine because I can't stand up, thank you. And I want you guys in the chat to vote as well on all the teams who made roster changes. Who do you think won the off-season? We have Vitality with Fiesta, Team Heretics with the bot lane, but I don't care about this. I care about Missy and Nukeduck, because bringing the EU boys to the coaching staff is, I think, something fans care about. Yeah. GX with the Spanish boys, Flackid and Oscarinin, and SK with Slowkey. Vote in chat, and vote here as well, actually. Let's talk about Fiesta. They wanted, okay, Vitality wanted something close to humanoid, and I feel like that's as best as it gets. This guy's living up to his name.
Is that? I don't know if that's a positive or a negative.
It's both. That's what you want.
Like, I'm so undecided on this guy. Like, Fiesta lives up to the name. It's like, he kind of gets caught on side lanes. He kind of has some good plays. He kind of overextends at times. Like, I don't know which way I want to go with this.
It's entertaining, and that's a dub in my book.
It's Hylissang on mid lane, pretty much, but you never know. These phases can spin around everywhere. It doesn't really matter, because whatever frame you stop it, you're going to get a different side of Fiesta.
All right.
But it's fun.
Next time we have Heretics. As we said, okay, they have the bot lane coming from KT. That's great, but I don't care about this. I care about Missy and Nukeduck.
Yeah, big
Reunited.
W. Big W for me. The thing that I really want to see is that there's 2 types of coaches in League of Legends. Coaches that make a good team into a championship winning team, and coaches who take a bad team and they make it into a top 3 or playoffs team. So we've already seen it with FlyQuest, where they won championships over and over again, but now we haven't seen them in this sort of position. So I'm curious to see what they will give, but for me, big W.
It's a W. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it for summer. That's the only caveat I have.
All right. I don't care enough, so we'll get to the next one. What I care about is GX, because they came into this year being like, we believe in our roster, we want to keep on believing in our players, and it feels like Gatekeepers is all they could have. So now they finally brought Spanish players into the Spanish org. But is that going to be successful for them? Is that what is going to transform them? Your face is so goofy like that. I'm so sorry, but I can't focus. On the battle.
Do you know what? Fine. Here's the other goofy face. You know what? Yeah.
Okay, do we like Oscarinin and Flacken being back?
No, I don't think it works. I think I saw, like, they played towards Oscarinin yesterday. I thought, you know what? Maybe this is the moment. He's gotten 2 kills in lane, and then he just got caught out of position in these weird moments, and I wasn't sure what they were doing, so For me, not quite as.
Yeah, that's an L for me.
Mega puke, like
All right.
Flacket.
Flacket though, kind of.
But
okay.
can turn around.
He gives fun interviews, you know what?
That's true.
So at least we can give him this. Last one, Slow Q, SK Gaming. I knew this boy in the NFL. Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Big
about.
W. Big
So that's a
W.
big dub on the guys behind me. But what do you guys think?
I love him because from GX's perspective, the game was a mega puke, but it was also because of him. He came into that game and he was buying so much time for SK. I felt like he was the one guy who was keeping them in that game too. And it's very, very interesting because for SK, the biggest criticism we had was that the mid lane before was a black hole. All the resources you put there, they magically disappear into the sky. But now, every time Mickey is going to mid or anyone is going to mid on the side of SK, there is stuff happening. He has been great.
Yeah, it's positive.
All
All
right.
around. Like, I'm so impressed by it.
And the winner here is SK Gaming. So
Yeah,
you guys have
someone chat,
voted in
very
the
smart.
chat. 80% of the votes go to SK Gaming thinking that they won the off-season with Slow Q. You know what? I'll give them that. We're going to see them today against G2. And G2, we saw them last week in the Paris Roadshow. And we also saw Perks for the first time on stage in the coach position, giving the weirdest voice comms and advice to his team. So let's check it out.
Guys, sorry guys, I got melted. Just mega out drafted. My first day on the job, you know. Just mega out drafted. I did say I was gonna blame it on Cups, but I will not. Okay, the thing is, it's my first game 3 of Healers, so I might just grief you guys right now.
What is Alban again?
I have no idea. I'm joking.
You know what? We couldn't kick this matchup without a reunion backstage G2 2019. You know them. They're going to face off on and off the Rift, actually. You guys had some things to say about Perks in the coaching position. So is there anything you want to tell him?
I mean, the role is a bit easier, so it might fit you better. And I hope you learned a lot of lessons from working with Grabs for very many years. And yeah, let's see it in the Rift.
What do you think of his draft so far?
There were some hit or misses, but yeah, it's expected.
All right, and Perks, these two are still playing. Is that a surprise for you?
I mean, I honestly have no idea why is Mickey talking so aggressively. Like, he has not looked good ever since I played with him. Like, generally fall off year after year, falls off harder. So I really hope Mickey just don't like drop 10 bomb today, generally.
You know what? I love this. I love those vibes. Feels like 2019, although I feel like someone is missing. Yonkos stayed home. Yonkos is here, actually. Hi.
Hey guys, I hope you are doing well. Don't be too washed. I have a message for my head coach. Please take off your sunglasses. You absolutely can't draft. Fix it for game 1, okay? Keep them off.
Any last thoughts?
I don't know why has this become a Perks roast session generally. Generally, I have no idea, but it's, you know what, Yankos? Just stick to co-streaming, bro. Just stick to it.
Feels great seeing you guys. Don't come back. Well, at least you're having fun.
What the fuck?
Guys, thank you. Best of luck on the Rift and Casters. Over to you.
That's an incredibly hard act to follow. Yeah, Perk seems to be the G2 2019 punching bag, which is crazy because, again, Yankos is the one who's co-streaming.
Yeah,
I feel like that would be your free layup. You
Or
know?
Mickey or Wonder, that kind of like went to the weaker teams. But Perks, I mean, it's like...
He's a new kid on the
block.
He's
the new kid on the block, kind of, yeah.
You know, you gotta take your shots where you can. We'll see if the drafts are good or if the accusations are going to keep coming in hot and somewhat accurate in terms of some of the drafting struggles for G2. Look, guys, G2 are always an interesting team to talk about because they're 2-1. Like,
it was hard to talk about.
Yeah,
in the LEC.
In the LEC.
Yeah.
Internationally, it gets easier. Domestically, they're still that big top 2 team. So we're just going to have to see what level they're bringing to the table today. And more from SK's perspective, if they're one of the teams that can maybe challenge some of these top 2 teams, is we get to meet our players once again.
I mean, it was a big surprise for me, SK, yesterday. I kind of thought that Giant X, maybe I was crazy. I thought Giant X and Shifters would be kind of good to split. But that seems to be thrown out the window. And SK had a pretty impressive series against Giant X, I would say. They definitely look like the better team. And it does feel like SK in general, now with Slow Q, they can play a much... They have so much more windows in how they want to play. It felt like the old SK, it was all about mid lane. The Mickey had to go mid lane. Everybody had to go mid lane. But now it feels like they can... Yopa can be the carry, Wonder can be the carry, or Slow Q can be the carry. You have more options in how you want to play the game.
But we are basing that on one series
sample size
against a GX who was struggling. So we'll need to see if that's going to continue to be reinforced here and how Slow Q matches up against Caps. Caps the sign next to the amusement park that says you must be this tall or this good to compete in this league. And most people aren't, quite frankly, tall enough to get on the ride, but we'll see if Slope is.
I don't think they're going to beat G2 today, but I just feel like the roster change is interesting because it has like cascading effects on the rest of the members.
Yes.
As Perks, he did put on the sunglasses.
He put on the sunglasses. I don't think he was going to wear them, and then I think he got specifically told not to, and now, you know, in defiance.
Well, now we'll have to, with an extra critical lens, we'll have to look at the drafts.
That's true. Is Jankos going to have to issue an apology tweet if this is the biggest
outdraft of all time?
Yeah.
That would be pretty crazy. That would be very difficult to get game one, I feel like.
That's true. Now we enter draft. Again, we haven't seen G2 back in Stadium. It is technically a new patch, although the patch is quite small. And we just saw SK yesterday. But ban's pretty, standard. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy in this first draft. Jarvan taken away, so maybe some immobile carries being telegraphed here by the side of SK. Although with mages around, there's just kind of a lot of immobile carries, so Jarvan makes sense.
I think Orianna for me is a very interesting one because SK, Giant X went 3 games, and SK nor Giant X were willing to pick it. Especially SK, they had the Nocturne and had a really good Orianna game, and they went to the Sylas instead. So I'm curious to see if it's SK that just don't play Orianna, or does SK just think Orianna isn't a very good champion? Because overall, Orianna has been incredibly high priority, so I think G2 are just going to first pick it here.
What's going to happen? I hear some top father chants. I don't think he's going to pick for himself yet, but I respect that we're cheering for his ability to pick for someone else.
It's kind of hard to cheer for the person. They'd have to predict who he's going to pick for.
Which they could.
They could try that. That would be difficult, though.
This is
As it looks like it's going to be the Camille first pick instead.
Which it would be a nice change of pace if that was for top, but it's not. It'll be for support if we see it. Instead, Victor is going to be locked in here. Now, this has been a pretty comfortable flex. And Hansama, kind of the surprise of many, looking pretty good on some mages, and Victor is one of them.
I'm surprised at how Orianna's dropped in prio, though. It seems like Victor has become the premier mage for so many teams. Probably a lot due to the fact that it's much more comfortable to flex it into the bot lane. We saw... what was it? Shifters played Orianna bot lane, I think it was, and it's fine, but it's not the pressure that Victor is going to have in the lane. So I think it makes sense in that aspect. But we'll have to see if G2 now want to pick it up on 2-3 or if they want to go a different direction with the draft. The 6 Lee Sin locked in for SK.
And this is difficult because we were really set up here to talk a lot about Yopa. Yopa had a good game.
Yeah, he played no mages yesterday, so I thought he would not play mages.
We were
today.
like, oh, we got graphics, we got stats. Now he's in a very boring bot lane matchup. But that does mean that the supports are going to be more exciting to watch. LeBron versus Mickey there, as we kind of are just expecting Victor versus Ziggs bottom lane. Skarner now picked up for Skumon. Lee Sin for...
That is pretty random. The Skarner, like, out of the blue like that. Normally Skarner is a champ we see later on in Fearless when a lot of junglers are out. But the fact that they're going such a tanky lineup here, no Bruiser yet locked in for G2, they really need a lot of damage from Caps and Broken Blade as they go later on into this draft. Although at the same time, I actually like the tankiness when they also go the Jace now for SK, because SK is building a pretty normal, nice poke comp. So there's a lot of beefy boys that can absorb that damage from the side of G2.
I like it, but I do like that you highlight that they need more damage. I feel like all of the great Victor teamfight highlights, yes, it's his ult getting bigger and bigger.
Someone else needs to
start the ulti getting bigger and bigger kind of process, right? He can't quite do it all on his own, unless it's really late game where the enemy team is really squishy. So G2 a lot of good CC tools, but they're not always the best proactive tools there. To maybe over-reliant on Shen Taunt Flash currently. So maybe a bit more damage, a bit more proactive engages. Poke, poke, poke is the story for SK, so not surprising to see them take away yet another beefy boy as Cassante has been banned away.
That's curious to me that they think that G2 lineup still functions even with triple tank. Although I guess like both Cassante and Skarner, they're tanks, but they have a lot of damage, you know?
Kind of fake tanks.
So it does make sense in that aspect. I think Ambessa would make a lot of sense for G2 because it provides that really nice follow-up, and just it's really nice to play into the poke comps, but it's the Yorick ban instead for the matchup for the Jace. So to avoid that split push threat and to have a nicer matchup for one drop in the top lane.
Now, what will the final ban be here from G2? Quality already gone.
They could also put the Shen top. We saw Flandre play Shen top into Jace a few times in EWC. It's a tough matchup for the Shen, but it's definitely like it's Broken Blade on Shen. He was kind of the pioneer of this champion in Europe, so could be something that we see. We haven't really seen this Shen flexed at all. I do think it has a lot of power to be flexed, but a lot of teams just seem very comfortable to just put it in the bot lane regardless of the matchup.
Interesting that they opted for the Leona ban there. Camille has been hovered repeatedly, but not going to be picked up. Instead, it is the Nautilus. Camille, against the Shen, against the Skarner, I imagine can have a pretty tough time getting onto that backline. So maybe that's the logic as to why the Leona was taken away instead with the Solar Flare. But Nautilus, very easy, very reliable point and click. So if G2 picks something that is immobile as another source of damage, something like the Varus, it's a pretty clear path forward for team fights for SK, or would have been. But Sivir Spell Shield certainly going to help a lot to mitigate some of that poke and some of that engage threat.
So G2 making use of the Victor flex pick and actually putting it in mid lane. It looks like it's going to be the Olaf for Broken Blade. We've been seeing Olaf spring up as a bit of a counter pick into the Jaces, into the Nars. And it does slightly lose the lane in terms of push, but then you have such strong all-in that you always have a kill threat, even going later into the game. Although it's not like the craziest Olaf game of all time. I mean, the Olaf-Sivir combo is very nice, but we'll have to see what SK lock in last. I mean, the Anivia kind of makes Olaf nicer because he can just run her down. So we'll see if that's what SK decide to lock in, and it is.
But Olaf's natural counter is a wall.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have fly. I mean, like what? You can
yeah,
flash
if
the
you wall him off,
you
yeah.
just walk away.
That's true.
Can't.
I feel like he, probably will. You just unlock
What's
there.
what?
I feel like
he's gonna phase through it.
No, he's not gonna phase through it. But I feel like either the wall is gonna stop him from engaging, in
or
which
it's
case,
gonna do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. There's great wall angles, or it's a completely useless spell. So we'll be Anivia mid lane. They're not gonna opt for any crazy flex there and try to put the Jace mid. So Jace versus Olaf, as you mentioned, maybe a bit Jace favored early on. Of course, BB is 9-2 on Olaf currently. G2 in general is a super dominant team, so not surprising to see that kind of scoreline. But we've seen the late game crazy Olaf angles, and it's going to be something SK are going to have to contend with as we get ready to load into this one. Poke still feels like the story from SK, and G2 certainly have added a lot to their damage profile, but not a lot of it is in the early game, Jack.
No, their early game of G2 is relatively tame. I think we'll mostly be looking at top lane for early game aggression. Bot lane is really just going to be a farm fest. Both laners should go teleport and just be completely chilling down there. And then I think when you go into the later stages of this game, SK, they want really slow fights. They want to poke them out, while G2, they want to run them down, pop the Sivir ultimate, pop the Ragnarok, and just run them down all as 5. So if they can get that fight started off and make it fast, that's how G2 really want to play.
All right, here we are loading into this first game. Action on the top side, the expectation for G2, a ton of poke from the side of SK. Let's see if they can maybe take control early on, especially with that Lee Sin. But already, in the top lane, we're seeing a bit of support coming in here from Lebrov.
Yeah, both supports recognizing this top lane matchup is super volatile. Mickey wants to put a ward for Wonder so that Broken Blade can't play in those bushes to avoid the minion aggro. But Lebrov reads the play, starts sweeper. So now Broken Blade can have a much more chill matchup where he's just playing with that bushes, and that's really key when you're playing this melee into range matchup, that you can always walk into the bushes to avoid taking damage.
And Mickey looks like canceling the recall just in case Lebrov did stay. He didn't have full confirmation, but because he kind of predicts wrong on that little poker game there, will be a little bit late to lane. Probably doesn't matter. But
I'm gonna lose a few minions of XP, but yeah. As Hansama was pushing as well, probably, I don't think he'll lose. I think both supports will be pretty equal on XP. Actually, Lebrov is gonna lose more. I don't know if I like Hansama pushing this much, because now Lebrov is going to get none of these first waves, while Mickey's going to get the first 3 minutes, but Lebrov doesn't care. He doesn't want to be in lane.
And I respect. Sometimes I think we're playing League of Legends, and sometimes we're playing which support can stay level 1 the longest. And pro supports are really good at Alvaro is
minute 5.
Alvaro currently the record holder. But Lebrov and Mickey might be trying for a play of their own, although based on the fact that they're still in lane at level 1, I think they'll get level 2.
Someone needs to be a bit careful here.
Hook in, nicely placed. Tonk through, certainly solid for Lebrov, but again, still only level 1. So doesn't have the sword to be able to pull through and get those extra empowered auto attacks.
Yeah, both laners just pushing each other in. They're going to farm up. It's a first strike from Yopa, recognizing that the lane is very chill. So he just goes for the gold generation and for some good scaling as well. And I'd be curious to see how much gold he's able to generate with that. We don't really see first strike that often anymore, I feel like.
I think I just saw +10. Not sure if that was a minion or from Hansama. Caps sees his old teammate. Quick wave.
Yeah, Mickey want to say hi.
It's hi. Let's get it. You know,
we have a gank.
We have a gank. Top side. Wonder. Very quickly running away from the Scorpion, but a flash in from Skumon. Definitely nice. The axe to come through the undertow. Wonder nowhere to go. First blood for G2. You said action on the top side. We're seeing it now, and now Skeens is going to try to 2v1. That was not good, my guy.
Broken Blade thought he had the damage to take down Skeens, so Skeens just barely gets out. think Skeens didn't think they quite were able to take him down, so he has to waste his flash. But I was surprised as well that Skewmon was able to find that angle. It looked like Wonder was fine. I think Wonder felt completely fine, but they had the damage. And Wonder ends up going down, has to burn the TP as well. Broken Blade needs to crash this wave. He doesn't have to teleport himself. So that's why he's taking so much damage here to make sure that the wave crashes. But Wonder actually was able to hold it, and Skeens in the area.
Yeah, Skeens, though, remember, lost Flash in the previous play and is standing on a ward. So there's not really much to be had there nowadays. Broken Blade without TP. Wonder did use his TP to get back to lane. And based on the wave, I think he should be fine coming back. But what did we say? We said in Pickban, hey, top lane is the only place we're going to see action. You're right on the money, Jack. The problem is, that was where SK were supposed to be winning in lane, no? That was supposed to be the kind of nice point for them.
You could see that
on.
Wonder had the CS lead, but in the fights, in the skirmishes, that's where Olaf is always going to come on top. Plus with jungle gap, Skewmon was there first. So.
As another bit of unfortunate news for the side of SK, Slowq did lose his passive off camera during that top lane fight. So no egg for this bird in the mid lane.
No eggs for breakfast today.
Sure. Bit weird in the context of the game to say it like that, but I know what you mean. Yeah. You know, barbaric. That's a fully sentient entity, but you do you, Jay. Here we are in a very slow-paced game, which is the exact opposite of what I thought we would get. So the production is coming in clutch.
Oh my god.
I'd rather go bald than play mages bot.
Bald, Yopa.
Yeah, shout out to Basil for doing these interviews, and shout out to Yopa for a large collection of completely unhinged statements, both in interviews and on Twitter.
Shout out to Yopa for going bald.
Yeah, we're going to see the hairline receding already before our eyes. Bot lane also forced to retreat here.
Great trades from G2. I don't think they can convert it into much, since Six can just clear under towers. Skewn's in the top side, so not going to be any jungle pressure.
Good. Flick back onto Lebrov, solid. Gets him low, but they don't really have the follow-up. No HP there. Alpha's still so far away from level 6, or it might have been a Mega Inferno Bomb angle.
Altama had more mana here. I think they could look for a dive and trade 1-for-1. They might still look for it.
This is a bit of a toughie.
I mean, Lebrov is going to die if they go for it, but if they can kill Yopa, it's worth.
Taunt through, doesn't quite get the flash. Knockback is there. Lebrov is going to die, but oh, so is Mickey. Hansama debating.
From Prison's Mind. Oh, doesn't go for it. He was thinking about it, but I think he needed 4 auto attacks to kill Yopa. It's 3 or 4. If he could kill him in 2, then he could just do auto attack W, insta reset, right? And then flash out, but decided not to go for it. Ends up being a 1-for-1. And Yopa had to base before Hansama crashed the wave, so that does mean that Yopa is going to lose out on a minion wave. But now Skewmon is behind Wonder. Wonder still no flash.
Sure. To the skies. Remember, blow back. Trying to buy time for the rest of his team to get there. Keep your eyes on that mini-map. Jungle with support on the way. Mickey and Skeen trying to come in, as is Lebrov. Full 3v3, but SK behind the play thus far. Wonder going to die before the play even starts. Now Skeens and Mickey, just spectators to their top laner's demise. And this is going from uncomfortable to bad quite quickly, Jack.
I feel like Wonder could have lived. Like, he could have just paths to the right with the Storm Raider Surge proc, but instead, I think he thought that if he buys enough time, Skeens and Mickey can come, but...
And they did just come, in time for the funeral.
To spectate, yeah.
Yes.
But also, I think the fact that BB hit level 6 was kind of dispel the demise, because then you can't, like, kite him out at all, right? He just pressed that Ragnarok. Didn't even need to use it, but that was what I felt like when I saw that flipped the play. And that doesn't mean that Broken Blade is now starting 2-0 on this Olaf that you already pointed out that he's 9-2 on. That's not the start that SK was looking for.
No, this is pretty terrible. Look, we talked about the G2 composition. The only strong point for them, this Olaf, really having to bear that damage burden as we wait for both the Sivir and the Victor to scale up. They don't do no damage, right? But compared to their counterparts.
Well, it's pretty chill if you're Sivir this game and your top laner is just stomping, and then all you need to do is press on the hunt, and the fight is pretty much won from that.
That's a good contribution.
Yeah, I mean...
It's like, very rarely do AD carries just get to push ult and then be like, I helped.
I feel like that was like old Ashe, maybe? Or was that the meme? Or was it old Sivir that was the meme? Just press R? It was just press R comp, no? Or Sivir?
Sivir. I mean, kind of,
like
honestly,
double lift, I think.
Honestly, Ashe meta too.
Yeah.
Just hit the arrow, it's fine. You don't do any damage anyway. You don't need to be in that fight.
I remember double left coin the just press R comp.
Low Q. Yeah, I don't know if that egg is back up, but Caps has an ulti.
It is
coming out,
yeah, he's got the egg.
The Deathfire? Deathfire has stopped touching him. There is no more touching happening. He will be recalling now. The audience wants to be excited for things. I appreciate it. You guys are on the edge of your seat or half asleep. It's unclear to me, but we're all eager for that big fight. We kind of hyped this up. G2 2019
G2 have a
reunion.
flank on both here.
Grudge match. Grudge match?
No. We're not going to fight on bot? No.
Skeens. Play here. Yopo flanking. Hansama has pressed R. He's using it to escape. Ultis traded. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a wall has been leveraged. Caps cannot get around it, but the gravity field is good too. Skeens warp hopping forward. Sonic Wave connects. Caps still getting the Scuttle Crab movement speed, trying to get tricky with it. Mickey moving into cover to make sure Skeens can get this kill. No way for Labrov to contest. And that Skeens getting one back.
Really nice gank from Skeens there. Caps flashed the initial Q from Skeens, but wasn't able to get out. Skewmon could look for a dive on top. I think they should have the damage. Wonder does have flash though. If he's able to flash like a crucial CC and buy time, well, he already cleared most of the wave.
Oh, Axe missing is big. Getting a chunk on Broken Blade as well.
Really good defensive moves there from Wonder. Denies any sense of a dive. If he wasn't able to clear the wave and the wave got under tower, easily Skewmon and Broken Blade could just one-shot him there, but defends that well. And it's a Dragon for SK with no cross map available for G2.
Pretty nice. Again, you talked about the proactive, aggressive trade, really shutting down that dive or making it a little bit too risky for G2's taste. Now a Drake for SK. Look, scaling. Again, just really easy to see how the Sivir comp wins as we get later in the game, Sivir Olaf. But one of the ways that SK can counteract that is starting this Dragon stacking. It's a pretty late Drake, so it's not like we're rushing to an early Soul. But with Mountain and Chemtech off the table, you have some pretty potent combat souls available.
And as well, Skeens this game, if we want to look at like win funds for SK, he has a lot of lanes that he can go to. I think top lane is the hardest, because Wonder doesn't really have anything to set him up, and Broken Blade always has the Ragnarok. But in mid lane, right, if Slowq gets a good wall, in bot lane if Mickey gets a good hook, and that I think he has easier tools to access than Skewmon has. So Skewmon has like primarily only gone top, while we've seen Skeens make some moves towards that mid lane. And Cap still does have no flash, while Slowq has his, so that could be something to look out for. It feels like Caps is a player that can often get caught
nice
like
wall
this.
from Slowq into an immediate hook fall. Slowq trying to get out from that gravity field as the Arcane Storm has been brought out. Caps locked up, but good coverage coming in from Skewmon and Labrov. Caps able to walk away with his life. As good as the initial play is, there's just not quite enough damage there yet. Top lane trading, Wonder flashing away. Broken Blade getting that flash though with just a Ghost and an ulti. So still not a bad deal for the G2 top laner.
Yeah, Broken Blade happy about that. He was thinking about flashing in to try to make the kill happen, but I think it would have been a 1-for-1, and he doesn't want to burn his flash just for that. Well, all of SK's support in general are here, help cover for Wonder. Skewmon's in the area though, so should dissuade any sort of dive possibility for SK. Broken Blade needs to be careful. He dies very fast here.
He does. The Q lands from Skeens. Broken Blade is a dead man. Even the Skarner can't get here in time. Nice conversion coming in from Broken Blade. Body block there. Wonder going to finish it with a thundering blow. But the Heartsteel is there for Skewmon to make sure he gets one in return. Slowq has TP'd, matched by Hansama now. Complete fist fight on the top side.
Yeah, TP for TP there. As Jopa actually TP'd into the mid lane, is going to push that out. Not going to be able to pick up any plates because Caps is already there. Hansama tried to cancel Mickey, didn't quite get it. Overall, I think both sides feeling fine about that. Slightly advantageous for SK, especially with the fact that Broken Blade, I think he had a shutdown on the 2-0 Olaf.
And normally, look, at this point, we'd just be talking about next objectives in a slow game like this. It's 2 minutes to Drake stacking, etc. But a lot of plays being made as Labrov finds Slowq. And Slowq finally has the Roa, but still lacking in the damage department. Needs a lot of time before he can get through those health bars.
So does Hansama though. As you can see, it's really hard for him to have any intention to even reach the Anivia before.
It's weird because we're used to like the tank top laners being the wet noodle fight, but yeah,
it's like the ADCs
Anivia, Sivir. I mean, what do you guys want? Like Season 1 champs.
That's true. Nice wall there. Cancel the taunt.
Slowq. Good start.
I like
Cassio
how little
game
things are happening when that's what we're pointing out, you know? But look, I mean, it's a slow game, you know? It's a very slow game. Both sides, I think they want to play for the Drake that's spawning in a minute and a half. 3 growths for G2, and the first Dragon going for SK. A Mountain Dragon would be very beneficial, especially for G2 with how tanky their lineup is. And would dissuade that SK Dragon stacking, as now both ADCs have just started going to mid lane. Quite early on in the game, that kind of was started with the initial top play as they already left bot lane. Easier to just rotate the mid and start controlling the game that way. And it's still Hansama that has like mostly control through the mid lane. Wow, it's a 0 gold lead. That's very rarely you see. They're exactly Jinx it. Now it's 1. How did he get 1?
What?
It's on ADC.
How did he get 1 gold lead?
It was 0.
First res. Uneven numbers. Schemes locked up. Damage coming through. He's just going to kick through him. A nice kick for the disengage. Wow. Another bit of a nothing burger. We're really lining it up here. We're setting it up. This is a diet game of League of Legends. You know, we're counting calories on this one. Don't want to be too aggressive here. Jack, I have to know from your perspective as a player.
Yeah.
These mid games where you're playing Sivir and you're farming.
You're very happy. I'd be very happy.
No, but that might, yeah. But like, my question is it, when we watch games like this, I'm speaking for myself and the audience here, maybe the co-streamers as well, it's like, you know, you're kind of just like, all right, let's get 4 items so you can do the thing.
Yeah.
Is it stressful as an AD carry in-game? Like, are you sweating on every wave? Like, they might dive me here. I'm racing against the clock, like Jack Bauer 24 to get my 4 items so I can be relevant in this game? Or is it just like, are you also kind of like brain off, just farming?
Not brain off. For me, it depends if I'm ahead in farm or behind in farm. Maybe this is the ego of an ADC, but if I'm ahead, then I think we're winning. And if I'm behind, then I think I'm losing. So Hans Sama now, I'd be like,
oh, guys, it's...
Especially because Hans Sama had like a 10 CS lead, and the fact that he lost that now, I would feel a bit bad about that.
Okay, all right. So it's the little things that are going to haunt you in,
yeah,
in these trading wave kind of games.
Well, at the end of the day, when the game is so close, the smallest leads matter more and more, right?
Sure.
So we have fight for the dragon.
Hook. A lot of posturing here. G2 clearly aware of potential dragon stacking concern. Broken Blade on the flank is going to be big. Now Wonder is here, but it's going to be a bit late to the play, and suddenly they're going to find Broken Blade right in their backline if they don't do anything else. Mickey forced to flash over the wall and escape. Very positive trade for G2, and the beefy frontliners that you mentioned in draft, Jack, are doing their job. Partially because Wonder doesn't do a ton of damage yet, but also Hans Sama didn't get hit by that shock blast, so I'd say
Yopa needs to be careful.
Lock up. Hans Sama, good damage to come through. Nice satchel to try and escape. Both Yopa and Hans Sama really low, but on the hunt and the heal. More than enough movement speed. Good burst damage coming through, but that flash not doing much of anything as the Stand United ensures that there's no follow-up angle for Skeens. And Skumon in the meantime gets the Drake. So really everything going in favor of G2 on that play.
Yeah, Labrov might have gotten an assist, but that was a solo kill from Broken Blade. Just runs down Wonder. Broken Blade, Skeens got spotted there by Labrov basing, so he's going to be fine. But some nice proactive plays across the board. They tried to go onto Yopa, went onto Wonder as well, and they get the Dragon. It feels like G2 are the ones making plays everywhere. So we watch this back. He just runs at him, hits the axe, and kills him. As now Caps might be in trouble. TP.
Well played. Caps locked up. Slowq's still standing in the storm, and Labrov is on the way in. Slowq needs to be careful here. He's going to get egged, but he will not go down. Caps finally drops. Mickey debating if they can follow up. A nice little counter punch there to give Slowq a bit of an edge in that 1v1 matchup, but it's a quick TP from Broken Blade just to ensure that SK can't get much else.
SK, they get the kill, but as you said, Rekos, we'll see if they can convert it into the Herald. Does G2 want to fight this 4v5? SK used the Nautilus ultimate, but not much else. So I think G2 will just let them take the Herald, push out these waves, and SK, they get a kill, and they get the Herald off the back of it.
SK, at least getting their counterpunch, getting that map play, still behind in gold, but the Herald will at some point be another 600 gold or so back into their pockets. However, it is going to cost them, it looks like, at least 1 plate here. Nope, casters.
I mean, Broken Blade has to be careful. You see Slowq now recalling in the bush, wanted to try to make a play happen there. But Broken Blade has all the wards, so he's completely fine. So the game is stabilized a bit again. 3 minutes until the next dragon. Both sides are just going to be farming up. Hans Sama wanting to get that Infinity Edge. I think once, especially like once Hans Sama gets 4 items, that's when this becomes a really nice Sivir game. The only thing is Hans Sama is pretty reliant on his front line to create space for him since he's up against so many long-range carries. As Caps is not on the tower.
Slowq and Mickey holding hands through this entire game, and Caps cannot make it out of the Glacial Storm, so will finally fall. Now that Roa started stacking up and there's a bit more AP, a bit more levels for Slowq, he's really starting to hurt.
And I mentioned that Caps could be the weak link here, that it's easy for him to get caught against the CC of Slowq. He's now 0-3-0, died twice back-to-back, really costing G2, because otherwise they would have had a really big gold lead. Every other lane is winning and doing well. Now SK can push in this mid lane. They can maybe get the tower here.
Waiting for Murado. A little bit out of range. Ooh.
Yopa didn't get the... He tried to activate the satchel as soon as the Herald charged, but didn't quite have the damage. But it's a matter of time, and he's going to get that tower anyways.
Yeah, but it's a little bit awkward because you would have...
You would have preferred to get the tower.
You would have preferred to immediately one-shot it with, you know, short fuse in the tower charge. So, bit of an oopsie there, but hopefully not one that is too costly, as the gold is now very close. Yes,
pretty much
mostly
equal.
because Caps is 0-3 currently. As Mickey's going to hook his way out of this one, Hansama chasing a bit, and at 1.5 items, and the half being a BF sword, he is doing a pretty good amount of damage. And I will say this is a strategy used against G2 for many, many years. Even when Mickey was there, is just camp Caps, just murder Caps over and over and over again. And Skewmon this time around is just making sure that his mid laner can push out and knock down this tier 1 tower, get some more gold back in his pocket.
One thing that I feel like makes Caps really scary is that most other players, if you start them off badly, like if this was any other mid laner in the league and I see them starting out 0-3-0, I think they're going to be useless for the rest of the game. But I think in this game, we'll have to see, but I think Caps will still be really useful in the fights and just come back. And he always feels, like Caps feels inevitable, especially in Europe, as a player that will just be useful no matter how the game state is. But that also does lead him sometimes being a bit pokey, but Broken Blade going really deep here.
That's going really far forward. The Brav immediately with Stand United. Taunt back to try and disengage the play. Broken Blade with no ulti is quite vulnerable. Both sides going to back off.
Big investment there, though. Ragnarok and the Stand United should be down for the Drake spawn. I'll double check it.
You can double check it. Yeah, just interesting thing about this game. We think about G2 as this, these titans of the league, but reminder that this is also some of our oldest, most veteran players playing this game. Mickey X just passed Hillisang for second most, and he's 10 games behind Caps. He'd be tied, but he kept missing playoffs there for a little while. Yankos, Wonder, so many people on that list, so many legendary names. That's part of the reason why we always talk about the history of these teams, sometimes over the present, and that is mostly right now because the present is a very close, and I will say surprisingly close game of League of Legends. But if you told me SK and G2 were close, I would think 30 kills at 20 minutes, not 10.
Do you know something else that's surprising?
What's that?
Stand United's cooldown. It's 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's
even
long.
with CDR.
It's
that's crazy.
Global, bro.
That is true. That is true. But he will not have it up for the Drake fight. But Broken Blade does have the Ragnarok, but it looks like G2 doesn't want to contest him on Sama.
Force backwards. Wonder using the acceleration gate, coming in with it to the skies. Ton of burst damage, and now priority access to that Cloud Drake.
Yeah, G2 are dropping it. They're pushing in top. They want to maybe try to go for more. They're going to get the tier 1, but I don't think they can get the tier 2. Just get a deep push on Broken Blade. I think SK can be pretty happy with this, especially with the fact that they got Hansama's flash as well. So now with Nash up and available, if they're able to get a good insect from Skeens or get a good wall from solo queue and take Hansama down, they could easily start the Nash, as now Yopa gets the mid tower.
Evening out the gold. Keeping things close. Next big objectives. I mean, again, the ticking time bomb is the scaling Sivir, now at 2.5 items, presumably working towards Flicker Blades next. Caps as well, even though he has been put very far behind. Victor is that inevitable damage source. It's also Caps' Victor, as you highlighted. And Broken Blade, again, very similar story where if he's ever in a good position in a team fight, we've just seen the damage that this champion can do, right? Like, how many Doran games did we see where this guy did nothing, and then suddenly he has 4 items and he's winning an entire team fight single-handedly?
Yeah, can do so much in the team fights later on. And Caps is 0-3-0, but he's pretty much equal. Like, it's a 200 gold difference. Not much of anything. So when we go into the next team fight, I think you can... It's really going to come down to the execution. Can SK poke out G2 before the fight begins, or does G2 just land the initial engage, have Skewmon with a great impale or Broken Blade with a flank before that poke comes down?
We'll see. Of course, Baron, much more on the table for G2 than it is for SK, just based on compositions and who can actually kill it quickly. The Olaf and Sivir doing a decent amount of damage. Anivia ulti's decent. With a bit of fighting around the big purple worm. And Broken Blade going all in, looking to Ragnarok his way through Wonder, but Wonder able to flash away. And as the ulti stalls out, the wall just a bit short. And you were right, Jack. It's either completely broken or does nothing in the context of that Olaf 1v1.
I think he saved his top laner. I think if Slowkey wasn't there, then Broken Blade could just have chased down Wonder. He had the flash as well. So, nice by Slowkey to save his top laner. But you can see how dominant Broken Blade is in the side lane.
Also, again, to be fair, like, look, Caps is pretty scary. Oh. Wow, production, absolute killer. This was not clear on the content. Caps versus rookies, 75-26. Why we included Caps versus rookie feels like a stray, but an important clarification.
We'll see if Slowkey is a rookie.
If he's literally rookie, the player, or yes. What? I'm still flabbergasted, production. That was out of pocket, but it's like they predicted that we would need the content in the context of this game.
That's true. I feel like this is a classic though. Like G2 versus SK is kind of like, you don't know who's going to win up until like 35 minutes.
That's true. We've seen a lot of random SK upsets versus G2 over the years. I don't remember most of them, but I know it's happened at least once.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy. It's now Schemes lurking, waiting in the darkness. Wonder versus Caps. Brothers fighting. Stand united up and available. Leeson getting pounded into the wall. Taunt Blast coming in for LeBron. Wonder taken out. They were trying to bully Caps, but this time his boys were there. And there's no response for SK.
G2, they send the numbers to protect Caps. Can they transition it into anything more? That's the question. And it doesn't look like it. As both the support and jungle recall, Caps will be able to push one more wave to get a deep push. Broken Blade might have a mind of his own. Oh, there's the wall. Well, that's a good wall. That stopped him from the play.
Close the door on him. Still can't walk into him though. You have to be really careful about Olaf. He's a sneaky guy.
That's true.
Turns back on you with the Ragnarok and suddenly you're dead. Broken Blade lingering for quite some time. It still feels like G2 are really comfortable on the map, and I think a lot of that is Broken Blade's pressure in the side lane. Olaf, a champion who has to be respected, but with neither side particularly keen to start Baron, I think we're looking 1 minute and 30 seconds till that third Drake for SK. But fighting for mid prio isn't super easy right now because you can see Lebrov hovering off to the side, Caps ready to group mid, and the SK members are going to be forced to clean up some of these side graves.
Cloud Soul this game for G2 would be so phenomenal. Like Olaf ultimate, Sivir ult. The whole game plan is to run them down. So it's the best ultimate that they could have gotten this game. So if they're able to start that Drake stacking, that's a really easy win con for them. Although at the same time, it's a good Drake for SK as well, since they want to avoid G2 running them down, right? So if you have the movement speed, then you can be the one kiting and poking. As G2 have full position now, still 45 seconds to go before the objective spawns though, and BB is top, has the TP. But we'll see if anybody on SK wants to answer or if they just decide to try to make use of this slight numbers advantage in mid lane. They have to wait for Yopa though.
Very tame, very controlled game. Mickey, Schemes, the playmakers now for SK in this game state is Wonder sent it to the top side to try to hold the wave. 5 members of G2 on the bottom side of the map. Taunting through now is Lebrov. A bit premature to kick things off. A nice wall to block off Hansama, but not quite perfect positioning. Ulti goes completely wide from Yappa, and now there's a raging Viking standing behind him. Gonna start ripping through his health bar. He just wanted to have a pool party, but it's absolutely not happening. Broken Blade, another wall to delay the push, but G2 with a nice quick fight to ensure their control over this Drake.
And Broken Blade, he came out of nowhere with a steel chair. Takes down Yopa. Yopa tries to flash away. He tries to get away, but there's nowhere to run against this Olaf. As we'll watch it back. And it starts off with SK. They want to reclaim the territory. They want to get it back. And I think LeBron, he wanted more with this taunt. Wanted to get up to Yopa. He wasn't able to do so, but they don't have the damage to take him down. They eventually do so, but it takes so long that G2 was able to trade it with Skins, and then Broken Blade is here, and the fight's already decided.
Yeah, and you can see slowQ and Wonder just had such a hard time contributing to that fight, and there is enough damage now for Caps' ulti to get those quick resets. Schemes not super tanky right now, working towards the Death Dance might help a bit, but we just went from 1,000, about 2,000 gold lead from a couple side lane players with G2 to 4,000 in their favor, and match Drakes. Mickey trying to swing things back a little bit, at least punish Lebrov, but Anivia not the best follow-up champion in the extended play, however, it might be enough. One more staggering blow and another second here, waiting on that cooldown. Wonder on the way in. Lebrov will finally fall.
A slow death for Lebrov, as he got walled, what, twice there, and hooked 3 times.
I will say, when your support lives that long, I think the game is in a pretty good state.
That's true. To be fair though, slowQ went Seraph's Embrace and Rotophagus and Swifty Boots. He's not the
and now he's going
full damage.
He's going Protobelt next.
Wow.
This is a bruiser Anivia.
He has more HP than AP.
That is very true. His mana HP stat. Bro thinks he's Rise. I don't know what's happening here. I think it's fine build, but, you know, with like a little bit more damage, I think. Especially for the beefy frontline. They really lack that percentage HP because it's also Black File Charge. They don't have a Leandries on the team.
Yopa is like compensating though. He's going full damage with the Shadow Flame, now Rabbit on third.
He built tier and stopped there. He said, I don't need that shield, which I think is fair because if anyone ever gets on top of him, he's dead anyway. The extra, you know, 20% of your mana or whatever is not going to be enough. The battle for the red buff. Going in favor of Schemes. It's the little fights, the baby steps for SK to get back into this game.
You need to win the small ones before you win the big ones.
It's true. Oh, it's not Pool Party 6.
It's one of the newer skins. It's the, the Halloween one or something?
I don't know. Production, let us know. Which Ziggs are we looking at right now? I
think it's like Trick or Treat or something. No, I'm wrong.
I've asked, I confirm. Production are on it. It's a slow game. They have time. They have the bandwidth, the resources. Wonder gonna have to flash over this wall. Nice angle coming in from Skewmon. Brokenblade might have an axe to kick this one off, but he does have an ulti. The chase now coming in. Mickey, a dead man walking. Quick ulti flash to try to make it over the wall, distracting Hansama as he cues out. Spider Knot, praying for a brand new day. There's not gonna happen though. He's about to die. G2 keeping the fight going. Good ulti across the top, but again, only connecting on LeBron. In goes Skis, his body, telling him yes, his mind telling him yes, but now he's gonna be saying hell no, because it's Caps on the flank. 0-3-0, but still getting in there to make the play happen. Now all the way up to 3-3-1 as SK falling apart.
And SK, they got away. I don't think they'll lose the Nash just yet, but G2 are in firm control of this game. So they're able to take down 2. Maybe they will go for the Nash after all. Slowq doesn't have TP, Yopa has his, but this Nash actually goes down pretty damn fast. And it's a Nasher for G2, a 5,000 gold lead. If you watch the replay of this fight, it starts off with Skewmon trying to get onto Wonder. Wonder has to flash away. And then Mickey gets really split up from the rest of his team here. So he ends up falling, even though it takes a while for Hansama to actually reach him. He's dead no matter what, not much to do here. And then Caps finds a really long flank to be able to extend this play. As LeBron flashes to bring Skeens further in, but Caps has so much damage. He gets the laser onto 4, he gets the ultimate as well, has the Sonius, and then flashes to kill Wonder. And now with how chunked the rest of SK is as well, G2 can just rotate and pick up the Nash for free.
And really solid play from Caps, great use. I'm not sure if it was the Seekers or the Zhonya's when that play broke out, but regardless, got a ton of value. Again, was really focused. 0-3 was down in the individual matchup, kept the gold close, and now 3 kills of his own, 1.5k individual lead. Hansama's at 4 items. So he's the late game threat that G2 have been waiting for, although not necessarily one that they needed, as they've been doing just fine without Sipper's full damage profile thus far. So it feels like SK...
Hansama just needs to press the ult.
Just needs
and
to press
then
the
BB
ult.
does the rest, I think, especially with Caps, if he can provide a little bit of damage as well. I mean, the one thing that SK
That's
does
a 4-item Sipper.
I mean, he's gonna do a lot, but he doesn't need to do a lot.
He doesn't need to, okay.
Yeah.
So it can be the Broken Blade show.
It can be.
We'll see. We'll see who gets the...
But SK does have a lot of wave clearing. They have a lot of control. So you can see how they're kind of pestering Skewmon right now. I think if G2 can break an inhibitor, that would be really, really huge for this game and kind of spell SK's demise. Because if they have to constantly be in a side lane clearing those inhibitors, it just opens up the map so much for G2 to snowball other lanes.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna highlight that item right there, because I don't know if you noticed, but that was...
Kind of highlighted 3 items.
Well, Kanik Rookern is the one I'm talking about right now. I don't know if you noticed, but magic resistance, when Mickey
Pretty
lands
good.
that hook and Yappa and Slowq do literally 0 damage, great. Now, presumably this blasting wand is going to turn into some kind of greater magic penetration, but until then, Skewmon is pretty unkillable. So it's tough for SK. They can clear the waves, they can kill the minions, but killing G2's front line is tough. Luckily, G2's front line is not here. Broken Blade going to try to 1v5. Hansama pushed R. It might not be enough though. Broken Blade still living. Gets burnt to a crisp by the Ignite. And Skeens is going right back in. The front line has finally arrived, but it might be too little too late. Now, that said, Skewmon is officially unkillable. Let's see how long it takes. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The 80 damage is here. Will it be enough? Yes, it will be. Skewmon will finally fall. Physical damage there for the side of SK to finish up that kill.
And it's a pretty big throw from G2, as SK should be able to pick up this dragon now as well and set themselves on Soul Point. Although Hansama and Lebrov want to look for the cheese. Skeens face checks.
Quick taunt, pop back to Mickey. Getting low, does have access to the GA. Hansama could be in trouble. Nice hook to interrupt with a GA proc. That's devastating. Lebrov now looking for the angle and the setup. Yappa on the way in. Flashback from Skeen. Sonic Wave connects. Resonating strike ready to come through. Good hook from Mickey. Down goes Lebrov, and now it's Hansama trapped in the pit. A 1v1 with the dragon. Ziggs ulti across the top, burning his spell shield. Now Hansama's forced to flash away as Caps continues to poke. Mickey's still going forward. No one is here to back him up. It's a one-way trip, but he's happy to take someone with him as SK continue to set their sights on the Cloud Drake. G2 might have gotten that in him in the top lane, but they lost a ton in the process.
It's a huge play for SK. It's 4-4-1, and they get the dragon, setting themselves up for Soul Point, evaporating so much of the gold lead that G2 had built up with this Nash. It's now 3,000 gold in 30 minutes. Pretty much nothing. It's an equal game, and SK have brought it back. The only thing, as you said, Dracos, is that top lane inhibitor that I have to deal with later on. But I really love this flank from Mickey. It's just G2 are trying to do a little bit too much at once. They have Shen in mid lane, Victor in top lane. Skarner's not quite near his carries either, so it's a really easy line of approach for SK to look to punish here. And even though Hansama respects Broken Blade and Skumon, yeah, they're tanky. They're very tanky, but they can't live forever. And they had to live forever if they were going to live here.
No, certainly. And obviously, the MR is nice. They have a bit of physical. They have the Unending Despair, but against 4 champions, nobody really is that tanky, except for Amundo maybe. As here we see pretty disastrous start, honestly, when the GA gets burned. But G2 just stick around a little bit too long here, not respecting the TP coming in from Yaffa.
I liked what Hansama and LeBron were doing. They were scrappy, right? Trying to find a good play in a bad situation. But with the fact that Yopa has TP, Wonder has TP, Slowq is able to turn up as well, and Hansama kind of holds this flash for so long that Mickey can walk around and hit him with the hook. And then Slowq is here to follow up, and Skeens lands the resonating strike as well. Pretty disastrous, a lot of shutdowns giving across the board, and the G2 coaching staff not too happy.
Perkz was literally smiling.
Okay, but he was smiling in pain. You know,
okay,
it's
that's
like,
fair.
You know, what is it?
I mean, the thing is, G2, again, the scaling.
The rest of the coaching staff wasn't happy.
Yeah, I think, again, with the Victor, Sivir, Olaf, the path to victory is still really clear for G2. One of the few ways it can slip away from you is something like Elder, right? Is something like conceding a Drake like that. But I think the ball is still in their court. It's still a 3,000 gold lead. They still have this super fed Sivir. And if she doesn't get taken out before that flash is back off cooldown, I think she's still going to be very comfortable playing out these fights. But maybe now we have crossed the threshold where Hansama will need to auto-attack in team fights and cannot just press R.
Yeah, we saw it that fight. He tried to not do a single auto
He
attack.
ulted and ran.
Yeah.
BB ran in. The
Didn't
communication was clear.
Yeah.
They wanted to give him the 1v5 montage moment. They did the math poorly. It did not work out.
Now Hansama will try auto attacking, and we'll have to see how that goes for G2.
I have a feeling it will deliver better results. But League of Legends is a crazy game. You can
I mean,
never be
Yopa
sure.
didn't have Void Staff. As you said, he had the blasting one. Now he has Void Staff. That makes a huge difference.
Huge difference. Yeah, Skumon isn't as tanky as he was. Not even close to steal your heart. Can't even be tripling those stacks anytime soon.
Bro, I think Slowq is still not doing too much damage, though.
Yeah. No, I don't.
It's very low damage when they built.
Is that what we're going with these days? It's what's he proto-belting in for, you know? It's not a big
I hope he's
burst
not
of
proto-belting
damage.
in.
He's proto-belting out.
He proto-belting out when Broken Blade goes in.
Okay.
Or Skumon goes in.
Well, you can see the damage numbers are looking pretty good. Now, generally with poke champions like Ziggs and Jace, we take anywhere from 30 to 50% off because it's fake damage. But not sure how much of that needs to be taken away from Sivir. Both the Victor and the Sivir, though, looking pretty scary.
Yeah, so Broken Blade is still able to push in this bot lane really deep. And G2 are the ones with full Nash control, and they have so much damage on Hansama. He picked up Bloodthirster now, which helps a lot as well with the poke that SK has. I think G2, they could look to just rush down this Nash, especially if they get if they're able to force SK deep into their own jungle. They can have just Hansama and Skumon doing it.
Yep, and this is what we talked about before with the top inhibitor play, right? The overall play looked messy, unnecessary risks, I think, taken from G2, a good flank from Mickey. But the reality is, in the grand scheme of things, because that inhibitor's down, this permanent top lane pressure point, they're just now catching that bottom wave. And G2 would at least get to start this objective for free, as SK trying to find a way to get in here, but don't have great vision coverage. Maybe just hoping for the 50-50, but now Skumon coming over the wall, locking up Slowq. A nice W from Caps to split the fight in the meantime, as double TPs are now coming in. Arriving to the fight is Broken Blade, but at low health, his Skeens isn't quite sure if he wants that play. Ulti from Yopa, not great, only hitting the edge onto Caps. And both sides walking away a bit bruised, but only Mickey has fallen.
Wow, that actually ended up being a 1-for-0 for G2. Broken Blade, I think he TP'd before Wonder, and that's why he was so chunked, I would presume, as Wonder got to do a lot of damage on him. He arrived to the fight so low that it looked pretty dicey for G2 in the beginning. Now Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Mickey is still dead, so that looks like SK are just going to have to drop it. To watch this fight back, I really like that Mickey just pulls the trigger. He doesn't know what HP Nash is on, but he just knows he needs to go in. And Slowq making use of the Proto Belt to dodge out on the Impale from Skumon. I think without the stand united, Broken Blade might have just died there when he TP'd in at that HP, but LeBron is able to save his top laner. And avoid anything more.
I think you're getting close to seeing the ideal SK team fight there, but because Mickey went so deep, you see both the Glacial Storm and the Minefield used in a choke point that G2 just don't have to walk into, right? They're just able to ignore both of those cooldowns. So the recipe for success is still there for SK, these big AoE tools, but weren't really able to get anything out of them in that fight, and now very comfortable control over this area around Baron. Now the inhib has respawned for SK, so they're on a bit more even footing as Caps looking for a bit of free poke. The first hook, from Mickey is going a bit wide as Slowq tries to land some poke of his own. Brokenblade kicking things off, eating a ton of damage before the fight kicks off. They're going to try to burst through that health bar. Ulti across the entire team. Again, not hitting onto key members of G2, however. Mickey's ulti, the depth charge, connects on the cast with the fall damage in there. Now Wonder's just going to burn to death. The Knight's Vow comes in, but it's just too little. It's not nearly enough as G2 walk down Wonder. And SK looking a little bit dizzy in these fights.
But how did G2 do it? They're magicians. This fight looked so bad in the beginning. Brokenblade was just going in and dying. Yet the fight somehow turns again into a 1-for-0 for them as Mickey hooks in.
He hooks in and maybe sent just right back to the fountain. Is Cumon debating if he wants to keep dashing forward. Taunt Flash comes in for LeBron. Flash back from Slowq was good, but it's Skeens who's gotten the Maws of G2. A G8 procced. Gonna come right back to life just to die once again. Hansama taking down Skeens. Not the explosive 5v5 we were expecting, but a very G2 favored one as they pretty effortlessly cut through all of SK.
G2 just make magic happen back to back as they find the fight that they were looking for, and now they're gonna pick up another Nasher. And already with an open inhibitor in top, they can look to get triple inhibitor and secure themselves positions for Soul and make this game their own.
And you know what I think, Jay? I think Jankos might owe Perkz an apology.
Yeah.
I think the glasses and the game are both going pretty well in his favor.
The draft is pretty nice. I think like Olaf, Sivir, the synergy they have there, and the fact that Skumon can just go in. I feel like how this fight plays out, it speaks very much in favor of G2's draft. That even when they don't get the perfect engage, they have the damage of caps of Hansama to just play it out. But then after this, I think this is just a mistake from SK where they're like Mickey wants to look for something to make sure that they can't get the Nash, but he can't hook in on Sivir. She has Spell Shield, right? And Hansama's always going to Spell Shield that. And there was no CC to follow it up. So then G2 can just run them down afterwards. Slowq had to invest his flash as well to get away from the Impale. So that's something he doesn't have now going into this Nash defense.
Yeah, and one of the big things we talked about was the poke of this SK comp, but it really hasn't worked out too well. And you can see when they walk into close range, again, Caps, who started the game pretty far behind, essentially one-tap Wonder. Q, auto, Death Ray, ulti across the dot. Wonders immediately dies. Now, if he gets to start with poke, he might be able to one-shot Caps as well. But Caps has the Zanyas, Caps has the front line. So much of SK's all-in just is pretty meaningless. As you can see, that's like an auto and a half. Mickey already losing half of his HP, even through the Celestial opposition. But again, we have a Ziggs and we have an Anivia. So if there's anything we will have, it is a decent amount of game time. Is Nopa finally connecting on a key target with that ulti. Brokenblade.
I think like 5 HP with the death stance. He just barely lives there. That could have been the comeback that SK needed to make a fight happen. Brokenblade, he doesn't have the teleport at least, so he's still going to be out of the fray, but SK used too many tools. They can't make an engage happen. That's 2 inhibitors for G2, and they can recall now and set up bot side and play again, or they can just rotate straight to bot and continue playing the Nash. They're going to take the recall.
Yep, slow, steady, controlled, 90 seconds until Cloud Soul. But you have a 6,000 gold lead and a full build Sivir.
Hansama TP towards top side here. I think he wants to go for the red buff. I thought they would just siege bot lane and open up the third inhibitor, but they want to kill
Slowq.
The bird.
Cap chasing, and if they kill Slowq, they probably just end the game here. There's nowhere for him to go. Gets egg, now will die as well. Ulti from Yopa not dealing nearly enough damage as SK are being zoned away from their own fountain. Minion empowered melee creeps and casters going to be enough here for G2 to break open the base of SK. Wonder going for the 1v1 with Brokenblade. LeBron interrupts, but I don't think he would have won it anyway. Skeens desperately trying to hold the line, but despite their best efforts, SK picked apart in the mid and late game. G2 outscaling and outplaying in this game 1.
And it was a nice attempt by SK. They held on for 40 minutes, but in the end, G2 with 2 Baron Nashers able to close it out. They just had better team fighting, especially Brokenblade on that Olaf made a big difference with how strong he was in the early game and in the side lane.
That he did. Enough from us up here. Let's see what the AD has to say about that long game of League of Legends.
I think SK gave us a pretty good fight.
Yeah.
Honestly, given how things started. Yeah.
Right? Like,
I'm impressed for them.
Yeah. Like,
was that enough?
You were
But still.
kind of saying backstage, like if this was SK last split, this would have been over by 15 minutes, packed up, like we're already deciding, you know, what we're doing for dinner plans.
Usually I'm not excited about the team losing, but SK, they're buying me. I feel like, and we haven't seen this for them in a long time. Usually they would just roll over and die. They would just make it quick. Let's just, you know, rip open the band-aid and end the pain. But now I feel like they actually put up a decent fight. 40 minutes against G2, not easy.
They did. Well, that was not enough in the end. And I do want to paint the picture of what you said, Odo, before the game even started. hello, Olaf might go ballistic, so let's lock in. And he did.
Okay. Now, that was after he got 1 kill. So,
fair enough.
I wasn't that good at my job, but to be honest, it makes sense. We already saw the Shen at the beginning. BB, I think he's 7-2 overall in this champion. It was great. Honestly, Wonder, they were really out to get in this game because from minute 3, Skewmont was just there every single time. If there was one person to shut down, it was just Jace because the Jace in the Olaf matchup is Jace's favor. But BB made such good use of all of those resources.
I mean, even the position that he found on the map to try and like get in behind the Jace to make sure that Wonder couldn't get comfortable, and then just being a terror in these fights because so much of this fight was coming down to his, like, we heard Jack and Drake was talking about in the cast was that wall positioning that was coming through from the Anivia, but Broken Blade playing well around that positioning, finding those good flash angles, just absolutely tearing people apart. It really defined that kind of early to mid game that was making it difficult for SK.
I'm sorry, but I cannot take it
face is
seriously.
matching now, but like the craziness of BB's face is matching the champion. I love it.
Becoming evil. I don't know which one it is.
Hey, I'm in for the transformation. You know, he has been wholesome and PR trained for way too long. I'm embracing evil BB.
He's a menace, and he was on this champion. And I do want to. I mean, you constantly had an Olaf in your face, but I feel like whatever happened, G2 were like holding your line, making it impossible for SK to play on either side of the map. It was really hard for them to play, even though they had a pretty good composition. So how did G2 get in this situation?
Okay, well, let's bring it up over here so we can talk about it. We got a bunch of stills because SK's team comp is do or die by being there first. Well, if you look in this position, G2 is there first. And with this sort of team comp that they just want to dive all the time, the main person on SK's lineup, the one who is supposed to carry you in this Drake situation, is in the top lane, hitting a tower as a freezy bird, just sitting there. So already this position is just lost. The Olaf is pushing in the Jace on board because Jace at this point was around 0-5 or whatever. So this one is really lost. Now the next one, SK found themselves in a lot better of a position. But what's gonna happen here is that you lose track of a Shen, and usually when you walk in this position and you want to take space, you're maybe thinking the Shen is around here, or the Shen is around here, or he's maybe human warding over here. Victor, you already see him on the bot side. He's already not a factor, but if we roll it out, Shen does something completely incredible and just taunts in 1v3. And pause right now, please. Well, we already saw it, but they just missed the whole wombo combo on him because this was the last place and the last possible play that SK thought the Shen would do. Why would he dive in 1v4, completely getting one shot? SK was ready for a very slow drag when it comes to this situation. They were ready to grind G2 to a halt, fight for that position, but instead, G2 just rips the team fight open out of thin air.
And that's because, like, for SK's comp to work, they want to have this poke come through from the Ziggs, from the Jace. They want to try and make you fight every step of the way. But G2 posted up on the objectives very early, constantly at threat with BB in the side lane so the Jace couldn't be there. And as you say, like, willing to just send it from Labrov to make sure they couldn't have the plays work. So I really like the way G2 were able to kind of counter what SK were doing alongside so many of these good players.
And honestly, incredibly hard for SK to play this game because even though it made it to 40 minutes and G2 made all of these plays happen, it's just, it felt like even we saw those two situations, even if they play it perfectly, it feels like it would still not be enough.
On that though, I do think there were some mistakes coming through from SK. Like I think Mickey did play it a little bit too fast at moments where he was.
But is that desperation though?
That's what it might be. But there was moments as well in the early stages, like the 15 to 18 minute mark, where he was still going.
But is that just Mickey then?
You know what? How do I argue with that? Yeah, maybe it's just Mickey.
We've talked about what we've seen on the Rift from G2. I want to take you guys backstage actually to what the coaches were feeling, because we're used to seeing desperation on the side of G2 when it comes to what the team is doing. And pay close attention to Romain, to Memento, to Isma, and then you just have Perks laughing. Bear in mind that they just completely ran it down here. The confidence on the side of Perks is what I love
got
here.
upset towards the end.
Yeah. But he's supposed to bring the vibes. Isn't that his whole thing? You know, he wants to bring back those early day vibes. So, yeah.
The vibes are here, yeah.
Smile through the pain because he probably had many of those moments in G2 when they were all running it down together and just laughing it off.
You know,
and honestly, maybe needed.
Yeah, and they pull it back together in the end, and that's what matters, leading us to 1-0, opening up the score in this series. But SK gave them a big fight. Let's see what happens next and if they can come back.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I've gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet?
Okay. Sit down, Mickey. Okay, sit down, bro.
Are you getting interested in weapons? I guess so.
Sit down.
Okay, just lift your head on and show the corners and like make fun of him. That's true, actually, yeah. I just like this.
Stand United up and available. Leeson getting pounded into the wall. Taunt blast coming in for LeBron. Wonder taken out.
They want that. I got the ult. Déjà place, okay? Ziggs will die. No flash. I lied. I'm looking for it. Get Zig. Civil flash, yes, civil flash.
We can follow on this.
Pop the plant.
We can.
That's fine. Let's get out. Good job. Good job, guys.
Yo, credit to G2 there, but Yopa, we crossed the line, bro. We don't go after the hairline. We don't go after the hairline. That's disrespectful. You can't be doing that.
Are we speaking from...
Shut up, Jack. Welcome back to game 2. SK right at first selection. They choose first pick. G2 choose blue side. So SK get, G2 get the counter pick, etc., etc. Look at that man. He doesn't understand. He's got good genes. Mom and dad both have hair. He doesn't understand what it's like for us out here. It's fine.
It's funny you say that because Perk's literally is wearing jeans. Boom. Let's see how they do the draft.
Oh my God. Is it possible for... we have great anti-synergy. That's what I've realized.
Yeah.
We are completely opposite sides of the spectrum. The good news is wherever we are, both sides, completely unprofessional, which I love. So back into the draft, SK had a little bit of a hiccup where their comp that we expected to maybe win early game lost pretty convincingly. But they did do a good job of keeping it close. However, the problem with gold advantages in League of Legends is some champs just scale different, some champs scale better, and G2's champs scaled better.
And G2 played better in the team fight. So I think there was some skill
I mean, we didn't need to, like, you know, I don't think we need to kick them while they're down.
No, but you're kind of making it out to be like
a competent.
The draft was the only thing that mattered. Which I guess, I mean, if we want to just hype up Perks, then
sure. Yeah.
Maybe that's what, maybe that's what Mickey is saying.
There
like,
was a.
He was like, oh, Perks gap.
Yeah, there's a lot of gaps in that game. But maybe they can shore some of them up in pick and ban. What's going to come out? I would like a little bit of spice here. I mean, G2 just played, I don't want to say the most boring comp of all time because Olaf was in the game and that was cool. And they played it well and it was still as exciting as it could be with those champions. But I'd love a little more early game volatility. You know, a little more explosive, high risk, high reward, you know, pushing lane sort of deal.
That would be cool. I think the Orianna is still a question on my mind. I feel like it's weird that both teams ignored it game 1. And I think G2 will just take it away now. It seems like SK just don't prioritize it whatsoever as they decide to go for the Syndra first pick. Cassio's still up and available. That could be an option for G2.
Syndra, spicy. I like the E2 as well. Orianna, it's like a family sedan. You know, it's a practical choice, not a flashy choice. Good fuel economy. This, on the other hand, ooh, lock it in. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Lock it in. Okay, this is
not so exciting.
Not so exciting. Again,
still strong
practical,
fighting power,
good,
though.
Engage, right?
Yeah.
If I ever see a Karma again, I'll walk off desk. You can solo cast. You got this.
Okay.
But
because there won't be any fighting, so you won't need
there
to play
won't be any fighting. I won't need to play by play. I like melee supports. I'm deeply afraid of returning to enchanters. They bore me. But with Leona locked in, some good proactive engage tools. Really love Leona into Syndra just, again, for the ulti. Almost every other engage champion just gets dunked on by Scatter the Weak. Interrupts so many of those cooldowns.
G2, do they want to go Cassio, Orianna, or Locke? Okay, so it looks like they want to go Cassio over... I'm still kind of mind-blown that we just really don't like Orianna, but I feel like I've rapped so much on about it, I kind of need to drop it. But it's just, this champion has such high priority normally.
I don't know, I think you should bring it up every time, actually.
Yeah, every single time. So
pick.
Skins could pick Orianna.
Right
now. Yeah.
Oh, Orianna.
So we'll see what Skins wants to go for.
Gnar
is going to be the pick here. Just a blind pick for Wonder super early on.
Okay, maybe we're looking for a
I think a Vayne on 3
here.
for G2 could be an option.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward about them being where they are positioned in the draft. The G2 get this final pick here because they want to just go for a...
Definitely going to be a top pick, I think.
Yeah, I think it makes a ton of sense.
But is it going to be the Vayne?
And weird that G2, I assume it's just because the Syndra is a flex for them, but weird that you would say, we're going to blind pick our top laner and then give you the option to match with a counter pick.
Yeah.
If they had picked something else like Jungle to mismatch bans in the next phase, I'd like it more. But
Jungle would make a little more sense, because now you have Broken Blade on Vayne. Into Gnar and Rel, pretty easy to play. Especially if just SK don't get a lot more range on the rest of their picks, because they'll have to pick like a melee jungler, right? So that's already 3 very low range champions that this Vayne is playing into.
Yeah.
Should be a pretty easy game for BB. Now I think G2 should target some of the other mages that potentially SK could bring out. Not Orianna, because SK don't seem to want to play Orianna. So Talia maybe could be an option. And BB is 4-0 on the Vayne.
Production hooking us with the stats. Nice and quick. Appreciate that. Shout out to Hayden Molecule, our stats guy. Look. I'm still bamboozled by this Gnar straight into blind pick vein. But I assume there's some amount of cooking coming in for SK there if they're going to opt for this, or they're just very comfortable to have Wonder lose lane. But now, Trundle banned away, trying to limit any potential tank follow-ups, I guess. Also, when you have immobile champions like the Casio, the pillar can be quite devastating. Lucian now, too. We've seen 80 carries when they get picked up. Rob talks about this a lot. Like the Corkis, the Lucians, a lot of these caster kind of spell-heavy 80 carries often seem to be next in line for popularity alongside the mages.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ADCs taken out now. Ezreal, Varus, Lucian, and the Sivir from the last game as well. Not a whole lot of champs that you'd want to play into this potentially Syndra bot. You could also just take the Casio bot and choose to pick a mid laner on 4. That flex always allows you to do that. I think if Hansama were to go an ADC, it'd probably be the Jhin or the Corki, as you mentioned. Sort of the two realistic picks. I don't think you really want another like carry since you already have the Vaynes, something that provides utility. But at that point, it's like probably you just want to have a mage in bot lane instead. That also provides that utility.
Makes sense, makes sense. What is the angle here? And now normally I get nervous when I see Vayne top. I think she's really strong. But then I'm reminded, once again by our production team, that BB's most recent victory was against T1. So kind of hard to argue with those stats, as Hansama hovering the Draven for an extra long period of time, but will once again not give it to us. You tease.
I haven't seen T1 win in the LEC though, and SK is currently undefeated in the LEC.
That's a really good point. That's a good point. They would, yeah. We don't even know where they would stay in the standings.
We don't know.
You didn't want to go any further on
No,
that.
I mean,
you're like, the next thing
T1 fans are too scary. I'm not going further.
Like maybe they make playoffs. Yeah. All right. Anyway, we're setting up for a pretty nice team fighting composition from the side of SK. Again, though, we are living in the on-paper draft pipe dream world where we ignore laning phase, and it's luck.
It's luck. It's 0-2 in the LEC right now. Caps is one of the people that have lost on it. And we'll see if Slowq can break that and finally give this champion a win. But this champion has seemed really overpowered. It's been nerfed twice now, but still seems to be a pretty high priority pick in the meta, as it has been banned quite a bit.
Okay, reminder for everyone watching at home. It's a little annoying, but we have a lock visual bug. When he hits you with the Q, the ritual nails, not you, but the players on the map, they are like gonna 50% disappear and look invisible. It's just a spectator bug. It doesn't affect the players in the game. But if Casio suddenly disappears off your screen, it's 90% the visual bug, 10% likely that Slowq is 10-0 and is one-shotting people. So, you know, just use context clues. You'll figure it out. I'll bring it up again for anyone who forgot. So, no Xerath. Now we have compositions fully locked in. Break it down for me, Jackie boy. What do we...
I mean, I think this Locke is incredibly feast or famine. In the losses that we've seen for Locke thus far, he just kind of died to a few lane ganks and then was useless the rest of the game. But this champion, if he gets ahead, if he finds a roam timer, it's so incredibly strong. And if you get a lead, the snowball potential of this champion is just probably the highest out of any meta champion right now. So I think it's going to revolve a lot around Slowq, because in top lane, Wonder is going to be having a really, really rough time up against this Vayne. And Broken Blade also outscales him. I mean, Vayne into Gnar is just like a dream for Vayne, because you both outscale and you really win the lane.
Every single thing Gnar does is so easily dodgeable too. It just feels like you're feeding Vayne a montage.
And then on top of that, you go exhaust just to be like, no matter what you do, you can't kill me.
Let's just hope he doesn't go exhaust. For the sake of Wonder, you know,
well,
give him a little bit of a
inside information and he already went exhaust.
Here we are, getting into game 2. G2 Esports versus SK Gaming. SK, a lot of cool things going down, locking in a mid laner that we have not seen a lot of success despite Slowq dominance. But we're going to be looking a decent amount towards the top side of the map, where it's one prehistoric Yordle versus a very angry lady with sunglasses.
And 2 rune choices that we've really not seen in a while. Hail of Blades on Hansama and Hail of Blades on Wonder. And Wonder went cloth armor for potions. So he wants to sustain through this Vayne and make this lane happen. I mean, he was the one who decided he was willing to go for this Gnar blind pick, knowing that Broken Blade would probably go the Vayne into it.
Maybe this is the secret sauce to win out in the matchup. It's kind of hard to believe.
Make it a 2 versus 2.
Me too. I like this.
Vayne kind of sucks in bot lane when it's a 2v2, so then she sucks in top lane when it's a 2v2. Oh my god, they're just actually doing it.
Lane swap? Guys, lane swap detected. Get out of there. I guess we took that out. What is a support quest? What is it worth? You know? These guys have been playing
Clearly
too much
nothing.
of League Classic. They're like, we're content being broke. We've been reminded of how good we have it. We don't need money, as Mickey's just eating damage for free. Wonder's going to hop, which would normally give him a nice attack speed steroid, but he's hopped out of range.
So far, the 2v2 strategy has not seemed to shut down the Vayne, but at least the Gnar is not dead yet. I don't know, I'm trying to, he's not gotten a minion, so I don't think they're too happy with this.
You know what I take solace in?
What?
Knowing that someone in Los Angeles, California, at Riot Games HQ is going to watch a full-on lane swap in 2026 and be really pissed off. Just really annoyed. You know? How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? In this case, old man is literally every pro player on the planet, but Froxen shaking in his boots. What will we see next?
I feel like Riot personally doesn't mind the lane swaps, it's just people complain.
No, I like to personify
imagine
Riot
that
as a single, very angry entity. It's entertaining. Not a collection of completely individual people on different teams. No. One single angry entity with these lane swaps.
That's how you view your employer?
No, let's not go any further down that one. A benevolent, kind god. Handsome, charming. Anyway, League of Legends. Level 1s here for the supports. Again, they're fasting for some reason.
Soon they shall be feasting as Mickey gets level 2.
Oh, that one went wrong. Good scat of the week.
Oh.
Zenith Blade in. Bit of an unfortunate shattering strike there for Mickey.
Yeah, I think a more unfortunate LeBron flashing in though into the Hansama, immediately getting stunned by the scatter of the week. Does have the Hex Flash, so...
But you gotta get the jitters out.
That's true.
Corki Hail Blades, you're getting back to Corki, it's a different time.
I do wonder, some supports that I played with, whenever they wasted their flash with Hex Flash, they always said, it's fine, I have Hex Flash now.
Rob is on his own. That shattering strike connected. Rob gonna stun and walk away. Never mind. Forgot it's a Leona. You cannot kill her.
Yeah, not the best here, as Hansama TP'd back in just to find his support. Very low HP, having to recall. If I was him, I would be a bit annoyed.
Based on the early laning phase here, I'm going to ask you to be a lock expert, and it's fine if you don't have a perfect answer for me.
Yeah.
Just based on your experience. Hold that thought. Never mind. People about to die. Hansama, don't check that bush, bro.
Oh.
Do it. Oh, he couldn't help himself. Does manage to get the ward down, but is forced to flash away. We tried to warn him.
That's 2 flashes, though. 2 flashes burned from SK for only Hansama's. So he's saying worth right now. He only lost a few hundred HP as well. So what were you going to ask about Lock?
When does Lock win? Because right now, based on top lane and mid lane,
maybe at 6 he can win if he dodges the Petrifying Gaze.
Controversial double counter pick yourself strategy.
Okay, but like it's a melee mid into Cassio. Like, I don't think you're winning a 1v1. I think you're winning when the support and jungle get involved.
I'm just saying, they benched one melee mid enthusiast, and now they're playing a lot of melee mids.
That's true.
This is an SK thing now. They like these melee champions. Look here, though, some quick trades there. I like that. Ritual Nails, quick hop out.
Leader was born at the wrong time. Just needed to wait for Lock release.
It's true.
It probably would have just been permaban. And then
That's usually what happens, yes. The only reason it's getting let through is because it's looked so terrible on stage. And I think everyone is just kind of giving it the do-it-you-won't challenge.
Yeah.
And SK are doing it.
I also think it's like pretty high risk. Like if you're not able to find any sort of lead, especially in this game when you're up against the Vayne with Exhaust. That's really hard to assassinate. You can't assassinate the Neferi because she has the Invulnerable. Cassio is pretty difficult as well because she gets so tanky. It's only really Hansama, but he has Lebrov peeling for him on the Leona with Exhaust as well. So I think it's a... Slowq's got his work cut out for him.
Slowing down, flash out from Caps. Caps now level 6. Okay, so getting the flash out of Caps is big. Flash advantage now in the mid lane. Maybe this is where Slowq can start to get aggressive Purgatory on the table.
Yeah. Especially with Skeens when he hits level 6 now and he has that flash cyclone available. Hansama tries to dash forward, but this is, I think Syndra is one of the most annoying mages to play against in bot lane because she just does that. You know?
Yeah, but you're like zoning her off wave and she has to do it every time you W4.
But that's because his support would lane.
True.
Wonder
is in trouble. He does have Flash. He's starting to speed out as he turns back to Mini, hoping he could kind of bounce on Scumon's head there and make it out as Scumon continues to poke with the Dark and Daggers, but yet another Flash burned.
I thought he would die, actually. Broken Blade didn't have the level 6 and didn't, neither Scumon or Broken Blade decided to flash forward to follow him. He doesn't have the TP though, and his wave is in a dire strait. That Broken Blade is just freezing it. And Wonder has been holding on pretty well in terms of CS, but with how the wave is now, he's going to fall behind quite a bit in the XP and CS department.
Next flash over the wall. Caps does have ulti. Mickey has to be careful here as he's caught in the miasma. Engaged there. Purgatory used by Slowq, but the immediate exhaust now coming in from LeBron to deny the play. And Slowq running for his life. The gray health ticking. Whoa, flash in from Skumon. Super aggressive. He's going to get exhausted. There are too many exhausts in this game. Now Skeens is going to re-engage. Level 5 Wukong, but again, all that armor, Conqueror fully stacked. Skumon's just forced to back off. Scuttle Crab on top side will go to Skeens, so he'll be likely first to level 6. No.
Not a whole lot of damage in that skirmish. I guess because of the exhaust, as you mentioned, quite scrappy but scuffed. Ooh, Hansama. See, like, what's the counterplay? He even outplayed it. And he still just gets pushed back.
He won the trade.
Yeah, but he should win it harder.
You just annoyed
okay, you're right,
by all displacements. Mickey's level 4.
Well, there's very few displacements.
This is the biggest bluff I've ever seen. That
no way this works. It did not work. But the wave is not good for Slowq. Yeah, that was weird. This game is weird.
Yeah, it is.
Skumon able to pick up the dragon, and LeBron is now looking to gank top lane. Wonder has the ward, but LeBron has flash.
Here we go.
Go for a flash Zenith Blade, but he gets spotted out. He's probably just going to recall or run towards mid lane.
Look, I'm glad the game is slow, Jack, because it gives us time to discuss the important things. It's not enough sometimes to decide things amongst ourselves, amongst the teams. We need the public to chime in. We got to know people. Perks, glasses, no glasses. You got to vote in chat. We're leaving this up to democracy.
What do you think? I think if he wins, it's cool. If he loses, it's...
I actually just like it because when was the last time you ever cared what a coach wore on stage? It was Yamato Cannon and his like crazy 6 suits. So I like when coaches have a little personality. Does he look like an airline controller?
Oh,
yes.
Yes, he really does, especially with the headset as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
He's
God.
calling in. You're good to land, that sort of thing. You know?
Maybe
I don't know
that's
if I
the
trust
energy that
Perks
G2 needs.
to land the plane, but, you know, I think he could convince me he could do it. As Wonder, Wallop not going to connect him to Broken Blade. So Mickey is here to cover, and it really is a all-around-the-world tour from both these supports. And credit to LeBron and Mickey. They are effectively matching each other perfectly. There hasn't really been any greater advantages gained by either side. The downside is G2's just natural lane states are pretty winning. So they're still pulling a bit ahead in gold as Yappa finally no scatter. Flash over from Hansama. One more bomb. Dark Sphere. Comet doesn't connect.
Oh, the Yappa trying to chase
Still
him
going in.
out.
Broken Blade, sidestep. Mickey moving in, mounted up on the horse, trying to take out his former top laner. Wonder getting chunked down. First blood, though. Wonder barely able to escape. LeBron can't make it out. Yappa kills Hansama. SK. We cast her curse G2. They turn it around.
LeBron might be dead as well. Skeens is here, has the flash, has the cyclone.
Want to commit to the Leona. Eclipse.
They don't decide to go for 2 kills for SK as they win on both top and bot. Hansama tried to go for the outplay on Syndra, but didn't quite have the damage with Yappa flashing the phosphorus bomb.
Okay, meanwhile, falling not.
Slowq
Going all in. Purgatory, domain expansion, dash in, get out! Oh, you love to see it. The Weaves love every moment, but now the dog on the chase, and Slowq probably just dead. 240 health healed up. Not going to be able to get back to pick up that soul. And Skumon, happy to just grab the kill in return.
That was clean, though. He sidestepped the Petrifying Gaze and was able to take down Caps. Still, he dies, but nice little play there from the Lock, showing some of that Lock power as we watch what happened in the top lane. So Broken Blade, I think he tumbles forward, yeah, and then gets flashed on by Mickey, and he gets so chunked, and Wonder dashes forward so Broken Blade doesn't get the stun. And then Broken Blade doesn't quite have the damage with the bomb planing on Wonder to take him down. And that means that it's a kill on top, and then we get a replay of the bot play as well, or that's going to come later, I suppose. I thought we were going to... Yeah, okay, here it is. Let's see. So Hansama dashes forward. Yappa doesn't have the Scatter of the Weak for a bit, and then Hansama flashes it, but because Yappa flashes the Phosphorus Bomb, he's kind of cooked here. And then Yappa can walk around, and he has the faster lane, right? So now Hansama is pretty much always going to be dead here. Oh, but he has like 2 HP. Very close there.
Look, he got it. I mean, this is part of the reason that with Syndra when she first came out was so incredibly oppressive, right? It's just the Q. She doesn't have to stop for the Q animation, so she just kind of gets to dance around you. And now Hansama's going to be in trouble once again. Mickey lining up, Shattering Strike Connect this time into immediate scatter of the weak. Hansama can't even push his buttons. The exhaust is there, but they lack just that tiny bit of damage. Skumon now coming over the wall. Mickey, a dead man walking. Skumon waiting for an angle to throw down the ulti. It's just coming off cooldown. Is Mickey likely to die to the minions? He's channeling in with the Hex Flash. Quick stun to follow, but he will drop in the end. It looked like a picture-perfect dive, but they failed the DPS check.
SK didn't have the damage to take down Hansama. That's the price you pay when you run the exhaust instead of the ignite. And at least Mickey was able to buy some time to make sure that Yoppa didn't end up going down as well, with Skuma not being able to use the ultimate.
I like it. Good recovery from Hansama, a bit of an overestimation from SK. But you know who didn't overestimate themselves? It's Luka Perkovic. Twitch chat, 81% with glasses, 19% without. 19%, you guys need to check yourself. You're boring. 81%, you were correct. Wonder, on the other hand, I don't know when that happened, but
yeah,
that looked like a Gnar. Did that just happen?
Am I tripping?
That's exactly what we expected to happen, but it's still crazy to see it in real time.
Yeah.
As during the bot lane kills, there was also top lane fighting. So it's just really just 1v1s, 2v2s across the entire map. Slowq using the ritual nails to go in. Now in melee range of Caps, though, definitely not ideal. Solar Flare going a little bit wide. The healing coming in from Slowq. Forced to use his ulti. Exhaust is there too. Yoppa trying to move in, but the burn damage, the Eclipse, gonna finish him off. Not gonna be able to grab that extra soul now, but Yoppa hoping to finish up this kill. Pullback is there from Mickey, and Yoppa grabs another.
Yoppa gets a return kill at least for SK. Nice outplay by Caps there. Now G2 want to contest for this crab. Broken Blade is here, but Yoppa's already, or still rather, in this mid lane, while Caps is pushing down bot lane.
Team's mounting up, just threatening with the Shattered Strike. No ulti, no flash available from Caps. Hasn't been able to finish the Roa either. Trying to get tricky with it. Knocks into the wall. One Silver Bolt's nowhere to go. The point click ulti. The clone not enough to save him. It looked weird from Broken Blade, right? Why is he going for that angle? But perfect coordination with his jungler makes it all come together.
And his damage was so much higher than I expected. Like, you look at his inventory and he doesn't look like that scary, but he pretty much solo killed Skeens there from 70% just with that stun. How much damage he was doing with the ultimate as well.
All that extra AD. Silver Bolt's proc. Condemn into the wall. Yeah. The Vayne Burst, pretty annoying, I will say.
It's tough for the Gnar to deal with, and it doesn't get much better. That's the worst part about this matchup. Wonder has held on pretty well, though. He's only down 10 CS, 500 gold.
Yeah, we thought he might have the sauce to turn the matchup in his favor. It was just kind of the sauce to hold on a little bit longer.
But that's some good sauce.
That's good. That's important to have.
A lot of people haven't been able to have that sauce up against the Vayne in the Gnar matchup.
That's true. Although, let's, again, reminder, it's pretty chill. It's still 600 gold lead and 2 kills to 1. But now both supports are involved. Unless all the CC lands onto Broken Blade, I don't think there's any way SK win this 2v2.
I think this might be part of the sauce, though. The fact that because it's 2v2, it's not that they win the 2v2, but Skimon jumps in on Skeens.
Going on to Skeens, immediately forces Cyclone. Now Hansama's going to jump in. This could be a lot of burst damage. Follow-up spin coming in from Skeens. Turns invisible for a brief moment, but Skimon is just going to go for the chase here. The pack called, flash in, daggers, smite to the side. The dog's now looking to chase a fall, but Skeens still living for an extra moment. The shutdown is there. Yoppa! 3-0-0, having a hell of a game.
And Slowq gets
flash
the
in from Broken Blade. Exhaust, a little bit extra shielding coming in. That's the lock of the Iron Solari from Mickey, but now it's Mickey himself who's in trouble. Crash down to stay living. Mega there just in time. G2 so close to getting that kill. Wonder still walking forward. Needs to connect onto Broken Blade. Instead, they're going to focus on Lebrov. Wallop is there. Looks like Lebrov will just be sacrificed as the Gnar comes out from Wonder, and they're going to turn that play right around on G2.
And SK, they strike back with a kill in the mid lane, kill in the top lane, getting a gold lead back for themselves. And the gold lead on the Vayne top is pretty much evaporated. Wonder's not going to be able to get a plate, but he's still going to sit pretty damn happy as he matches the kills from Broken Blade.
And as much as Lebrov is matching the roams from Mickey and mitigating some of these fight opportunities, Mickey's still 3 assists here, present in a lot of these kills. Gold still in the favor of the top side of G2, of course. Skewmon 500 advantage, has been doing a lot of work. When he's not in the area, a little bit deficit, especially in that bottom lane. Yoppa on the way to 2 items. Shadow Flame, probably what we're going to see completed next. That's going to be a ton of burst on a lot of squishy members.
And I think what we're seeing when both supports roam top lane, one thing is that it makes Vayne's gameplay so much harder, because you cannot just dash in. We've seen Broken Blade now dash in twice, and if Mickey is able to retaliate and stop him from taking down Wonder, that's when SK's 2v2 in the top side can actually come out on top. And the fact that it allows Wonder to have a much more comfortable game, when we've seen this matchup in the isolated 1v1 is so difficult for the Gnar. So really nicely played by Mickey to just continue to match up against Lebrov to make sure that his top laner is fine. It's now SK able to potentially get the Drake here.
Keep in mind, G2 have already grabbed the Herald, already ahead in the grubs as well. So SK very much behind in the objective game, and with that Herald picked up, will be behind in gold, but at least they keep things even in terms of the Drakes.
Another Cloud.
Another Cloud Soul.
Who do we favor this game for the Cloud? I think pretty good for both.
It's pretty good for both.
Although Vayne with Cloud Soul is crazy.
Vayne, already pretty hard for any of these champions to get away from a Vayne. I think it's more, can you one-shot her, or will she run you down?
I think especially this game, since she doesn't have Ghost, as you sometimes run on main top, the Cloud Soul would be very nice on her.
And there's the charge. That's going to be the golden flux that G2 kind of earned previously by securing that first objective. A little turn to the side from Skewmon just to hit Wonder on his way to the tower. Doesn't do much, but just a reminder.
Mid and bot tower though. So the gold lead from that Herald vanished pretty fast as SK got 2 towers of their own. And Hansama needs to be pretty careful now on mid lane. He has no flash, and Skeens can be really scary, especially with like a Scatter the Weak with Mickey on a flank. It's going to be more difficult for G2 to contest this mid wave going into later objectives.
It's going to be really tough because for Skewmon, obviously we talk about how good he can be because he can just go untargetable with the call of the pack. But if you get caught by a piece of CC, the follow-up here from Yopa and slow Q is insane. It's very possible for you to just die in the duration of a single piece of CC from either one of the supporting members of SK, Mickey or Skeens.
So SK get mid prow here, moving into top. Trying to force E2 back.
G2 esports.
That's what Paul's always said when he was on G2.
True.
It's kind of endearing.
It's very endearing. Got a lot of love for that man. Wonder, at the very least, gets to push out one wave with the support of his team. Skewmon is getting further and further ahead, though. And I'm wondering when we're going to get to see that Nefiri damage once more.
Yeah, he hasn't really popped off yet. I feel like we've yet to really see the Nefiri like land both of the Qs, get the big damage one shot. The fights have been a little bit iffy for him.
Yeah, I mean, there've been a lot of aggressive flashes this game from both sides, and some of them have been.
The one in mid lane is pretty memorable.
The one in mid lane was a little bit rough, but yeah,
you need like 2 more items to make that flash.
Yeah. If you're early mid-game Nefiri, if you're not hitting both daggers, I feel like you're just not really doing damage.
Yeah.
As you get later in the game, it's a little bit more forgiving. Still most of the damage on that ability, but got a lot of dashes, a lot of tools to make up for it if you miss one. Slow Q now on a side lane, and look, this early matchup looked a lot worse, but again, credit to Mickey here, kind of coming in and supporting Caps in some of the difficult early stages, and now the gold lead is still pretty close.
I think it's still hard for him to... I mean, he can walk up and clear. That's one of the big strengths of Locke and why he works as a meta melee assassin. Oh. SK are going for a dive on top.
Dog spotting him out. Forcing a flash as well as the W coming in. Skeens on the top side of the fight, exhausted by Broken Blade, but just the clone going to be auto-attacked as Mickey just continues to run. Ulti coming out from Skewmon on the chase. Massive damage. Reset is there, and Yopa might be in trouble, but Slow Q ready to go over the wall. Purgatory picked up. LeBron looks like he might be first to fall. The exhaust still ticking. Slow Q taking down LeBron, grabbing another soul there from Purgatory. And SK happy to at least get the 1-for-1 as it's just both supports dying.
Yeah, both supports on a falling. Slow Q invested the TP while Caps did not use his. As we watch the play back here, it starts off with Wonder getting a really nice Mega Gnar ultimate onto Broken Blade. They're nearly able to one-shot him, if not for the exhaust that Broken Blade used onto Skeens. And Mickey tries to get out, but not able to do so. And then Slow Q comes in with the teleport, dashes over the wall, gets the slow onto LeBron. And with the execute and the Cinder ultimate, they're able to take him down.
Good position. Honestly, neck and neck game, and I think unlike our first game where it felt like there was this kind of inevitability of scaling, this game feels like it's going to be a lot more difficult to predict who will come out on top in these fights. A lot of it coming down to setup instead, as we see lane matchups shifted. Broken Blade matchup against Caps is Mickey going all in on Broken Blade. I guess just to get the wave in there.
And I think Slow Q already used his spells on the wave. Well, I think Mickey thought maybe he had the dash and could go onto Broken Blade, but didn't have the damage. Use that Magnus Storm, but not the end of the world to use that cooldown. Is he gonna have it? He's not gonna have it up for the Dragon Spawn in 30 seconds.
Slow Q, nice trade there. Ash in pursuit over the wall because he doesn't really want to extend it any further. Scatter gets at least the pursuit cooldown.
Broken Blade is basing, should have the Essence River in base. So I think the big player that I'm looking at for G2 is Broken Blade. SK have a lot of tools to shut him down. The Cyclone from Skeens, a Mega Gnar ultimate from Wonder, Scatter the Weak from Yopa, Mickey Flash ultimate. But all of those tools, Broken Blade can outplay them with great movement. If he uses the Flash well, if he tumbles well, uses the invisibility from the ultimate, Broken Blade can have a real montage in these fights. And he's certainly strong enough to do so as well, as G2 want to reclaim the territory here.
ACC onto Skeens. Aftershock proc for Labrov. Has to be careful not to step too far forward. Broken Blade's going to find the angle. Immediate one-shot on Yapa. Perfect use of the stealth as well as the condemn. Slowq now running for his life. Mickey hoping maybe to find the disengage. Broken Blade keeps chasing forward. He will land the Shattering Strike, but SK already too much on the back foot. Flash back from Broken Blade. Wonder had a flash of his own, but happy to just get that one for free.
Broken Blade find the condemn onto Yoppa to give them that dragon. He went a little bit too deep later and had to burn the flash, and we'll see if that will cost him in the later fights. But with that, it's going to be the dragon going over for G2 and no fight for SK. That's the vulnerability that you play as Yoppa in this game. Like, you're up against the Solar Flare, like you see this fight, and Yoppa is like, he wants to cross this pathing. I just don't think he can, right? Because there's so many threats. And Labrov actually does a really cool predict flash of the Solar Flare. So there's nowhere for Yoppa to realistically run or flash to. Even if he doesn't fail flash over the wall, he's still always going to die there to the Solar Flare. So it's just a position that's too difficult to hold as this immobile control mage. He needs to walk around, but then his team is also isolated, and it's just difficult for him to play.
That is definitely incredibly tricky. Whereas we look on the opposite side, yes, Caps is immobile, but is very, very tanky by comparison. Yoppa feels like the most immobile, most vulnerable member of either team that we see on the map. Even Hansama has access to that Valkyrie. So his positioning in fights is going to be super critical and something we have to track, because that last one was a bit rough. Good setup for G2 though, certainly, as Broken Blade now 2-1-2 Essence Reaver, so. And
also, like, Yoppa is all of SK's damage. Like, he's the only one that has... Skeens just picked up his second item, but he's 2.5 items. He's actually, I'd say, stronger than his counterpart. While when you look at the rest of the map, I feel like Caps is stronger than Slowq, Broken Blade is stronger than Wonder, Skewmon is stronger than Skeens. So it really comes down to Yoppa to find some great scatter the weaks, have a great ultimate, have a lot of damage in these team fights to make that difference for SK. So, completely agree with you, Drake, the positioning of the Syndra is super important. That could have been scary as well. If Labrov was a little bit faster there and got the Solar Flare, could have been another death for Yoppa. That's the risk you run when you don't run the cleanse on the mages in the bot lane up against that Leona.
Definitely really tricky. And look, it really feels like if SK don't get that perfect, you know, chain CC, AoE kind of team fight, G2 are just going to out-damage them in the extended play, and it's so hard for SK to lock down these members of G2. You can see them pretty effortlessly just walking away, but Wonder free stacking on Labrov right now on the raid, forcing the G2 retreat. Solar Flare going a little bit wide, but Wonder losing some health in return. Dash in, flash in, and it's Caps now. He's been locked up, but it's Broken Blade on the flank looking to lock up Slowq. Mickey hoping for the interrupt. Double exhaust now traded back as Skeens manages to take down Caps. Yoppa on the bottom side of the fight, getting pushed back by Skewmon, who's going to dash again over the wall to try and retreat. Hansama and Broken Blade, double 80 carries, still standing. Slowq, Wonder, Skeens, a man advantage, but it's enough to win the fight. The nails coming through for Slowq. The reset to take him out, a flash away, matched by Hansama as the double buffs allow him to get the return kill.
Oh my god, it's an absolute massacre at 4-4-3. It's so back and forth here. It starts off with really, really nice positioning from Wonder. He's able to get a lot of damage on G2, and G2 are so split up. Broken Blade's over the wall, Hansama's over the wall. They're not able to back up their teammates, and they need to make the decision, do we go in, do we walk around? And you can see how it's difficult for Hansama and Broken Blade to join this fight, and Wonder senses that, and he pulls the trigger. He's able to get onto Caps, they're able to take him down, but in doing so, Yoppa is now exposed to the Neferi in the back lines, and that means that G2's backline can now go forwards, but we don't have time to talk about that. Mickey's caught, another fight, and he's dead.
Mickey caught, Mickey down, and you can see in that fight, again, G2 beautifully taking Yoppa out of the equation, threw a ton of damage at a Neferi that did not stick because of the call of the pack, and that big gold advantage that they had did nothing for them in that exchange. You saw the vision, it just did not come together for SK. G2, credit to them, really outfighting.
You're seeing the reset potential of the look, though. When he gets one kill there, he's able to dash away as well. And he really, I think Odo said it really well, that it's kind of like a Katarina. Not in the sense that if you get one reset, the game is immediately won, but just that he needs to get that initial reset, because that's what allows him to have that mobility. Now Caps might be in trouble here.
Action, spin onto Caps. Purgatory already pulled out, 2 members locked up, and now it's Skewmon who's in trouble. Reset is there, but they're going to back away as it's double TPs from G2. Double 80 carries joining the fray. Hansama and Broken Blade will not let that play go unpunished. Ulti out from Broken Blade. We'll just take his time finishing off the blue buff. Slowq debating if he wants to re-engage. Control ward over the wall. Yoppa on the way in. G2 not out of harm's way yet, but it's the Hex Flash over the wall onto Labrov. Yoppa, nice forward step to get away from the Solar Flare. Both sides poking and prodding as Wonder continues to split push in the top lane, looking to knock down that tower. Overall, SK pretty content with that exchange, 1-for-1, and they get that tower.
Yeah, Broken Blade wanted revenge for Caps, but in doing so, he left the top lane for Wonder to be able to push and get its tower for himself. And now Wonder is actually the one with the gold lead in top. And he's doing quite well on this Gnar. 3-1 and 2, has a 40 CS lead that he's built onto Broken Blade. The game is starting to look a lot better for SK with how scrappy these fights are looking, but we're going to have a 5v5. Drake is spawning in 10 seconds, and all 10 members are running towards that dragon.
G2 willing to concede all that farm in the top lane. Hundreds of gold spent just to make sure they can match SK and try to secure soul point for themselves. They got good positioning. Bot push in their favor. Fighting still for mid prio. Wonder health bar's getting chipped away at, trying to keep that Gnar bar just on the edge of tipping over.
Wonder has no flash. Hard to find a great Gnar engage.
Teams on the flank. Jungler's going to find each other. Skewmon favored in the 1v1, however, means Skews immediately retreats. Bit awkward here for G2. The second Wonder falls out of Mega, it's really easy for G2 to pull the trigger. 15 seconds before he can start even stacking Rage again, let alone get that bar completely full. Crash down, out, has demounted. Skewmon on the flank. Solar Flare forcing the flash out of Yopa. It's a slow burn of a fight. Both sides waiting for the perfect angle. Skewmon, good flank, jumps over the wall, grouping with the team. 50-50 territory. Scheme dashing in, objective, getting lower, manages to grab it, and then his instant one-shot onto LeBron. Purgatory landing onto 2, but the chase not quite there. G2 don't want to risk overcommitting, but now Broken Blade sees an angle. Dashes in with the ulti. Condemn decent, but it doesn't connect on the wall.
Oh, and it's so intense, the standoff. Neither team is able to find a real fight, but it's SK that get the kill and they get the dragon. Skeen's able to pick up the smite, but you can see how intense it is. And once that Solar Flare is down for G2, that's really their only engage. And on the other side, SK didn't have the flash on Mickey, didn't have the flash on Wonder, which is really the two people that can pull the trigger alongside Skeens. But Skeens would then want to have that role in this fight as he needs to be the one to secure the dragon.
Broken Blade.
SK fighting really back though.
That they are. Look, 500 gold difference between these two teams, now tied on Drake's. A basically dead even game.
Broken Blade has...
You don't have the luxury of scaling now. Dash in with the Ashen Pursuit from Slow Q. He's going to be in trouble now. Burning, running away. The Slow still taking on him, but Wonder trying to hold the line as best he can. Ulti goes onto the clone, it looks like, but it's an exhaust on the Yopa, so the fall damage really isn't there. Mickey on the flank with absolutely no HP, but Wonder from downtown finds the Gnar ulti, and exhaust not enough to stop him, but his Caps taking down everybody else. In the meantime, it's a double kill for Wonder, but not nearly enough to take the fight as G2 take down 4.
Where did Mickey come from? This was 4 for 3 here, but Mickey wanted to go for the flank, but he comes into the fight so low HP that he's not able to contribute despite the fact that Wonder lands the Mega Gnar. As it starts off with the attempt to pick up Broken Blade, but he kites it out. You can see Mickey on the minimap trying to flank. Yopa TP's in, and the damage, the fight is starting to look pretty good for SK, but then the Scatter the Weak doesn't land, and Mickey is so chunked here when he gets this flash. And then Caps just takes down the back line while Wonder is getting the Mega Gnar. And it's not going to be any objective, but that is going to be a favored fight for G2, and the gold lead is a little bit in their favor, but still feels like anybody's game at this point. Who plays the next fight better?
And Hansama painting a target on Mickey's head. In that last fight, Mickey trying to walk through Hansama is why he entered that fight at 10% HP. As I said, Skewmon's ult connected on a clone. It didn't. It connected onto Slow Q. That's what forced him out so quickly. See if they continue to replicate that, because as powerful as SK's composition is, as much as they have the kind of better CC tools overall, it's still really fragile. If they just delete Yopa or Slow Q, it feels like their entire fight plan just falls apart.
Yeah, I think both Broken Blade, Caps, Hansama, all of them can buy a lot more time in the fight, alongside Skewmon as well. While for SK, if Yopa is caught out of position, it's just over for him. Slow Q does have a lot of mobility as well, but not very tanky. So both of the carries of SK need to play a lot more cautiously than either Caps or Hansama can.
G2 control now over the Baron area. Excellent tools to force it down. 3 damage threats. They can delete that Baron in the blink of an eye, but they need the time to do so as LeBron.
4 items on Hansama, Infinity Edge and Hex Optics. He's very strong in this fight.
Especially with how strong Yopa started in this game. Hansama's done an excellent job of hoovering up CS, picking up kills in these fights. Now just a disgusting amount of damage that he can output. Of course, not a lot of defensive stats, just the HP on the Trinity Force. Once again, both sides grouping. Nice chunk on the big one on Yoppa. Immediate crash down coming out as Skewmon calls the pack, ready to kick off the fight. But there's just, oh my god, there's so much posturing.
Yeah.
And it makes sense.
But you don't like it.
Nah, I feel like the kid with 2 action figures where you just hit them together against each other. That's the moment I'm waiting for. And I get that this is
We've got some of that. I mean, that last fight was kind of like that.
A little bit.
Yeah.
We got a little bit of that. But both sides are really just playing to the limit.
G2 seem like they want to fulfill your wish. They've started off the Nash. Now SK need to try to find a way to enter.
But you can see it's pretty easy for G2 to just 2-man this. Again, they have 3 people who can shred through a Nash. Solar Flare going wide, though, is big. You brought it up before. That's really the only reliable engagement. But flash over the wall from Caps is a damn good way to get that fight shifted in their favor. In the blink of an eye, the staring contest easily won. But now Mickey with the re-engage. Slowq waiting for the resets. Can he find another? Wonder waiting for the setup. Dash back in on the Ashen Pursuit, but Slowq just doesn't have the damage to finish it. Flashes over the wall, but he's burning down. Skewmon to get another. Wonder will take down Caps, but it costs him just about everything. Skewmon continuing to chase. Dash is away from the wall. It was close, but G2 take the fight. The Skewmon gets a triple.
And it was so close, but it's an ace for G2, and it's going to be the Nash for G2 as well, as I think Skewmon and LeBron should be able to just do this with the Wolves tanking up the Nash. That feels like maybe that was the last opportunity that SK had in this series. As G2 shut the door, it starts off pretty good for SK with the fact that LeBron misses the Solar Flare, but then Caps lands his Petrifying Gaze, and they kill Yoppa so damn fast. And I thought when Mickey got this fantastic engage, I think if Slowq doesn't go into the Zonias here, maybe, I'm not sure if he meant to go into the Zonias. It kind of looked like a misclick, because if he just presses the E instead, he can take down Broken Blade instantly, and then dash over the wall and then buy so much more time, and maybe be the tide that turns alongside Wonder. But alas, it was not meant to be, as G2 get the ace and they get the Nash.
Yeah, that little combo there felt like it might shift things back in their favor, but really credit to Lebrov and Caps. I don't know if that's an acting performance as he steps a little too far forward there, or if it's all planned, but either way, it worked out phenomenally. And you can see, as impactful as that ulti was from Caps, it's really double 80 carries on the side of G2 that are very dynamic.
Wonder,
And now you can see, this is pretty unplayable for Wonder. Gonna desperately try to go Mega. The wall barely clips him. It might be enough. Nice sidestep from Broken Blade. Wonder cannot connect. Locked to the Iron Solari. Once again, saving Wonder's life for the second time this game, just barely holding on.
Broken Blade barely got clipped by the stun there, so he's not able to have the damage to take down Wonder. As he is on a long flank here by Skins. He doesn't have the ultimate nor the exhaust. Has the flash though.
Flash. Good damage. Spinning on top of Broken Blade. Flash away. Nice condemn backwards on the second Cyclone, but a flash in from Skins finishes the job. G2 at least break the bottom lane tier 2 tower, so the Baron push from G2 slowed. The gold lead still very heavily in their favor, but the impact of this Red Bull Baron power play going to be somewhat mitigated
Mickey?
unless...
Oh. They're on a ward, so Mickey knew this wants to waste their time and try to cancel some of the recalls from G2. And it does mean that, as you said, the Baron play is not just slowed, it's stopped for G2, as all they get is the Dragon and the tower on bot lane. So SK can walk away pretty happy with that, as the gold lead is a negative Baron power play for G2.
Of course, nerfed a while back in terms of the initial burst of gold it gives you, and the towers, the kill, very heavily favoring SK in that regard. Still almost 3,000 in favor of G2, and more importantly, Soul Point. The next Cloud would give them that Cloud Soul, and SK absolutely cannot afford to let happen as that Solar Flare does connect. Wonder locked up, immediate response now coming in. The Hound's Pursuit from Skewmon trying to chase, but Skeens has found his way on top of Hansama, and this might just be enough to lock him out of the fight. Hansama already quickly retreating though, and it's only Lebrov to drop thus far. SK see an angle to get even more. That gold advantage from the Red Bull Baron power dropping further and further. SK managed to turn the play.
And G2 underestimated how tanky Wonder was. They thought they could one-shot him in the CC chain, but they didn't quite have the damage, especially with the Sterax gauge proc. Skewmon should be fine here, just jumps over the wall, but you see SK finally able to take back some of the control of the map here and get some of that jungle position.
Now Wonder able to pick up the Randuins as well, so even more tanky, effective stats in terms of fighting up against Hansama and Broken Blade. Both opted into a pretty sizable amount of crit. SK not out of the woodworks just yet. Again, it feels like the burden of execution lies on their shoulders. The composition for G2 is quite vulnerable. You can see how if a single member mispositions, they just get one-tapped instantaneously. But on the opposite side, if SK burn a cooldown, waste a Gnar ulti, or if Mickey uses a combo without connecting on those key carries, any one of Caps, Hansama, Broken Blade, or Skewmon can kind of solo carry a fight.
Definitely. I think Wonder, though, is going to be really, really strong in these fights. If he's able to time that Mega Gnar transition well, but Caps is in trouble here.
Purgatory on a Caps. Nice backstep from Slow Q, moving in with the Ashen Pursuit to try to finish the job. Caps buys a couple extra seconds, waits for the Purgatory to fall away at the very least, but that's a shutdown for Slow Q.
That's a Caps dead for 60 seconds. There's no objective up and available, but SK can look to siege for the mid and the top tower at least. And if SK can find a fight here, this could be the end of the game. But G2, they know this. They don't want to give them that fight. They're just going to respect and drop both the mid and the top tower.
Broken Blade trying to offer at least one pressure point for the side of G2 Esports. Recalling before staying around for another wave as he doesn't see anyone, so has to be a bit conservative here. But the gold lead's shrinking. 1,000 now between them. It's really just about execution in the fights. You can see almost full build here for Hansama. Old school full build, not modern era full build, as you'll eventually have to get rid of that control ward and buy a final full item. But he's hitting like a truck. He just needs the space to kind of do some work in these fights.
Slowky is also very fed, though. Doing quite decent work on this lock. I think if he's able to get one reset and get the fight going. One thing that I know Riot at least stated was that Locke has a good early game, but his late game is supposed to be really, really bad. And we'll have to see if that's true or not. And this singular game will determine my complete and utter opinion on that.
I think it should. Because it's that or the other two Locke games we've seen, which both have been really rough.
Or I could use like critical thinking and try to look at statistics.
No.
Let's not do that.
No. We like hyperbole and small sample sizes. Itty bitty.
Yeah.
We're not picking cherries. What are we doing?
Like, Locke has never won before.
It's true. We did have a show match between KC and KCB, or KCB and
that's true.
KCC.
But that doesn't count.
Oh, Locke also lost that game. It was just gooey. He was just turbo fed.
Did he lose that game?
I'm pretty sure he did.
I think he won. He was like 25 kills or something. Did he win? He was so fast.
You can tell I didn't cast that. Well, that's Godo and Medic.
Pretty sure he won.
Well, there you go. I'm just going to trust you, because I don't know. I just wonder. Ready to kick things off.
The bro is face checking here.
Face checking. They have enough damage to just one-shot this Leona. The Solar Flare is good, though. G2 now feel like they have to follow up, but it's just a lot of health bars traded. Wonder losing about 50% of his as well. Is forced into Mega.
Oh, you underestimated the Leona. They didn't quite have
I forgot. Protoplasm Harness is still good, despite the nerfs.
It's very good, yeah. They didn't quite have the damage to one-shot her. And Mickey has the Mikhails now, so that's really good for Yopa. He used that to get Yopa out of any harm's danger from LeBron.
Also this. On a very poorly circle. That Abyssal Mask.
Wow, you gotta work on those circles. You also have the small circle tool.
Small circle. Is it the right size? No, it's too big, bro.
Too big.
Abyssal Mask, nice. Double AP, we love to see it. Supports. Think critically about your items. Doesn't have a Protoplasm Harness of his own, though, so much more vulnerable.
Soul spawning in 10 seconds for G2. They have full control here. SK, they want to try to re-enter. They were thinking about doing the Nash, but now G2 can poke them out.
Some poke decent, but Caps waiting over the wall. That's the first thing we have to keep our eyes on. Nice control work to spot him. Mega Gnar pop for Wonder. A tiny window for them to try and hard force a play. If they don't use this Mega, it's going to be so much harder for them to fight. Scatter connects onto LeBron. Big cooldown down. Ritual Nails used, but just a tiny bit of poke. Skeens continues to go for the walkabout here. I think unaware that Caps is waiting in that brush. SK forced to group up like this as G2 just takes so much space. Broken Blade continue to force. Did use his ultimate as Mickey gets lower and lower. Dash in onto Hansama. Two members locked up by the Cyclone. Yopa immediately gonna ult, and that's a reset coming in for Slowky as he chases down Hansama, but an ulti responded to by Skewmon. He can't stick to the target. It's the death ball of SK. Caps looking for a way in. Incredible backstep on the Petrifying Gaze from Skeens. Keeps this fight alive as Wonder desperate to keep the engage going, but the triple carries on the side of G2 are still here, and it's SK to pick up a soul point of their own.
And it's so disjointed from G2. You said it so well, Dracos. SK, they're playing as a 5-man, they're playing as a ball. But look at G2. Caps is over the wall, Broken Blade is over the other wall. How do you play this fight? This is so difficult to play. By the time Caps is trying to fight, Hansama's already out and LeBron is dead, and Broken Blade's been zoned out as well. Maybe if Caps gets a 4-man Petrifying Gaze, but you're relying on such like niche miracles to happen for you to be able to make such a fight happen because you're so split up. The saving grace for G2 is that SK wasn't able to pick up the Nash. They only got the Dragon, it's not the Soul, and they can still live on to fight another day. But G2 needs to be more organized. They need to be more grouped if they're going to be able to fight like this. One person can be on the flank, but not two.
And you can see one of the big struggles of kind of Hansama and for Broken Blade is while Corki does have a decent amount of AoE damage, it's a lot of single target, whereas SK, if they can just find you grouped up, it's a lot of AoE, so even if you're not there first on their list for carry that has to get taken down, a scatter, a force of will from the Syndra, you're going to lose 50% of your HP just by being near any one of your teammates.
I also just realized it's 41 minutes into the game, and Hansama has yet to complete that LDR. I think that's difficult with how much armor you see on the side of SK. Desperately needs to try to get that finished if he wants to carry in the next team fight. As SK are already starting off the Nash.
G2 in a position to contest, now forced to walk in, but it's SK who are split up. Yopa, who is isolated. This is very dangerous for the Syndra. Wonder fully stacking the Mega. Yopa coming over the wall, back to his team. Skeens and Mickey hoping to find a play. G2 collapsing on Mickey, knowing that he is the big playmaking tool. Carries of G2 stepping forward, trying to take a bit of a space. Exhaust from Mickey. Mickey about to get taken down. Skeens looking for a re-engage of his own. Nice backstep on the Solar Flare, but Mickey already forced out of the fight. Mickey already deleted. No Baron in sight. Skeens forced into GA. SK crumbling. The collapse on the Mickey paying off beautifully for G2. And Skeens about to fall. The coordination non-existent. Broken Blade looking to make a quick montage. And Slowq and Wonder are on the way out, but the Hound's pursuit is there. Skewmon on the chase. Slowq hoping desperately to get anything back, but all that's left is one little Yordle and a dream. A TP into the bottom lane as Wonder desperately tries to hold on, but even the wallop is not enough. G2 set to end it here.
G2, they found the fight. They got the ace. Caps can TP in the bot lane, and he's going to finish it up. The death timers are too long for them to be able to hold on. And it was SK. They didn't quite have the damage to finish the Nash. They didn't have the greatest turn. And G2 could kite them out, take down Mickey. Mickey's up in 2 seconds, but the rest of the carries are still dead for 20. G2 should be able to just finish this game nice and clean.
Simply too far away. One terrible fight for G2 into a nearly perfect one, as SK did not get another opportunity to use that combo. It's a full-on fountain dive. Farewell to arms for a former brother as G2 cleaned this one up nicely. 2-0 in the series versus SK, moving up to 3-1.
It was a valiant effort by SK. Both games went over 40 minutes, but G2 in the later game team fight, it's kept finding the upper hand, kept finding the clutch fight that they needed to win the games.
And while in some ways it felt closer than we might have initially expected, it still did seem like G2 were still that level higher. Of course, your player of the game at LEC on X, G2 Broken Blade, Skewmon, or Hansama, all good options.
It's a tough one, because I felt like G2 as like a team kind of stepped up in the last stages. Maybe Broken Blade for the Olaf. But at the same time, he did do some funny things on the Vayne.
There's some funnies across the board. There was a flash for a Dark and Daggers. I think everybody...
Hansama was pretty consistent.
Hansama, I like that one. Yeah. We're going to hear from Broken Blade after the break. But overall, G2 continue to impress. There's a reason we count them amongst the top two, our spring champion, and we're ready now to go to that break. So when we return, we'll talk to Broken Blade. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Without 19%, you guys need to check yourself. You're boring. 81%, you were correct. Wonder, on the other hand, I don't know when that happened. Reset is there, and Yoppa might be in trouble. But Slow Q ready to go over the wall. Purgatory picked up. Lebrob looks like he might be first to fall. The exhaust still ticking. Slow Q taking down Lebrob, grabbing another soul there for he.
Syndra is walking up. Look, Syndra. Leona. Yeah, oh my god, what the...
Huge. Good job. There's one way.
I will chase.
Good job. I can probably answer.
Welcome back to the LEC studio. We're in the fan area here. We're going to show you some stuff a bit later. But first, hello. Yeah. Hi. Welcome, everyone. BB, welcome as well. 2-0. The games were long, though. So talk me through what happened and why you couldn't close them out sooner.
The games were long indeed. It was a fun series. Lots of back and forth, a lot of fighting. The second game especially was not how I anticipated it. I feel like I should have been out a bit more ahead with Vayne against Gnar. They played it pretty well with the 2v2 top lane finally. It's not always 2v2 bot lane.
Yeah.
Me and Labrov, I would say we lane kingdomed a little bit.
All right.
A little bit. Anyways, I think we're experimenting a lot right now. But obviously, don't want to discredit SK. I think they played good. You know, they challenged as well. So, but it was a fun series to play.
Yeah, we can see the improvements from SK. Hopefully, better things for them this time around. What kind of feedback do you think Perkz is going to give you guys after this one? Because we see him laughing even when you guys end. So I'm like...
I mean, I think he's not going to be too happy
Okay.
with our performance today. I think we did a lot of silly mistakes. But a win is a win, and that's something to be happy about.
All right,
Yeah.
we take the dub. We take the dub, and I'm going to take you to the fan table. You know what? We're going to slow walk like you did last week. A lot of aura you gained with that walk, and honestly, props to what you did, especially with the KC fans. But I wanted to show you actually what the fan and the fan alley. Shout out to these girls and guys here responsible for the table and the amazing art we see every week. I wanted to take you here, Bibi, because we often go here with the casters, but I don't have a lot of opportunities to come here with the players. So when you see all this, the fact that the fans spend a lot of their free time drawing you, I mean, look at this.
Yeah, this looks amazing.
This is aura.
It's caught my eye already.
Yeah. What do you think of all this?
I mean, I
when
think
you see yourself cartooned like this,
it's very cool.
It looks really cute.
I think this one looks particularly very cool. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I'm also on that.
You know what? This is for you then.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want to know which of your teammates do you think has the most aura? If you look at the player cards here.
I mean, it has to be me.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if it's not me, let me. I have to evaluate a little bit.
Caps looks like his usual selves, just like waving at the crowd, no matter what happens.
I think Labrov looks badass in this one.
Labrov looks badass in this one.
Labrov looks badass, yeah.
So this is for you as well.
Thank you. Thank
is
you.
there another one from yourself that you think? I like the chibi ones.
I mean, to be honest, I think the team one is nice.
Yeah.
Because we are a team.
You are a team. That's great.
And it's lovely. We would hang it in our practice room.
All right.
One. At least Romain, our team manager, would also do that.
Perfect. You know what? I'm going to give you the G2 Poro as well. There's a Poro from every team here.
Wow.
I thought it was really cute. So
thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for talking me through your ego, I guess. Once again, Bibi, there you go.
Amazing
talking to the mic.
It's an amazing shot.
Amazing shot. Yeah. Amazing drawing.
Amazing drawing.
All of them are cool. If you're in the studio this weekend, check it out. The fan alley and everything they do is absolutely amazing. Like what you do on the Rift, Bibi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for today already. And we still have a show going on.
We have a show going on. What is the next game?
I don't. To be honest, I don't really care.
You don't care? Okay.
Because the show must go on.
The show must go on, and the show will go on as Dagda and Odo are standing on the other side for MKOI versus Fnatic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The show is still going on here in the LEC arena, and thank you, Laura. And honestly, sick shout out to the LEC fan artists. That was insane. Those pieces look so cool.
That was great, and I really like what he said because he found the one with the most aura. And shout out to the to the LEC artist for creating it, because it was Broken Blade who was the Kia player of the series that last game. He found himself in that drawing, and honestly, great performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, in particular on the Vayne. The Vayne was absolutely insane. But I love that we're seeing BB kind of having more of these champions to bring to the table. Like, he already kind of had things like the Kled, but it feels like he can still pop off in the meta as well.
Exactly, because these range top laners were the ones that were missing. Oh, there she is.
Yeah. I'm on the other side. BB's there. I come back here. We talk about BB. Can we stop talking about him?
Enough
His
about
ego
him.
is big enough. Yeah, enough about him. I want to talk about MKOI and Fnatic, actually, because we saw MKOI grab their first win against Shifters earlier this week, and boy, did they need this one.
Yeah, it was looking a little ropey for a while there. I kind of thought I was about to go a bit mismatch, and especially because I just think that like the team hasn't been gelling as well as hoped to. It feels like they're very disconnected, and individual players aren't reaching up to the standard.
And there's one man who I expected to not get caught consistently was Jojo, because every time MKOI was struggling, it was him who was grabbing them together. But throughout these last 2 weeks, I feel like he was having a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. Getting caught in the mid lane, also getting caught in a lot of these setups when it comes to the team fights, just shows the struggles that MKOI is having right now adapting.
But even some of these kills, like this one here, like, honestly, fair play Fiesta for getting it, but this is not somewhere that Jojo would die. Like, when you look back at the previous splits, like, he has been the focus point for MKOI. He's been the guy that they can rely on, but he hasn't been there.
And exactly, and this is the quote that is super important for me because he is saying that they don't know their win conditions. And even throughout the game, the reason he's getting caught and the reason they're struggling is because they don't know. And we already saw it in shifters. Game 1 was a little bit of a tragedy, but going to game 2 and 3, they were steering the ship in the right direction slowly. So for me, that is the big question for MKOI. Did they finally figure out, because with the stacked schedule that they had before, it was really easy to make this mistake.
Yeah, I do want to see them try and find that success though, because I do think if you can find a little bit more play through Jojo in the mid lane, try and get him into a position where he can be on these carries, I think he's in a good spot. Because when we got him onto the Tilly and the Galio in those game 2 and 3 this week, he looks significantly better.
I mean, you look at Jojo in the mid lane, and I'm looking at the meta in general, and I do feel like this is something that should favor them. In theory, I think about week 1 and the fact that Supa on Akali looked phenomenal, honestly, for a bot laner that is not used to playing this kind of champions. I want to see more from him. I feel like if they found their groove, they could thrive in this environment.
I would say so, but that's the big question. If, because we saw the Akali, then he tried other mages, it didn't work, and now they finally went back to traditional ADCs, the formula worked again, so have they gone full circle? Because that's the problem when you have so many options, how do you choose the best one?
I do agree. I think there was moments where like he looked good on the Sivir and was able to like bring success there in the bottom lane, but we also saw some missteps, right? And I think that's kind of what this continues to come back for MKOI is like, while the meta may favor them in a way, it doesn't fully feel like they figured out like how they want to address some of these fights, how they want to try and set themselves up, and I think that's the main.
So on one side we have MKOI who's reaching the halfway point of their season, and on the other side you have Fnatic who are about to play their first game, so very different side of the table here. What do we expect from Fnatic? Because they didn't leave a good impression last time we saw them in spring. Revamped roster with a new man here on the top lane.
You tell me.
But if you look at Fnatic, it's quite characteristic of what they've been giving us for the past few years, with a slow start to the beginning of the year into rebuilding sometimes, clutching it at the finish line and making it to Worlds because they haven't missed out yet. Are they about to do it again? Is the question I want to ask you guys here.
Before this man gets into it, because obviously he's got the insider track, right? I do think, personally, I'm hoping this is Fnatic's time. Because I was watching Sobro back when he was on IG, and I think he had really good performances. Like, you look at the Mbessa against Flandre in playoffs. Like, I thought there were some really strong moments. Now, admittedly, he did have Rookie playing for him quite a bit, because Rookie a bit cerebral with the map play. But still, when Sobro got leads, he was able to take over in those positions. And that's where I'm hoping we'll see it again for Fnatic, because I think having a carry performance in this meta from your top laner is key to success.
Now, you haven't seen the things I have seen, but this is what Fnatic really needed, because when you think of Fnatic of the last split, upset, leveled up massively, Razork was finally starting to be consistent, Vladi was still a bit whatever, you know, that's just Vladi every day at the office. But the big gap that they were missing was the top lane pressure point, because Empiros was more often than not, let's just be real, it was a liability. He was finding himself time and time again being down in gold, not being able to put pressure, especially in that mid game where Upset and Razork were finding themselves ahead. So having this sort of pressure point at the top lane, even if it's 10-0, even if it's 0-10, because guys, he's coming from LPL. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening there. We don't know which version of Sobro we're getting.
Actually, generally in the LPL, don't watch it.
Nah, don't watch it. Don't watch it. How impactful can top lane be, though? Because if I look at an impactful top lane, I think of Vitality, for instance, and I think of Naknako and how much he was able to do for the team. Is this what Fnatic needed? Because I'm wondering if that's going to be the cohesion that brings the team together.
I do think so, and like, not to stroke BB's ego again, but like, I mean, you just saw what top laners can do when they get into these positions, right? You are able to have more of an impact. You can actually play through, you know, giving your jungle those resources.
And he will.
You know what? Sell me Fnatic. You've been with them. You've seen them. Sell me this team.
Okay, 2016, back to back Worlds qualifications.
Okay, you know what? Enough cope. Let's send it over to casters. What are you on, man?
It's true.
Yeah, but
back to back. Yeah, look, I think the problem that Odo has is that he's in the trenches right now.
Yeah.
And when your boys are getting trench foot and you're like watching the mistakes.
But he also didn't say, he could have said Dynasty, Legacy. That's what Fnatic has. They got the history.
The old kings.
The old kings.
Yeah, but it's a new roster. It's a modern era.
I do think, though, when I spoke to Broken Blade, what he told me about Saburo, at first, I wasn't convinced.
I like the amount of hand gestures we're doing.
Okay,
it's a lot of very aggressive hand gestures.
No, but at first it was like, he was like, he might be the worst top laner in the LPL. And then he was like, but it was in his group, though. And his group was kind of good. It was like 369, Flandre,
Yeah, like that's okay, I guess.
Yeah, Bin, you know. But
the most iconic top
what he
laners.
told me was he doesn't think that he's going to be too crazy in lane, or not like he's not the best laner ever, but that he's going to be kind of hit or miss in lane, as he said, like either 10-0 or 10, but that he has like the map play of like a Broken Blade. That in the macro department, he really brings a lot to this team, and he's very smart, which is very rare that an import brings that to a team, right? Usually, you'll find that they will be more reserved because they're not so comfortable in the language, right? So I'm curious to see how that will look like, but it's really the bot lane that I am the most excited for in this matchup. It's Upset, it's Supa. I feel like both of these players, they have a pretty big ego, and they lay it all on the line in the game. And they're going to fight tooth and nail. So no mages. Let's have a real gentleman's agreement here and fight it out.
All right, 0 mages. You asked for it. And the good news about Sporo is we've heard a million things, but now we're going to get something concrete. We're going to see something. Something we can really hold on to.
We'll see if he can talk the walk. No,
talk the walk, yeah, sure. Nice, that's the Jarvan QE combo you just hooked there. Talk the walk, bro. What are you, reletch? All right. Keeping it going as we get ready for draft here. Look, I think it's always tough to kind of come in, play your first stage game. Obviously, look, you played on IG. He's no stranger to stage pressure, but, you know, new team.
But this is Europe.
New region, new language. All I've heard from talking to the boys, you know, it seems like he's communicating pretty comfortably. It's more comfortably than you might expect.
Also, Lost was probably helping him be more comfortable as well, most likely.
And Sporo is the first Demacia Cup winner to play in the LEC. So that's
that we don't have the Demacia season, you know? You remember when they did that?
That's true. Technically, that was winter last year. So didn't we kind of have our own Demacia Cup production?
True.
Makes you think, guys. Makes you think. These are the things that keep me up at night. That and whether or not we will see a mage. You called it out. Would love an honest AD carry 2v2. And by that, I mean AD carries who want to fist fight early. Like,
yeah, if it's Silver or Sari, it doesn't really count. You know?
Yeah, no.
Doesn't count.
I mean, it will count. We're just all going to kind of wait for 25 minutes before we really get in there.
That's true. But I do think like how Fnatic played last split, it was all about having Upset on this hyper carry with the Enchanter. Of course, that was also the meta, right?
Wait, that was how they played around Upset? Fnatic?
No, and Razork, you won't believe this.
Did he go bottom?
No.
Oh.
And sometimes he went top, but then the game exploded.
Well,
so
and this is the thing, is this one of the things we're curious about is because top, you know, it was
will he go top?
Top was a black hole last split, and now we get to see is top in a position where maybe they can play around top, because this is a meta where if we do see mages bot lane, I hope not, we expect just infinite roaming from supports.
Yeah. Once we see the Orianna Rumble Jace taken away from MKoi, the Camille taken away as well, so that means that the mages have a little bit less pressure in that sense. And the Vi first pick from Fnatic, I mean, this is a classic from Razork.
Razork,
one of his best champs. And the Poppy is banned out as well, so they don't get that answer. That could open up a Xayah Rakan angle for MKoi. If they want to pick that early, that would be an ADC that could be up and available. But it looks like it's going to be the Cassio locked in. Potential flex.
If they pick Xayah Rakan, I do feel like you kind of just slam a mage. And you just...
I think you slam Ezreal Karma probably for Fnatic.
No, stop. What did I say about that, bro? I will leave. You will solo cast if someone wants Karma.
But so Karma's worse than mages?
Yeah. I'm not an AD carry. I like watching mages because supports get to do things more people die.
Yeah, right. What if they play like Syndra Karma?
All right. We'll see. We'll see how it feels when we get there. That sounds truly awful though. But what I do really love is Pantheon. I feel like Pantheon has fallen on the wayside in a lot of these drafts, but I still feel like he is one of the best options for just getting really active at early stages of the game. And so often when Vise are just trying to power farm to 6, it feels so good to have a champion who still has big impact at level 6 with a semi-global ult, but also just immediate, reliable point-and-click CC.
Yeah, with the Pantheon ultimate, the Grand Starfall. Where's the Skyfall? Starfall.
Starfall now.
Yeah, it used to be Skyfall.
Yeah. This is
Boomer Skyfall
energy.
Makes more sense as well, maybe.
If the good news about it is 90% of people don't know League of Legends abilities names.
Yeah.
So 50-50 chance anytime something gets locked in for the first time. I'm just wrong completely, but no one ever calls me out. So that's how I know our audience also doesn't know the names of the abilities.
So Osriel and Sundra got locked in.
Ability names. They know champion names. Yes. But Osriel has been picked up. Luckily, no Karma yet, but with the Osriel locked in, I do suspect it will go into the hands of Upset. So we're going to have some more standard drafting is
Kai'Sa for Supa here. I mean, it's a pretty common matchup into the Ezreal, and it is Supa's best champ, bar none.
Yeah, and this is something that in Paris was perma-banned against him or picked away. We never saw him really get an opportunity to play this pick, which felt like a pretty big call out from his opposition that, hey, like, this is the only champion we're really scared of you on. Fnatic, not scared, but when I see Pantheon and the Kai'Sa on the same team with those MKOI nameplates,
we're getting some skirmish.
I get a little nervous for the side of Fnatic, because the recipe for success for MKOI is early activity and soup on a Kai'Sa.
And Vladdy has never played Syndra in the LEC. It's his first Syndra since 2023. That's quite interesting. We'll have to see how he performs on it. I mean, Upset is super comfortable on this Ezreal. I'm assuming that he was very willing to take this matchup. And I do think that a lot of fighting will happen around this bot side, as both bans are being invested into the top side, with the Vayne ban being responded immediately by the Gnar. As we'll see the Bard actually taken away from the Ezreal here. Okay. And maybe an engaged support, maybe the Nautilus would make sense. Kai'Sa Nautilus, very common combo. I think Leona as well. I maybe like Leona ban more than the Nautilus, just because it's really good into the Syndra, and Leona in general seems to be the best support in the meta right now. They decided to ban another top laner instead with the Renekton. Maybe setting up for a potential Ambessa pick. That could be an option for Fnatic here. Yes, I like Ambessa.
What comfort looks like for Saburo, right? Like, what does he really want to be playing?
I mean, our B roll of him was on Ambessa, and I think
right. There's a reason that we picked.
That means, yeah, that is.
When we pick 2 or 3 clips and they're all on the same champion,
yeah,
it's a pretty clear indicator of what this guy wants to.
Also, via Ambessa, right? Like, she locks them down with a season assist, and then you layer that with a public execution. But MKOI taken away. They also have a great Ambessa game with the Kai'Sa, with the dive of the Pantheon. So now Fnatic gotta get creative here. What do you want to play into this Ambessa? If you want to go real crazy, something we haven't seen in a long time that people used to pick into Ambessa is Gwen. I think Gwen is not bad here. Very low range MKOI composition.
I can see it. A lot of room to snip, although sometimes hard to hit those priority targets. So much of your burst damage telegraphed, and the Cassio, also a champion with shorter range, isn't afraid to get in and scrap in that hallowed mist.
I'm surprised Lospa goes Alistar over the Leona. I feel like Leona is just a better champ, especially when you're up against the Cassio as well, because when she puts down the Miasma, it's so difficult to land that combo. It's going to be the Sahen instead. Sahen is kind of taking Gwen's place of being this like good in the long extended fights, which is a shame because I think Gwen is a little bit cooler than Sahen.
I agree. Yeah, Sahen, you know, he does things. He's a bruisery guy. He has his cool moments with the ulti, Grim Deliverance. I know that name. And we'll see how it works out. We have a lot of sustained damage for MKOI as we get later in the game, but not an immense amount of burst. So it's pretty easy to see how you can get the passive off for Silvero later. But Alvaro set up to play the Nico here, and while it can be a bit vulnerable, especially to
very
the Vi,
swishy comp though if they go for the Nico.
But also really like Alistar already such a, you know, blind Alistar, you're just asking to concede all prio in the lane. No enemy team has Nico. So it feels like MKOI early at least have some pretty good angles.
Yeah, for sure MKOI in the early game should be pretty favored. I think the Pantheon is a lot stronger than the Vi. They can look for invades, they can fight around bot lane. A lot of bursts from the Kai'Sa, and Nico is winning really hard against Alistar level 1. And the worry I have is that you enter into the later stages of the game, Fnatic's frontline is way tankier. The Alistar, the Sahen, especially if he gets that revive, can absorb so much damage. While MKOI, they don't quite have a shotgun comp, but it does feel like you really need a great Pop Blossom, a great Petrifying Gaze, and land all the damage quite quickly to be able to not make it such an extended fight.
And one thing I really love with Ambessa these days is we used to talk about the like Ambessa Vi combo or Ambessa whatever combo is, wow, this is so good. Now it's so necessary because her ulti against a player
so
with
slow
hands is impossible to hit. So having something else to lead the fight, whether it is a Nico Snare, a Nico ulti, Cassio Petrifying Gaze, a Pantheon stun, to guarantee to hit confirm that public execution is big, because I think we've seen 80% of Ambessa ults in LEC so far whiff.
Do you think it's too easy to dodge now? I think maybe it's a little bit too easy.
I think it's too easy to dodge, yeah.
I think that
it's too reliant on other people. She doesn't have enough things in her kit to slow people down or kind of hit confirm it, right?
Yeah, but she does have the E slow, right? But then it's like, if she's already on top of you, she doesn't really need the ultimate at that point. Then she's just using the ultimate to avoid CC or something like that.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. And I really hate playing against Ambessa, but I do think that there's a middle ground between where we're at, where we were and where we're at now. But keeping our eyes a lot on the mid lane. You highlighted it well. Vladdy's first Syndra. And we're already seeing Alvaro get active here. Whoa. Vladdy stepping really far forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was thinking there. Wanted to try to find the chunk level 1.
And this is rough because we wanted to
dodged the Q there though.
Dodging the Q is good. Okay, now we have to keep our eyes on the bot lane. A lot of
a little bit early going to
skirmishing.
bot lane here, I think.
Okay. I was right. I just wasn't sure. They were setting up their posturing. You have to understand, I have anxiety now because I didn't think a Syndra would burn flash at level 1.
That's true.
Because I will say, good side step from Vladdy. Like, that's the positive. Here comes the negative part of this compliment sandwich. Why were you walking on the side where you didn't have a ward or a jungler?
That's a good question.
I think he was a little overconfident there. He's at least done some good trading to come back into this one, but Elyoya has a pretty clear target now for ganks. And Vladdy was already on that target list, but now it's just very, very easy for him to just flash, stun, secure an early kill.
To cope it to the max though.
Ooh, okay.
A confident Vladdy is really nice to see. He's rank 1 in solo queue, has been for a bit now. And I think when we saw him in KC, right, that when he was really confident, he looked like the best mid in the league, or at least the second best after Caps, and it was so hype. But then I felt at least that it looked like he really lost his confidence and wasn't able to really recover it. So maybe he needs to int level 1.
Maybe. Get the jitters out.
I like
what you're talking about, though, because I do think that for most people now, the time where Vladdy hasn't been at the top of the table has just so heavily eclipsed the one split that winter where he first came in, where he was at least a contender for #1, where he really gapped Caps in that winter final. Got KC their first title, right? And it felt like that momentum would just continue.
But there's been a lot of mid laners in the league that have kind of had their short stint where they matched Caps. Like Humanoid comes to mind. Vladdy comes to mind. Currently, it's...
I mean, Larson had a stint.
Larson,
series,
yeah. That's very true. That's very... Yehu is like the player right now.
Sure.
It feels like really it's longevity that separates Caps from a lot of these mid laners.
I mean, it's
Although
also a story
as well,
for JoJo. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really important point, right? It's when you want to be competing at the top of the table in the LEC, you need someone who can consistently eclipse or at the very least contest Caps. JoJo did a good job in the past, right? We've known him to be this super lane-dominant force. Right now, he is that force, and this feels like a return to form for him, right? The first week again in Paris, if you were an MKOI fan, I hope you just didn't watch, you know? That was brutal. That was tough.
I sat down with some MKOI fans after they'd won the first game against Vitality, and they were like, we're going to win, no? And I was like, yeah, I think so. And then they ended up horribly losing, going 0-3, and they were already depressed from the last 2 days.
It's rough.
It seemed not a nice time for them.
But here we go, week 1 versus week 2. Of course, this is a little disingenuous, but we're kind of just wanting to paint the picture to start here as things are going pretty well for JoJo already. Week 2 continuing to look good as Vladdy still doesn't have a flash. Wouldn't have been able to use it anyway. Important to note as he was grounded. But the graphic we were showing there for TLDR, week 1 bad, week 2 good, and continuing to look good.
You set it up, Daniel. He had a target on his back, and Elyoya found him. And Vladdy already committed the TP as well, so he's going to be down 18 CS at minute 3. The confidence might be gone already. I'm not going to lie. This is a terrible start for Vladdy.
It's tough. And again, I think that Vladdy perpetually remains an interesting topic of conversation because we've seen the heights, and what kind of the signal that we saw in the distance, the beacon, you know, the Gondor flaming beacon that told us that Vladdy, you know, might be returning.
Yeah.
Turn of a very brief mid lane king.
Are you talking about this in this game right now?
In this season, before we started the start of this game, was solo queue. First on the ladder, 1,861 games of solo queue played this year. This man was
Can we do the math on how many games a day that is? I think that's an insane amount of games. You gotta remember these teams are scrimming 6 games a day as well. And it's just like...
This man is committed.
Yeah, he is a grinder.
And we have to hope for his sake that this mess of an early game so far, that this really unfortunate lane phase doesn't get to him too soon. Maybe we see that bounce back. But for now, a false start is the hope for the Fnatic fans out there. And on the side of the MKOI fans, they're like, hell yeah, back on track.
That's true. Mirwin as well with the CS lead up against Saboro, even though Saboro got the counter pick. But when you're picking this Sahen into the Abessa, it's definitely more of a scaling counter as you start to win more and more as the game progresses. But Mirwin's still holding on quite well. This is also a big question, right? How good is this Saboro that you're bringing into the league? Fnatic. Oh, low spot.
Koopa, flash away. It's a good fall damage for upset. Immediate exhaustion to be burned. Barrier as well as some body blocking with the clone. Love that from Alvaro, just to eat at least one of those Mystic shots. But The fully stacked lethal tempo making things easy for Upset. Unfortunately now Elyoya has arrived. It's Lospa who's going to grab a kill. Fnatic still like the angle on this fight. Lospa likely to fall, but Upset looking for an angle to maybe turn onto Alvaro. Fully stacked on the Rising Spell Force. A ton of attack speed, but just not nearly enough damage. It's 1-for-1 in the end, but now JoJoPume going all in here. Onto Razork. Not able to force a summoner, but at least chunking him out, maybe making him nervous to keep that jungle clear going, but he already got his kill.
I really liked how the Fnatic bot lane played that, because they were very like cautiously optimistic in how to play the 2v2, but Mirwin might be in trouble. He's gonna be fine. But it felt like they knew that Elyoya could be there, and that's why Upset, like, if we just look at the POV of how Upset does his clicks, I think Lospa could W Supa instead of going for the stun, and then Supa wouldn't have been able to flash to the side. But the fact that Fnatic recognized that they can just hit either of them here, and then you see Upset, he's like clicking very back, very cautiously, letting Lospa take the last hit, so that he's never actually in danger, and then making sure, I think if Lospa is able to dodge this empowered Q from Elyoya, there's even a world where Upset is actually able to turn it into a kill onto Elyoya as well, but still a nice 1-for-1 that sets Supa a little bit behind.
That it does. Supa picking up the call on the back, so just going to try to weather the storm with the Ezreal early on. Fine though, is Upset. You know, you have to spend that early money on a tier. Really not going to be a lot of effective combat stats on that first base. Level 6 though, there for Supa, not there for Upset, and keeping our eyes on some of the potential playmaking here on the map as Razork now also has access to that level 6. The good news as well for Fnatic, JoJoPume has used his flash in a previous play. Vladdy's now finally back up, so maybe an angle to try to force a kill here.
Elyoya is prowling. Trades in top lane, but not gonna go anywhere. I think Mirwin is pretty happy with how this early game's gone for himself. Just able to farm up on the Zambesa. That's Lospa is looking for another cheese. Supa is in danger here.
Completely caught out here. Has level 6, but he's got nowhere to go. He's just gonna dash back, get stunned midair anyway. Fnatic gonna take their time walking him down. No one else is nearby. And this is the second time we've seen, I think, this fast play from Lospa specifically, and both times it has worked. Supa thought he had access to that wave, thought he'd be able to push for free, but wasn't anticipating Lospa just spending 10, 15, 30 seconds. We didn't really get to see, just waiting in that bush to set up the play.
Yeah, we'd kind of like to see a replay to see how Lospa pathed, or like what it looked like from Supa's POV, because that looked very int from us, right? But of course, probably Supa saw something that we didn't, or something looked
Someone
awry.
somewhere said Alistair has base.
Yeah.
And that is the piece of information that was incorrect, that cost him his life.
We need to track down who said it.
Who said it?
Okay, grubs now for MKoi.
Someone has to be held accountable. MKoi at the very least making a counterplay. They're getting grubs. If they get all three, it'd be nice, but I guess they just don't.
We already used the smite, but
Supa is here. Did use ult in the previous fight, and Elyoya not able to smite.
Oh wait, Razork smited one away.
Razork smited it. Yeah, the icon popped up there is a bit confusing.
Oh, so he just walked into the bush. Okay, well, I thought there was something
more. The jury has reviewed the evidence, and the culprit was Supa, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it happens. He wanted to crash the wave. I mean, I don't know what to say, really.
It's not great. It's not great.
Yeah.
The good news is the rest of the map is doing pretty well as Elyoya comes flying down from the sky. Vladdy, no flash available and in trouble. Lospa doing his best to body block. Ulti across the team is good from Upset as Razor keeps this fight going. And once again, it's Supa who's in trouble. Oh, God, no. Oh, Supa. I'm sorry, brother. It's a rough one. That blast cone takes him absolutely nowhere as he's once again sent back to the fountain.
Both teams are taking turns bullying here. Oh, Saburo, though. Mirwin going in.
Grim Deliverance, nice pull back into the tower, respond with the public execution. Saburo has flash, as does Mirwin. Whoop. Find out space here. Good play from Mirwin. Saburo flash in, one auto, still gets the knockup, dash forward, Saburo! The solo kill! IG top laner! Narrative, Demacia Cup champion!
From the LPL,
Narrative!
the first solo kill in the LEC up against the Titan of Mirwin.
That was good, though. Good job, Saburo.
Yeah.
Mirwin, I like that he's playing on the edge there, but just a bit of a miscalculation. Or was it all part of his master plan to feed more gold into JoJo, who just stares at Saburo a little bit, and then it's just going to bite him. Oh, no.
No way.
Oh, no. No. That's
Does he
don't. Okay, they got the kill. Oh, they got the kill. This game, I like how close it is. I like how back and forth it is, but it is loose, and it is really messy.
Loosey-goosey.
Lospa. Going all into the Alvaro. Supa still with just really non-threatening components here as Upset goes over the wall.
Big damage.
Okay.
This is the threat that you run into when you start losing this matchup as the Kai'Sa. It's super difficult to fight back because Ezreal has the extended range. So when you are playing this matchup, it's really all about finding the all-ins for Kai'Sa. But when you're already weaker in the all-ins, you don't really have any counterplay other than asking your jungler to come, and that's what MKoi's done. Elyoya's here. Upset might have bit off a bit more than he can chew here.
Desperate for the play. What's it going to cost him? It was a way to cost Supa's life, but Losta doing a good job of making some space here, trying to punish. Ulti in anticipation of Alvaro's ultimate. It was a little bit premature, and now Upset. It's still alive! It's still alive! He flashes out of vision! It's a disaster! Sapporo's here for some reason, offering himself upon the altar in exchange!
What?
What?
Okay,
What?
Saburo took down Supa for the team. I think, so MKoi saw the TP.
Okay, yeah, explain.
They saw the TP, so that's why they wanted to back off. But Jojo was matching the TP, so they didn't have anything to really be worried about. They could have just kept clicking forward. At least it ends up, they get Saburo, and Mirwin gets some plates in the top lane.
In the end, the real bot lane play was the friends we made along the way.
Very true, very true. I like the flash from Alvaro is really good. They give Upset no counterplay. And then we just need to look at all three MKoi lineup members here. Like, who stops trying to kill Upset? So Supa clicks backwards, Alvaro clicks backward, everybody just clicks backwards.
Did he cancel his own auto? Or did it just barely not do enough damage at the end there?
It didn't do enough damage, I think. And
oh, he does get Supa on the way out. Okay, so not terrible.
Yeah, but Supa also could have just not walked into him and lived as well.
But MKoi got Drake. So who's laughing now as they hold on to a 1.2k gold lead? This is one of those games, and it's early season, folks, right? It's early season. So these are the kind of oopsies that are relatively low stakes, but it's important to remember the stakes for MKoi are really high. They are 1-3. After this, they will be halfway through their season. If they're 2-3, as a team that we know can rise to a challenge, they're fine. Not great, but fine. If they're 1-4, disaster, I would say.
Yeah. Pretty bad. I mean, with their best record being a 5-4, that feels pretty bad as a team that's perennially top 3.
Ooh, I like that word. Good word. Thank you. I mean, until that first week, there was really no question in my mind. It's always, you know, when you go talk about MSI, we have 2 seeds. There's always the odd person out, but it always feels like all 3 teams are pretty comparable.
Yeah.
But after week 1, shakes the faith, certainly.
But it does feel like, I think, it always feels like there's one member on MKoi that's a little bit off and not having a great game. And usually it felt like in the last few splits that it was Mirwin. Sure. But now Mirwin has been pretty consistent, as I think I just cursed him and he might be dead.
You did. Q flash in, looking good from Razor. Mirwin trying to walk his way out of this one, but there's really no way to escape. World tries to finish it with a Grim Deliverance, but one more auto from Razor to get the job done. Great job. That is at Jack Spectra on Twitter. He caster cursed. It's all his fault.
Okay, my bad on that one. Good flash from Razor. As Lospa goes in here, scatter the weak land. Alvaro.
Flatty. Easy point and click follow-up. Alvaro vulnerable, but now Elyoya moving in to try and salvage the play. Lospa slowly but surely getting chunked down. As Upset tries to backstep. Razor also on the way in, though. Aegis Assault going to be used by Elyoya, but keep your eyes on Jojo. Flash over the wall. The follow, the instantaneous ulti. And now it's Supa on the chase, looking for a bit of redemption as he grabs the double.
And Fnatic, you don't have the damage. You can't go on Alvaro like that. 3 kills going for the side of MKoi. So Elyoya sets up the play very nicely with his ultimate and gets the flank and seals the deal on the lead that Fnatic was trying to build.
And heroic performance from Elyoya, Alvaro, and Jojo, really holding down the fort as there's a bit of a struggle for Mirwin and Supa. But again, Supa with the Kai'Sa, part of the reason I think we have seen it banned away a lot is even if there's some oopsies early game or things aren't going super ideally, he can just be that big piece of follow-up, that long-range threat to ensure that whatever advantage they built earlier on can turn into some big kills.
Miasma. Optimistic teleport here. Yeah. We do have to say, like, I really liked what Kadriel said about MKoi, that they will play really good League of Legends for 15 minutes, and then they will make the most disgusting plays that you've ever seen in your whole life for the next 15.
Yeah.
And I do think that when I think of throwing in the LEC, MKoi is probably #1. You know, that's the first team that comes to mind. Don't you think so?
Only based on expectations. We have such high expectations.
No, but not in terms of expectations. In terms of, like, they have a lead.
Sure.
Are they going to throw the game?
Yeah. I think it's the contrast in performance. That's what I would describe as the biggest thing we see. The highs are so high, but also the lows are so low. And it's not that other teams don't have lower lows, it's just their highs aren't as high. So it's not as crazy when we do see it happen. But now we really are in a situation where MKoi has fully regained control of this game. Fnatic doing their best, set up here around the Herald. No flash for JoJo. Flashes for Supa, for Alvaro. Herald already down. Alvaro hoping for the play. Nice Q interrupt to keep things going. That's going to be public execution along the back line. Immediate fall coming from Saboro, Vladdy on the flank, but it's JoJo coming in from behind with the miasma, looking for a little bit more as Lospa gets very squishy once the unbreakable will falls apart. Upset running for his life. Hex Flash about to come over. Supa doesn't have the ulti to chase, but Fnatic, they get the Herald, but they lose 2 in the process.
And Fnatic, they're just lambs to the slaughter. MKoi can just run them down, and there's simply no damage on the Fnatic lineup. Like, the fight is just a big square. Everybody's fighting inside of it, and everybody's using their spells. But Fnatic's damage is just not really there. Nobody is getting low. Like, Mirwin goes to half, and even with the Syndra ultimate, it feels like it's tickled him. And then the rest of the MKoi lineup can just run them down. The DPS of the Kai'Sa, of the Casio, is so much higher than what the Syndra or the Astral can provide. Saboro is fine.
He's fine. I agree with you. And now we're in a position where you've got a 2-0-7 Pantheon, Elyoyo running everywhere on the map. 90% kill participation, and you can see why they prioritized this pick and why it was feared for so long, right? Even when you finally turn around and feel like you're ready to hit the Pantheon, if he has E available, all that burst, really the only thing you have, right? The Vi Q, the Syndra combo, upset with an ulti, just instantly disappears, and you're already short on damage. And it's not going to get easier from here as well, because with your front line, with these bruisers so powerful, Supa isn't forced to do anything. He can wait until you misstep to ult in. He gets to play these team fights really calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, and both carries now on MKoi are 2,000 gold up a piece. So they have so much more damage to take down that front line. As you said, Rick, was like, Supa and JoJo have a pretty easy job because there's so much front line to hit. There's Razork, there's Lospa, there's Saboro. They just need to hit the first target and then they can run them down after the fact. Now 2 dragons for MKoi. The game is starting to look like, I wouldn't say it's unthrowable yet, but it's pretty close. If Vladdy's now caught, might just die.
Vladdy is probably just going to burn to death here. JoJo grabs that one. Locket a little bit late from Lospa. Now Supa gets to fly in. Start wiping up these kills. Lospa running for his life.
I'm going to say it. It's unthrowable for MKoi. 5,000 gold lead, 2 dragons. Well, they're getting mid-tower. Like, how did Fnatic win fights?
I don't know.
Go.
MKoi, dude, you have to remember. Look, this is the thing about the Karpas. Sometimes they're the Magic Karpas, they're just struggling, and sometimes they're the Gyarados. And just because they're the Gyarados right now doesn't mean they can't devolve, brother. Doesn't mean they can't go right back to flopping around in the water.
Yeah, but Fnatic don't have the damage.
And I agree, it's pretty impossible. But I do always have to cast doubt because I remember that the title of our league is LEC and not LCK.
That's true. Well, to be fair, the LCK
is
pretty scrappy as well these days.
There's a lot of comeback potential.
And MKoi, they just kind of run them down. There's no real, like, the last 3 fights have been completely one-sided. Mirwin got caught, but he had the flash.
And if we look at the story of this game, right, it is Mirwin suffering a little bit early. Vladdy suffering earlier. Razork's just going for the all-in here. Low execution not going to do a whole hell of a lot as Mirwin still just going to walk away.
Razork I guess really wants to kill Mirwin.
That he does. But Elyoyo is on the way. They're both at 2 items.
But Saboro's here as well.
Okay.
They're going to kill Mirwin no matter what.
Knockback on Mirwin is good. Mirwin will fall. Elyoyo will allow him to drop. Not going to move in to try to get anything else in the map, but keep in mind, mid lane is being pushed at the same time. Top lane is being pushed at the same time. It is a huge investment from Fnatic to find that kill and to hope to find that tower. Shutdowns, or bounties, excuse me, are available. So they will get a decent amount of gold back, but they're going to lose more and more control over these waves in this map stage.
This is a good death by Mirwin. I think Fnatic, they're just overcommitted, but they don't really have any other play. They lose any sort of equal numbers fight, so they have to look for these sort of plays, but now Elyoyo might have overcommitted.
Knock up there. No one else on the team with a global to support Elyoyo, but Alvaro is on the way in. Wallbreaker doesn't quite take Razork out. A lot of poke damage contesting, and Supa just appears out of nowhere to finish the kill. Grim Deliverance from Saboro. Doesn't quite have the damage. Yes, just barely. Gets to the revive. So much determination, but probably still just set to fall here. Good damage, not nearly enough to get anything else done, though. Supa now dominating. Vladdy being run down. Fnatic stuck around way too long in the bottom lane.
Fnatic, they tried to make the play on Elyoyo, but they didn't have the damage, and he bought so much time to make the rest of the play happen. As you see, it starts off with a nice bit of chunk onto Elyoyo, but with the flash, he's able to get away. And then Alvaro lands the Pop Blossom onto Razork. Razork doesn't get out of it. And even though they take down Alvaro, it's like there's 2 TPs behind. Vladdy as well is 2 levels down on his Casio. Even if it was just 1 TP, I think he's dead no matter what. And it's a tough time to be a Fnatic fan in this one.
That it is. Bot lane looked pretty damn good. A lot of punishment onto Mirwin and Supa specifically, but it wasn't enough to give Fnatic full control of the map, and now things have been falling a bit apart as Upset tries to do some damage. They don't have any damage. Saburo now moving in, the exhaust down. Jojo Pune is finally low. Razor's now going in, but they burned everything, and Jojo lived way too long. Supa still untouched. 2.5 items. Wants to start raining down, but the burst damage is there from Fnatic. It's happening. They're devolving. The Magikarp has returned. The Gyarados is gone. Fnatic find the fight.
Fnatic gets a Nash. Are you kidding me? It's 4-0 with Jojo Pune getting caught. How does MKOI keep doing it? No way!
It's like a reverse Houdini. We're just gonna need to wait for the replay. I don't know what to say. Either we're the most powerful wizards in the world for these caster curses, or this is just diabolical mid-game.
Although, Supa... Oh, he can't.
Oh, no way. Flash. Ooh, still got clipped.
I feel like he's gonna die here.
Lower. He has the dopamine though. He wants to flash and Q, kill 3 people. But he already burned flash. Okay. Nothing left. Keep in mind, still 2,000 gold in the favor of Supa and nearly 3,000 in favor of Jojo Kim. What happens here?
So Jojo just is too cocky. He just gets flash comboed by Lospa and sent into the back line. And he's not able to get the Petrifying Gaze on the Upset. And then he ends up dying, and then Elyoya is in the front lines getting knocked around and ends up dying as well. And then at that point, it's a 3 versus 5. Laddie gets a flash scatter of the week onto Alvaro, and Mirwin wants to try to salvage, but there's nothing to do. And then the worst part is, not the worst part, but the cherry on top is Supa as well, losing the flash now, becoming a much more vulnerable target for Razork. We'll have to see what Fnatic can make do with this Nash.
And I guess it's really rough fight. Also tough for Mirwin too. He finally has the public execution, but unfortunately Wasp is the furthest target away, so that's where he connects. Doesn't really get any meaningful damage down, and it just means that Vladdy and Upset, we were skeptical about the damage, but when they're allowed 2 free hits, it's still doing a lot of work.
Although Fnatic give over the Mountain Dragon. They don't want to force another 5 versus 5. They want to use this Nash to try to get some gold in their pocket. It does mean that MKOI is going to get themselves on Soul Point. We'll have to see how much Fnatic can get out of this Nash. They're going to get the tier 2 on top, but MKOI was able to push in mid and get the tier 2 mid. It feels pretty bad for Fnatic. The start of this Nasher is not what they would have hoped for. Already half the duration is ticked, and all they got was a tower for tower exchange and losing the Dragon.
Alti just a hope at canceling some backs, maybe find a bit of extra money. You said it well, this is the stalling pair, right? This is maybe knock down a couple tier 2s, hopefully at least a mid tier 1. Although we'll have to keep our eyes on it, because Zupa is coming to defend.
I think the Dragon was so crucial that MKOI got, because it makes it so much easier to play the next Dragon fight now, with always having that opportunity to just try to force the 50-50. And Pantheon as well, with the empowered Q, should always win the Smite fights up against Razork.
And the Comet Spear, ton of damage in those objective contested scenarios, as power at least will finally fall.
Yeah, not the greatest Nash from Fnatic, but maybe you couldn't really ask for much more than that. It's tough. You would have wanted them to try to at least make the gold equal. But as you say, Dracos, it's going to be more of a stalling Nash. They're not going to pick up any more objectives after this. And I think we're going to be chilling a bit up until the next Dragon spawns.
We talked to Jojo after their first win of the season, right? And he said, we got to trust the process. He knew it wasn't pretty. He felt like the team didn't know how to play to their win conditions. And we saw some hiccups here, right? A lot of them in the early game. It felt like they regained control, and a bit of a punt there from Jojo, from MKOI in that fight. They're still in a pretty comfortable spot. And as long as they close it out here, it's just really clear that their goal is, we need time to scale. Not in-game, although they might have, scaling in game not bad either, but out of game, to get back in form, to figure out what they're doing. And we see those hiccups there, whereas we might not have, we got a little used to MKOI being a bit cleaner on it. Didn't expect there to be a way for Fnatic to come back in. But if someone else missteps, I feel like the game is just dead even. Soul is really the only thing that MKOI are holding on to.
Yeah, Supa is still sitting on a really big shutdown, so if he gets caught out, that pretty much just equalizes the gold lead.
Has Seekers.
Has Seekers, still doesn't have the flash. He's going to have it up for the Dragon, though.
And it's tense. There's 4 Ambesses on them. Oh, 3, excuse me. 2 of them are clones, but constant playmaking here. Alvaro, lethal on this Nico historically, but in these later stages hasn't been getting one tapped. Has the Secrets of his own.
Jojo is still the strongest member on MKOI. Level 17, up 4 levels on Vladdy. 3 now as Vladdy just ticked up. But still so much stronger than his counterpart. It does feel like the fight that MKOI lost, it was Jojo getting caught, getting one-shot before the fight really erupted. So if Fnatic want to recreate that magic, it needs to be to try to find Jojo or Supa, but even then, the fight is going to be harder if it's Supa that you find with how strong Jojo Pyun is.
You also have to be really careful, right? Pulling the trigger on Supa. That ulti, he's able to reposition. If he's not, if it can't be just Razork, right? Razork certainly does a ton of upfront damage, but with the Seekers there, with a lot of potential follow-up tools, you have to make sure that the coordination is on point. Which again, the early game for Fnatic, bot lane looked good. Top lane Saburo got that kill. Mid lane was a disaster. Not the return from Vladdy we were looking for. The flash at level 1 so quickly and efficiently punished by the side of MKOI with that first appearance from Elioya.
I feel like the level 1 though is like, I don't know, maybe I'm making an excuse for him here, but it's the type of thing that like it happens in a scrim game and then your mid laner immediately asks for a remake because it kind of just ruins their game. Like this Cassio Syndra matchup, we've seen it so often, and super volatile in the early game. Both sides want to trade a lot. And when he lost that flash and then he got ganked early, it really felt like it completely doomed his game. And you can't do that, especially up against Jojo Pyun. Like, he is and has been one of the best laners in our league for a while now.
I mean, bro, there's a flame horizon in the mid lane.
That is crazy.
That is insane. 100 CS gap between these players. And we'd have to go back to the tape. It's not something I've been looking at too closely. I'm not sure if it is deliberate assignment of resources, but looking across the board at CS numbers, it really doesn't look like it.
I feel like Vladdy he loses the side lane so hard, and he has to be scared of Mirwin as well, and Pantheon with the Grand Starfall. So it's just super difficult for him to ever farm in the side lane.
Yeah, just to farm to get XP, it's level 14 to level 17, right? The level gap continues to grow in the favor of Jojo. Now, obviously there's a row in there, but still, 2 levels. Crazy to see is the scatter, not quite gonna connect. Portabelt scatter, nice play, nice look. Doesn't pan out.
Okay, Fnatic need to try to enter. Saburo's TPing on the mid wave. They're not going to have any sort of flank. They're just going to try to enter as 5. Mirwin's on the flank, but he's spotted by the ward.
Again, we talked about that. Mirwin really can't be the one who goes first. He gets a good enough angle on the public execution as possible, but again, really tough skill to hit. Upset going to throw out an early ulti. Not going to connect them to anyone, but does give them some decent information. They spot Elioya, Supa at the very least. Jojo and Mirwin, twin flankers, approaching from opposite sides. Fnatic have to be careful about grouping forward, grouping up, walking further forward. Has been for Vladdy. Now they all see them. Instantly, it's Alvaro. On to 4. The follow-up is there. Grim Deliverance and Saburo is going to try desperately to turn it. Supa going a little bit too far, but it might not matter. Jojo Pyun holding the line as best he can with that ulti, but it's just a 1-for-1. Vladdy traded for Supa. Supa going in too soon. The objective getting lower and lower. Razork has to go in. Eyes on the Drake. Who can get the 50-50 in the end? It is MKOI, empowered now by the Mountain Soul. Easy to keep this fight going. Grand Starfall coming down. Extra movement speed. Nowhere for Upset to go. MKOI get the Soul and set their sights on the Baron.
MKOI might have just done it with the Soul, with the Baron Nashor. Looks like it might be game over for Fnatic. It looked pretty dire in the beginning, this fight, with Supa going so deep as we watch it back. I really like this position from MKOI with the flank that Mirwin has with the position of Jojo. But then Supa, so deep, trying to 1v1 Upset, but he ends up falling super fast. And I do think in a different game, where Jojo isn't 3 levels up, he isn't this monster, maybe this is where Fnatic mount their comeback and make it happen. But Jojo is the monster for MKOI. He is so strong. And Elioya getting the smite as well, that just seals the deal on Fnatic's demise.
And you can see the time that MKOI have spent playing together really show itself in that fight, whereas on the side of Fnatic, Saburo kind of walking in to help hit the Drake.
Yeah.
Really only Razork fully committing to try to contest for the steal, and that awkward amount of time, ultimately losing the 50-50. The fight was already lost, right? The second he goes in there, but also not winning the 50-50 is devastating. Mountain Soul, pretty nice to have against the poke that Fnatic are bringing to the table, and kind of the stat check that is the Syndra, and a Syndra that's already so far behind, not even fully stacked on the Splinters of Wrath. 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, tough game from Vladdy. Tough start of the Summer Split. I hope that my cope is correct and that the level 1 will escape. That we'll see a better showing for him in game number 2, because this is not the start of the Summer Split that he was looking for sure. As Fnatic have pretty good wave clear with Upset's poke, but it does feel like it's just a matter of time as MKOI should be able to break down these inhibitors. Razork is on a pretty deep flank here though.
Good angle.
Erwin has the TP, but he is quite far.
Hard for him to find that clean fight though. Upset Silvador so far away.
Jojo based, so...
Oh, okay. Good side step from Alro.
If there was a time to pull the trigger, it would be right now, but Upset is going back to base. And it feels like maybe this was the one opportunity that Fnatic would get. Razork is still on the flank.
He's committed. He's a Fnatic player, and that is his death brush. Oh, gets a TP. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
This is going to be Jojo, who wanted to come back to the fight anyway, however. Now they're going to turn on the Jojo. Q flash in, instantaneous ulti. Jojo now in trouble. Nice dash back with the Rocket Belt. Goes golden, buys a bit more time. Supa now flying in to help him clean up the fight. Jojo Pune getting lower, but they cannot knock that snake down. Grim determination. Going to mean a revive for Solbero, but there's just nowhere for him to go. The determination not nearly enough as Elio blocking so much fall damage, and all of Fnatic on the retreat as it's going to be the public execution to close this one out in style. A double for Jojo. An MVP performance in this game one as MKOI are going to continue their victory march.
And Fnatic, they tried as they may. You cannot take down Jojo Pune. 10-1-7. Such a great game from him, securing the win for MKOI in this game one against Fnatic.
Might have gotten messy in the middle, but trusting the process still takes them to victory here in game one in this series between MKOI and Fnatic.
That's a Gyarados on mid lane.
It's a Gyarados. Right. Is it Gyarados or Gyarados?
It's Gyarados, I think I said it wrong. There's no Magikarp.
There's no Magikarp. We got one Magikarp moment, otherwise pure Gyarados here from the side of MKOI. And you can see still frustration. The conversation isn't woo, you know, it's there's some criticism there. They know what they need to do to adapt. It is a process to get back into form. Fnatic had them on the ropes at a couple moments, but we'll see if Fnatic can fully bounce back as we send it over to the analyst desk.
That was a messy game, I gotta say. But yeah, MKOI clearly coming out on top here. Now, I feel like they didn't make it easy in the early game because we had clear weaknesses on both sides of the map. If I look at Supa on the side of MKOI and if I look at Vladi on the side of Fnatic, why was one inting more impactful than the other?
I mean, it got very weird at times because the thing was, like, I think there was moments where Supa, ended up like not picking up the kill on bot lane and giving some kills across. But I think crucially, the kills ended up not going towards like the Syndra, so a lot of that burst damage wasn't quite there. Whereas on the opposite side, those kills were being very impactful onto the people they were going on MKOI.
All right. What we've talked about previously is the fact that Jojo said yesterday he doesn't think that they're playing together the way they should. They don't understand how to play together. Do we feel like it got better here? Because that's what I'm looking at.
Yes and no. I think it was cleaner than it has been, but I still think there are some tweaks. But I think we can like go into it and actually kind of have a look at it. But when we get there, like I think there's moments where their TPs are slightly desynced, where they could have been a little bit cleaner on us. And also I think that the way that they were setting up was at times a little awry, but I think it was significantly better than it had been previously. Because the problems we had before was, hey, we're making these individual players are going in to try and make something happening, and there's nobody to follow up. This time there's at least 2 or 3 people consistently there, and I think that's where the big difference maker was.
All right, let's talk through those early game setups here, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's bring up some of them, because for me it was just the pure MKOI team comp, where it feels like they just have this go button engaged comp. And if we can pause it right now, they're just corralling from everywhere. Fnatic is just stacked on top of each other, and Casio and Jojo Pune is just TPing on that top ward in Pixel Bar that you see over there. And this is just the typical MKOI experience. You just have engage, and proactivity on every single one of your players.
Yeah, and I think as we start to play it out, I want to watch as we can just pause again just here, right? Because there's 2 crucial things that happen here, right? The Vi tries to ult onto the Nico, which he's not quite able to do so because, gets burst out as a result of it, right? Doesn't have the CC immunity for long enough. The second thing, look at the bottom of the screen. See that double stun sign that's up there right now? That's from the Syndra, right? Vladi is just stunned onto the Nico, but Alvaro in just a moment's time is going to be using the Hextech Protobelt to escape out onto the bottom of this fight. But that opens up, watch as Jojo comes in now. He is completely free. Syndra ultimate used, all that CC used. Jojo completely untouched and is able to rip through the backline of Fnatic here. And this is where it opens up such a big advantage in the fight, and we get it one more time here.
And exactly here, this is such a beautiful setup from MKOI because not often you have this double flank from both sides, but this only happens when both of your sidelines are just stronger than the enemy champions, because usually this ball right here is able to push them out and get the space so that this flank never happens. So now if we can roll the clip, you can see how much respect Fnatic has to pay to MKOI. The moment Jojo walks forward, the moment Merwin walks forward, the team fight just gets split everywhere, and there's a huge mosh pit. But Jojo on this side, the whole time, he was just hitting over and over and over again. And on the side of Fnatic, they needed to find someone to lock on. But on the side of MKOI, it was just so hard to give anyone an angle to fight.
And I think it's great to see Jojo stepping up like this in 2 consecutive fights in these setups, right? Because he was the guy that we were angling towards at the start of the day, saying we wanted to see more from him. We wanted to see him on a carry. Now there's 2 big fights that he's had great flanks on. And again, it kind of comes back to MKOI having those setups where they can work as a team and as a unit to break open that fight.
But this is also what we said in the pregame. Jojo needs some more help, because the times he wouldn't would happen when he feels like he doesn't have that help. And the fact that even Supa went, whatever, he went 0-4 before he locked in. The fact that everyone was just playing these champions that just make space for Jojo allows him to have these sorts of performances.
We talk about Jojo, but I want to bring it back to another spine for the team. I feel like whenever MKOI is underperforming, you want to look at the jungle as well. And you want to look at the fact that Elioya is often going to be the one rallying the team together and uniting them. And especially when you see him on a champion such as Pantheon, who can impact the rest of the map. This serves MKOI so good.
Honestly, I don't think I know a player in the league that has this sort of vision for when someone is out of position or anything the way Elioya does. Well, in the other games, it kind of gets overshadowed, but now he just panned the map over here. He just knows from the map state, from the tempo, from the way people took recess, that he is here first. Vi, before this gang top, he knows he's here before the Vi, so he doesn't even need to think about the decision. He just sends it because his instinct is just that good.
Oh.
Dangerous word.
Keyword for MKOI,
Also, I do think Elioya has been kind of the shining light on what has been a bit of a dim time for MKOI. Like, consistently, he's been able to find really good performances. You think back to the Vi, where he, like, how many times in a cast this split have I heard just Elioya refuses to let MKOI lose? And even then, sometimes they do. But he's still really trying damn hard.
He will try.
And now he's starting to make it look good.
On the side of Fnatic, we see them backstage right now. Very focused. Grabs leading the review. Coach, I'm looking at you right now. What do you want to see more from Fnatic?
Well,
less ints? What do we want to see
I would
more?
like to see less of Vladi inting and more of Upset carrying, because Upset was doing his part and Vladi was also doing his part to run it down a little bit. But honestly, Upset and Razork have been doing great. Soboro, pleasant surprise for everyone, because this was his first showing here in the LEC. But we really need to see a little bit less of an imbalance in that mid lane, because the Cassio-Syndra matchup, sure, it's Cassio favor, but not this bad. I feel like it's just one of those games where you really need to reset, try to inspire some confidence in your players. It was just the first game jitters and just go again, because honestly, the attempt for the comeback was pretty nice, but it was just way too late.
It was a bit too late. Good attempt though. Vladi, just chill sometimes. Take it down a notch. Let's see what happens. Let's see if they can bring it back in game 2. So far, MKOI leads and opens up the series. Let's see what happens next. I'm choking. That's awful.
You okay?
No.
Don't die.
Find out space here. Good play from Mirwin. Saburo flash in, one auto, still gets the knockup, dash forward, Saburo!
I'm f***ing good, by the way.
Yeah, buy no ulti, no flash, buy no ulti, no flash, okay?
They don't see me, they don't see me. I have ulti if they go deep.
I'll go. My W1.
I don't know.
Can you see?
Yep.
Cassio, don't flash, Cassio. I'm coming. Is that? Look, Pantheon flash. Nico.
Can we get Kai'Sa?
Slowly.
Slow.
Combine to became in, guys. Go nice. Good job, boys. I'm dead. We end.
champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call this.
Welcome back to LEC Summer. We're going to be hot dropping into picks and bans. Some of these champions already banned away. We get ready for game 2 here. MKOI, some messy moments to be sure, but 90% of that game, they were in full and total control. Mr. Spectra, what are we looking at?
There's some peculiarities already in the bans. The Nautilus ban from Fnatic is interesting. We haven't really seen that high of a Nautilus priority. And then Lucian ban from MKOI as well, wanting to take away some of that agency from Upset to have a really strong ADC there. I wonder what the Nautilus ban like signifies. What does it mean? What do they want to look for? Because like the Leona is pretty comfortable playing into the Nautilus. You've already taken the Alistar and the Nico away. It could be looking for a range support and an Enchanter, potentially a Yunara Lulu, because when we think of the Enchanter meta, when that was very popular, teams used to permaban the Nautilus. So that's me just theory crafting a bit here. That could be what Fnatic's looking for.
Jarvan also taken away. Makes sense in terms of meta priority.
There we have the Orianna, finally.
Orianna.
This champion, normally teams prioritize it very heavily. It felt like I was being fooled in the G2 SK series where they just ignored it.
It was a psyop actually stacked against you.
Yeah.
The world was just trying to convince you you're crazy for thinking Orianna's good.
Yeah.
Or is this the one? Ooh, I like this response. Immediate double semi-globals, also denying the Orianna Nocturne combo.
This is such a fast jump select. Both teams very ready for what was coming here. The Trundle makes a lot of sense into the Galio to be able to take away the tankiness that he provides. I like what MKOI has built a little bit more than what a Fnatic has though. I think they should put the Galio into the Rumble now and then look for a counter pick on mid. I think Akali's actually already banned by Fnatic. That would have been the S-tier pick for MKOI if it was open, but it's going to be another melee mid. It's going to be the Yone for Jojo Pyun. Very cool draft here by MKOI first 3.
Definitely like a lot of proactive options, a lot of setup for this Nocturne already. Now on the side of Fnatic, look, we've got Orianna, who no doubt is a powerhouse, alongside Rumble, which is a huge comfort pick for Fnatic's new top laner. Highest win rate, most played champion, not quite as high as win rate, 69%. Nice.
And I think MKOI should ban out the Saya from Fnatic. Saya Rakan would be so damn good into MKOI's composition because it provides so much safety into the dive comp that MKOI have drafted here. As they took away the Bard, we'll have to see what they ban away next. And what MKOI want in their ADC role, I think probably just utility. Either a mage in bot lane or a Jhin would make the most sense. A Corki, they could take a lesson out of G2's book as well. It could also make sense.
Kaisa again, if they could pick
Kaisa again, if they could pick it again, they would like that.
Probably yet another Kaisa draft.
Yeah.
But Jhin kind of the alternative option.
I think Saya ban for sure has to be it. Unless they just don't think Saya... Like, Rakan Trundle isn't the best combo, so maybe they don't worry about it. Kalista, actually. Scared about the potential Kalista Renata, potentially. Or just Kalista plus Engage support.
Okay, now Shen taken away. Is it a Camille plus Mage angle?
Camille's banned.
Camille is banned. So probably not a Camille angle. I think that would...
Camille, if they could get Camille here, they would also pick it. They would go Camille Kaisa if they could pick it here.
How many more useless statements do you think I can make in this campaign? I've racked up 2. I could go for more.
Well, Victor is the hover. Would make sense. Just provide some damage, some utility, good laning phase. Are you willing to play Saya into it? That's a tough laning phase for the Xayah, but Saya is so good into the other 3 picks. But I don't know if Fnatic as a team can have upset on a losing matchup. That's the only thing I worry about. It does look like they're going to go for it, though. You do it if you go Rakan. If you go Rakan, you have at least a sustain from the Gleaming Quill.
Yeah.
So you can play that losing matchup.
I think you have to.
You have to, for sure.
You need Engage. Like, it's already we saw so many of the proactive Engage picks taken away in the first phase by Fnatic, and then locking in Trundle and jungle. Sentences Lospa to a game of hard Engage, and at least it's the Rakan Xayah. Look, there's one champion that can solo carry a team for Engages. It is Rakan.
Now, do you go Rel or Leona? I think those are the 2 realistic options. Rel gives you the nice wombo combo, but is not as strong like skirmishing power as the Leona. But Leona is quite vulnerable to the Trundle, right? Trundle with the ultimate is really... Or, oh, they put the Galio support.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting that. I mean, Galio is a pretty good matchup into the Rakan. And Gnar provides some more DPS for the MKOI composition. I like it. That's a nice flex.
I like it as well. Yeah. You get a nice little lane there. Mirwin in a comfortable spot now on the Gnar, can try to press his range advantage. Rumble can still be certainly very tricky, but Galio support, not something we've seen prioritized in a long time. A champion who really likes to have a little bit more gold income, but the taunt is so good against the Rakan, against the Trundle, who really wanted to run into you face first. And again, we've seen, again, the beating heart of MKOI is their support jungle duo, and now they both have super proactive champions.
I think that a lot of weight is on Elyoya though. Like, Elyoya really needs to find a great Paranoia so that Alvaro can follow up with a great Galio ultimate. Because if he, we've seen a lot of Nocturnes, they go a little bit too deep. They do some dumb stuff, you know?
Yep.
And they don't find the great Paranoia that they need to find. And I think if Elyoya does that this game, the whole team comp kind of falls apart. Because Jojo can't start a fight with his ultimate unless it's a big misplay by Fnatic. And I don't think Alvaro can realistically find that engage as the Galio, unless, again, it's a big mistake by Fnatic.
And you know what? After your statement, I take it back. This is actually a tricky amount of engage to play. Galio effectively solo engage without a Yone setup is going to be tough. But maybe Alvaro and Elyoya can make it work. I think it's similarly tricky on the side of Fnatic. We're gearing up now for Game 2. Game 1 very much MKOI favored. A couple of hiccups here and there. Fnatic kicked off game 1 with Vladdy burning Flash. This time around, I have a sneaking suspicion he will hold on to it. His Upset already trying to stack that lethal tempo, knows that if they auto-attack each other for long enough, he will eventually win the day. That said, there's a Galio wrapping around behind him, so he will
That's a
back away.
very good start, though, for this matchup. Because now, for sure, like, he was already probably going to get the push, but with that HP lead, he's for sure going to be able to get it, which makes the matchup a lot easier for him to play. The one thing about Galio's support, though, is if you start the Q and you just auto-attack the wave, you push super, super fast. So that could be what the MKOI bot lane decide to go for here. He took a point into the W now to get the shield. So they're not going to look to contest the push too hard.
And already that's the Gleaming Quill healing you're talking about too. So the little bit of poke that they were able to get back is already gone. So super solid start for the side of Fnatic.
I do think Mirwin can help a little bit alleviate the pressure on Elioya when we look at the later game team fights and the engages. If he can find that Mega Gnar, he can make a lot of things happen this game. And we talked a little bit about the struggles of Fnatic's comps as well. And it's a bit awkward, like Rakan Trundle. They don't have the best synergy because Trundle doesn't really go in and set up the Rakan ult engage. It's pretty big trades on mid lane. Really equal.
Yeah, definitely
get the ball.
Nice for Yone to get, I think, such a solid trade in the first few levels because Doran's in the long run gonna kind of out-sustain the value. You also have Fleet Footwork, so a lot more sustain present there. And Orianna notoriously pretty oppressive in the early lane phase. Now without a pot, though, I imagine Josephine just has to accept playing on the back foot a bit, although a nice, I think, attempted dodge on the command attack there. Doesn't quite get away from it.
So I think Fnatic has, or MKOI has a lot more of a clear engage win con, right? They pull all their triggers on one person, or on multiple people rather, and make it work that way, while Fnatic, they don't really have an easy way for Lost to find that engage, so it's going to rely a lot on Vladdy, Upset, and Soboro to smoothen out the fight, find the poke.
I like smoothen.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a word, but smoothen out the fight.
You can say smoothen, like smoothen a stone, no? Can't you say that?
Say smooth.
Smooth a stone?
You can say grind a stone?
What if you want to make it smooth? Smoothen? You can't say that?
Production, let us know.
Maybe you
Smoothen
can't
is it
say
a
that.
word? Native
Maybe I
English
just
speaker
made that
here,
up.
by the way. I don't know. It sounds wrong to me, but that doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about. I do have an American education.
I feel like if your intuition says it's wrong, that's probably
We'll find out. That's what production's for. They're going to keep us honest here.
Fact check our grammar.
Yeah, fact check. What do you think a stats guy is for? Also for vocabulary is, oh, it's happening again! Supa running for his life, getting run down. Alvaro tried to roam, but it's costing him dearly. The 2v1 kill there, and now MKOI really desperate to get something back, but Razork is strong in these early fights. That is a beat from Trundle. Saburo flashing forward, starting to overheat. Elioya gonna fall. Jojo Pune in dire straits. It's an unmitigated disaster. The pillar coming out just in time. Now they turn it back. Mirwan sticking around to try to get something back, but Saburo is so damn strong. Alvaro just barely able to flash away, but now it is Mirwan in trouble. The red buff ticking away. The clockwork windup not quite enough. No, doesn't auto the blast cone. Doesn't have the attack speed. It's a catastrophe.
Oh my god, it's an absolute disaster for MKOI, as despite the fact that they had the numbers advantage, they still end up losing the fight because Fnatic pulled the trigger. They're the ones flashing in, they're the ones going for the fight. So they end up getting 3 kills for themselves. And Supa dies on bot. This is a tragic start for this game for MKOI. As we watch, okay, so Upset just sits in the bush and Supa's not expecting it. And even though he flashes the root caller, he still just dies to the auto attacks. And we saw the same mistake happen in the last game, but then we're not finished. MKOI, they want to make the play happen. Alvaro thinks we can go on to Vladdy, right? No, we can't. We're not there. So Alvaro is, yeah, you roamed up, but what did you do? You weren't fighting with your team whatsoever.
Lost a wave and a half for that play, too.
And now Alvaro is dead. Hey, we might be looking at a game 3 already. I'm not gonna lie.
My God. Wow.
Yo, kill him. What are we doing?
Finish the kill. Quill him.
No way we don't kill him.
Okay, he's dead. He's dead. Lost needs a kill. Fnatic fans happy, rejoicing at the sudden turnaround. I can't help but feel like MKOI have gift wrapped this one.
Can they dive Supa? They can probably hard push this wave and dive him. Elioya's not in the area, and Alvaro still needs quite a bit of time.
That he does. MKOI need a lot more time. If they're
I think Supa can trade 1-for-1 though, maybe.
Get it? Gravity field there. They're just going to wander in at him, chomping.
Oh, this is so awkward.
Plate is there. Very slowly trying to kill this Victor. Leave the poor man alone. Razork grabs another.
Okay, it wasn't awkward. They just took their time, waited out the tower aggro, waited out the gravity field. And Fnatic, what a bounce back from game number 1. But also some big mistakes from MKOI. Don't get it twisted. They made really big mistakes, especially Super now dying twice back to back. The first step was very much his bad. The second one was more a result of Alvaro getting caught in transition. But Fnatic as well getting the Drake as the cherry on top. Unless Alvaro snips him out. I mean, Razork is very chunked here. But I don't think Alvaro is going to go to check. So he's going to get away with this.
Is he going to die to Drake in pro play? Is he going to die to Drake in pro
he
play?
Has no smite.
Okay, that would have been so funny.
Oh.
Lospa's here. Lospa's here.
If Lospa wasn't here.
I gotta say, it would have been hilarious. But Lospa, clutch, having a great game, 1-0-2.
Clutch for saving his jungler against
Yeah, from dying to the Drake, bro. That's a big deal. It's hard. PvE is hard sometimes. Don't forget, bro. People lose at WoW all the time. So, I will say that my excitement for the Galio support
has waned,
has disappeared entirely because the Flex top matchup is losing. And your support matchup is losing now.
To be fair, he's like equal on top, but he lost the full wave that you said when you roamed.
Yeah.
So he can blame his team for that one.
Sure. But
yeah, I get what you mean. We didn't see quite the power that we were looking for. I also think if you had the thing with Galio is he doesn't really do anything in lane. Like if you have a Leona, if you have a Rel, you can go in on the Xayah, on the Rakan. But Galio, if he just punches forward, it's so easy to avoid and kite it out.
He's a reactive champion. He almost feels like a Braum or a Tahm Kench.
Yeah,
where when you're against a
similar.
Rakan, right, he just gets to Q you and win every trade because he's healing and doing damage. I think Soup is dead.
I mean, the big thing is that...
Okay, knock up.
Might be right.
Go there, pull back. He has level 6. Feathers are flying. Dead. Wow.
This is pretty crazy.
I wish I could say I'd see the future, but it happened twice already.
I just thought there was no way he was going to die there, because, like, no way, you know what I mean?
Nocturne level 6, ulti?
Oh, he's in range.
No ulti for upset. Flash back to try to get away from Alvaro. And the dash coming through. Taunt connects. Fear connects onto upset. He will just fall here. So shut down for Elyoya. A path back into this game, perhaps.
Some deja vu from last game. Super dying repeatedly, but then Elyoya comes and saves the day and kills upset. At least
yeah, this is... Look, everybody's allowed to have bad days. We all have stinkers.
Yeah.
I cast the worst semifinal in world's history. Soup has died like 30 times in this series, you know? We all had our moments. Everyone gets a stinker every now and then. I will say, if he doesn't turn it around pretty immediately...
He's dead again.
Oh, he's dead again. Okay. Ulti for the wave. Laura overheating, running him down.
He has flash, though, but he does not want to use it.
Okay.
Don't know why he didn't use it.
Alvaro now running in once again. Jojo Pune on the way. They're grouped up in the choke, though, but Jojo Pune keeping the fight going, and now it's Vladdy in trouble. Lost doing what he can, but it's Razork trying to run them down. MKOI turning it right back around. Jojo Pune ready to fall with another Q3. MKOI! You're 2,000 gold down! You're not supposed to be able to do that!
MKOI, they don't need an ADC. They're going to win regardless. Getting the fight on top side. 2 kills for them. Upset wasn't involved in the fight while Mirwin could move, and he made the difference. Fnatic got 1 grub, but Elyoya should be able to pick up the rest of them. As we watch the replay here, what is this, the bot lane play? Okay, this is bullying now.
We're bullying, super.
But the thing is, okay, his flash is on cooldown right now, but I think it comes up right now. Maybe it's still on like 1 second
I'm not
cooldown.
100% sure, but given that Saburo is going to have a charge of Electro Harpoon backup, it seems like he just opts not to use it, would be my assumption there.
Yeah, maybe. I think it was maybe like 1 second cooldown.
Really good ulti for Jojo, have to call out.
It only hit the front.
Yeah, but it catches the shockwave at the start, so he's still relevant in the fight. It gets him back.
Fair enough, fair enough. And then MKOI, they get 2 members, and it kind of feels, this feels a little bit similar to the G2 SK series, where it's like, Fnatic are winning, but I just feel like MKOI are going to win, because they just have that aura to them, you know?
I agree. The aura is a bit besmirched.
That's true.
There's some dust on that aura.
Yeah.
There's some stains, but they're cleaning it up.
And it feels like someone else will pick up the slack.
But yeah, if you take the nameplates off and tell me who's going to win this game, unsurprisingly, the team with the 1,000 gold lead Xayah up against the 0-4-0 Victor. But MKOI are one of the teams. There's a reason that they've been in our top 3 for so long, and it's because they are clutch. And they are a team that can find their way back in seemingly unwinnable situations.
I mean, now Super has a big test, because in the last series, Caps was 0-3-0 on the Victor.
Sure.
And we said that he's one of the few players that can still be useful. And he was pretty useful.
He was very useful.
Flanked on top, did a ton of damage. And now the question is, can Super do the same? We'll have to see.
It's good. I like that. Had to die one more time just to show he could do it better than Cap. Narrative.
That's what he said. I'm not Flash, and this one's for Cap.
This one, I have to be better than Caps, guys. I'm not flashing away from this Rumble. There you go. See, if we just project enough random stuff on the players, eventually something will stick. People won't get mad about that. Legacy Dynasty Kings, guys. It's great. That said, now the game has evened out. Oh, never mind. Vladdy's in trouble. LeLioya on the chase. Jojo about to follow. Flash taunt in. Flash out from Vladdy. Nowhere there to give them a bit more space. But that's LeLioya's ulti down, as well as the flash coming out from Alvaro.
Left for Flash, but Vladdy
Shockwave back. Ulti out from Jojo once again. Well timed Q3 to get away from Razor, but the subjugate still ticking away. Doesn't do nearly enough to take Jojo out of the equation.
Could be Dragon though for Fnatic, since they were able to get Jojo so low. I think Razor is just going to start it. I think clear the vision first.
Yeah, really important for Fnatic to not fight small skirmishes, and I like Drake's as a way to avoid doing that.
If Sapporo lives here, it's very good, but I think he's just gonna die. But it's still a Dragon for Fnatic.
He's ahead. Ooh! That Gnar did not connect. But it doesn't matter, because the shutdown is still there.
Kill for MKOI. Nice TP by Jojo, not the cleanest of executions.
Okay, can I just say, it has been an insanely weird week of League of Legends.
It really has.
I'm really trying to figure out
everything.
Yeah, I'm really trying to figure out if it's like a serious day for us or like a fun, goofy day for us. And I don't know what tone is appropriate because it's
pretty goofy.
It's a messy week of League. But the stakes are really high for MKOI is the struggle. So you want to take it serious because they're 1-3, right? Every win kind of counts, which is really insane to be saying in Week 2. But because of the schedule, this is their 5th series already.
It's true.
Yeah, screw it, we go goofy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Has to put the team on his back. Can he do it?
You think Supa's feeling goofy?
I think Supa's probably a little frustrated. Hard to know. I really trusted Supa's mental. This is I got a lot of love for Supa.
I do think when you're playing a mage, it's a lot easier because your wave clear is always going to be good.
You
have the
always
CC.
just smash all your buttons and potentially do enough damage to win into the fight, right? I think it's...
That's true. I was more thinking just the utility aspect of it, but...
Yeah. Sure. I was thinking mages are easy forehead aspect of it.
That's true.
But clearly not that easy. Clearly there's a...
I mean, you're still playing in a mobile carry, so you need to respect as such. But Supa, I think, is playing a bit more like his S role.
Yeah. Definitely very, very mobile. The gravity field gives you often a false sense of security against a champion as mobile as the Rakan. But the good news is all the 80 carry mains out there will have some footage to watch. Feel that little bit of catharsis. Finally, an 80 carry, killing a mage over and over again.
Yeah, it is beautiful, isn't it?
A little unfortunate, too.
How it's meant to be. And upset going the Ghost as well, I really like that. Equalizer from Soboro did 50 damage onto Mirwin. Cleared the wave though, but okay, Mirwin has to respect at least. He's worried about the dive. So it's a cross map from Fnatic. They're going to get some plates in the top side while MKOI match it in the bottom side. Lospa is looking to try to defend.
Ooh, tower race.
I think I know who's winning this one.
I think it's pretty easy to see, I would say. MKOI. Oh, I was wrong. That's crazy. Oh, nice ulti here from LECOLOGIA once again. Shockwave doesn't work on LECOLOGIA. Dash through from Jojo Pune. That's the combo they were looking for.
Okay, but Lospa, what are you doing? You need to rotate the bot. I don't know why he's just sitting around mid. Like, this is such an obvious play where you defend the weak side and you can't make anything happen on mid. I don't think Vladdy is in the wrong there at all.
All right.
He was under his tier 2.
Sure.
And Lospa was just sitting around mid.
You clearly don't read the lore, bro. Xayah and Rakan are dating. Why would you go bot lane? That's crazy, dude. That's infidelity, bro. You can't be promoting that as a family broadcast, man. Can't be down there with Orianna. That's weird. She's a robot. Calm down, Jack. Anyway.
Well, now they're diving, Vladdy. No, Jojo Pune, sorry.
Here we go. Oh, this is really good wave clear. Well played by Jojo Pune. Support now from Alvaro. Going in for a bit of cheeky extra poke there.
Upset's got chunked to half there.
This is kind of...
That's a lot of damage.
That he does. He's just walking forward as Lospa's now looking for the setup. They know there's no ulti available for Jojo Pune, so they just want to keep that trade going.
Yo, this Trundle is strong. He just killed Alvaro.
I was too focused on the lack of CC and not focused on the absolute lack of survivability for the opposing team.
It's going to be the Herald, though, for MKOI. Cross maps back-to-back here. Neither team really wanting to fight an honest, straight-up fight.
You know what we're seeing is a return to the Fnatic fundamentals. Where is Razor ganking right now?
Upset.
That's right. That's right. Never forget.
He did just gank top Sabora.
Yeah, but I'm cherry picking, Jack.
Okay.
We're creating a... yeah. Upset. I mean, Raz has kind of been everywhere this game. This is a really solid Trundle performance. Definitely a big part of the reason they were able to win out on that first really critical skirmish was he's just stronger than Nocturne. Like, yeah, Nocturne has a lot of steroids present in the kit, but Trundle's ability to steal away AD is just so devastating in an early skirmish where every single opposing member of the enemy topside desperately needs that physical damage early on.
Fnatic wanting to go for the bot side scuttle here. LUA is in the area, but it's going to be pretty free. I do worry, though, that I feel like as the game progresses, Razork is going to have a harder and harder time to play. And he can always kill Alvaro pretty fast and take his stats, but I think Elioya is going to become more and more useful as Alvaro might be caught.
Tried to Justice Punch to backstep, but it doesn't really do a whole heck of a lot for him, so flash away really limits Alvaro's playmaking potential outside of that ulti. Well, connecting on a super once again. This time he's going to flash away.
Big mistakes by the MKOI bot lane here. Both of them have to use their flash right before the dragon spawns, and this is the third dragon for Fnatic. And with how chunked Super got, I don't think MKOI can contest. They're just going to have to drop it.
Yeah, I think the full 5v5s are still just so incredibly difficult for MKOI. Super a black hole of gold, unfortunately. So while they can win out on all these 2v2, 3v3 kind of skirmishes, they don't really feel comfortable enough to contest that big objective. And Fnatic breakneck speed.
Yeah, super early third dragon. 16 minutes. This would be a soul for Fnatic at 21. And they have put MKOI on the timer now, on the clock. They're going to have to fight them at that next dragon. MKOI at least putting the Herald on top and getting some gold from that. They're not going to be able to get a second crash, though, as Lospa is covering the weak side, helping Sabora clear out this Herald.
Good coverage there.
Kill the Herald. No.
You got it. 25 extra gold. Happy to have it as he overheats. Gold dead even, right? It's just the 3 Drakes really separating them now. And I think he'd much rather be Fnatic at this point in time. There is the
Alvaro
angle.
Has no flash. If he face checks this bush, okay, he... Oh. It's kind of funny.
He juked him out. They weren't ready for that. But now, Upset.
22 minutes, 10 seconds is the fastest soul in LEC 2026. Upset is called,
now
though.
looking to turn. His ulti burned from Lost, but Upset holds on to his ulti. Kind of stole gold there as he almost gets burned down. 22 minutes, 10 seconds. Yeah, you said it. Fastest soul.
Yeah, so if they were to get it now, like right as it spawns, it would be the fastest soul in LEC history.
And we've been setting a lot of records this week. Series yesterday for SK, we set the record for damage taken, damage dealt, second most damage dealt.
I think MKOI would kind of have to roll over and die, though, to just give him the soul. So probably not going to happen. Although, who knows? Magikarp might make its return.
Magikarp is, yeah.
Might have used Splash.
Struggle, Splash. We'll see. MKOI, it's a really, what do we say? You know, sometimes your bot laner dies a million times. It makes the game a lot harder to play. And as much as there's some execution things there, unfortunately the draft, now that there's kind of deficit, is a little bit tricky, but Vladdy has a Seeker, gets an extra second there. Nice equalizer to get a bit more space. Jojapune looking for an angle. Q3 going to connect, but now he's forced to snap back. Mirwan and Jojapune fighting side by side as Saboro burns to the ground. Buying a bit extra time, though. Good damage as Lospa follows up. Flash it, and an R forward for Mirwan. Catches out Razork, but the Subjugate keeps him standing. The Trundle's so hard to kill as he'll finally flash away. Q3 from Jojapune takes him into 3, but a quick snap back with the Soul Unbound means he's still surviving. Upset off to the side. He has Flash. He has Ghost. He has ulti. He doesn't feel comfortable enough to step up here because he has no vision. He has no information.
Man, that was so messy. The equalizer onto nobody. The shockwave got spell shielded by Elioya. Everybody was kind of everywhere, and Upset was only hitting Alvaro a little bit. And it didn't really feel like anybody got the fight that they were looking for. Because now Upset wants to potentially look onto Mirwan, but I don't think he's going to be able to find anything. It's 2 minutes until Dragon, so really the summoner spells that were used in this fight are the big one. Only Elioya used his flash, while on Fnatic they used top, jungle, mid, and support. So really favors MKOI going into the soul fight with the fact that they'll have 4 flashes versus 1.
Certainly does, especially those flashes and the big playmakers, keeping our eyes on Mirwan on that Megan on MKOI. Now with Jojapune having such a significant lead and the gold so close, as much as they're down in Drakes, I feel like they smoothened out that deficit early on. They're back to a relatively balanced state.
I think it's pretty scary to play into this Nocturne, Yone, Galio combo without any flash, especially on Vladdy. He also used his Seekers, so that's going to be on cooldown. He'll definitely need the Zhonya's going into the soul fight. he has any chance of surviving.
Whoa, a nice proto belt. Lost was ulti. Again, a minute 30 away. I think it'll be up in time, but just hoping to get something more than a proto belt cooldown.
Yeah, this is going to be up for the Drake.
Eyes on Upset to carry, but it's a 2-item AD carry, and it's a Xayah who really wants to be 3 or 4 items. And yeah, this is the problem. Is
well, Super decided to invest the ultimate. That one I don't think will be up for the Drake spawn. I'll have a look. Do the math.
But mid prio. Yes, I appreciate that. Calculate.
It is going to be pretty much up.
It's going to be
62-second cooldown.
There you go.
That's broken.
Has enough ability haste. Dojapune though now on 2 items as well. We're set up for an incredibly even fight. 2 items for Saburo is pretty good though. Eyes on Saburo and Vladdy, but because Vladdy went for the Seekers and it's now broken.
You know what would be funny though?
What?
If Fnatic just decide to not fight and we just spend 5 minutes hyping up this fight and then nothing happens. No, they're TPing in, they're fighting.
They're ready to fight. I don't want to say it's mandatory, but it feels pretty mandatory. So just doing a quick Q3 for Poe. We're not really able to trade back much damage whatsoever. Nice killer on Elyoya. Immediate subjugate now coming out. Lock up under the Rakan is big though. Lospa forced it back away.
Elyoya is super chunked though and no paranoia. But it's super hard for Fnatic to enter. They get so poked trying to face check these bushes. Super doing a really good job putting down these lasers.
Razork sticking around just to get the natural sustain from Trundle passive.
Elyoya base. This is an opportunity for Fnatic to force the 5 versus 4. Lospa's about to get his ultimate. Doesn't have the flash.
Here went off on the side though. They have to respect the flank. Dojapune ready to go with the Q3. Yone has to make the difference here. Dash in Q3, ulti across the team. Upset goes up, but still gets knocked up, still gets caught out. Flashes away to safety. But the fight has fallen to pieces. Razork running for dear life, but it's a double kill for Supa, who's right back into the game.
Dojapune, it's a 4 versus 5, yet he still just pulls the trigger and wins the fight. Alvaro with the follow-up as well. There was no counterplay for Fnatic. They grouped up too much, gave them the window. That means MKoi is going to get the Dragon, and they have their eyes on the Nashor as well. It's only Upset and Soboro up. I don't think they can try to stop them here. Mirwin does. He's in the bot lane, but he has the TP. Upset is just going to push this mid lane wave in.
And if MKoi win this game, it is an obvious Dojapune player of the series. Game 1 and Game 2, he has been on fire. Certainly had some supporting members to set him up, but that was all him on the engage. Fnatic.
And Fnatic got to be kicking themselves, man. Like,
you had 3 Drakes.
They
had
3 Drakes. They had really all the control. Even in the last fight here, it's 5 versus 4, but you're just not. Nobody on Fnatic is able to pull the trigger, and they give Dojapune a 3-man Q3 knockup into the Galio ult. There's no way you're gonna win that, regardless if it's 5 versus 4.
You're not the Wombo. What are you grouping up for?
That was very stoic clapping.
Yeah, I mean, they're frustrated.
Yeah.
Like, look, they're focused on the process, not the result. Because even if the result is good here, the process has been messy.
Yeah, the result might be a 2-0, but the process, I don't know.
Room to evaluate, room to review. Safe to say, as Alvaro last cone away. We'll see what the Red Bull Baron power play can do, but Supa now only 700 gold down, and as we saw in the previous fight, if any piece of CC connects, he still does a ton of damage and offers the follow-up CC of the Victor W. Look, it's Upset is not enough. He needs more time. His gold lead just did not matter in these fights.
Feels really hard to see how Fnatic have a path to victory right now. Vladdy's also still, like, he's so far behind. He's down a full item on JoJo. Still hasn't been able to pick up that Zhonya's. And he just feels like in both games now, he's not able to find his stride whatsoever.
I mean,
really
again,
make
he's
a
40
difference.
CS down again, man. I mean, it's rough. I really want to hold on to optimism for a player who's shown such high highs, but it has not been working out. It's a scrappy trade in the mid lane. Flash burned by Alvaro. Razork trying to walk his way out of this one. Not quite as tanky as he was in the early game, however. Wasp is now looking for the re-engage. Upset, though, good damage to try and zone away, but Supa hits like a truck. Mirwin goes in, forces the ulti out, but now it's a follow coming for Elyoya, but it looks like he clicked on Lospa instead of Upset.
All right. Elyoya might have misclicked that one, not able to take down Upset, but I feel like Upset did 20 auto attacks that fight and no damage. He's building towards the LDR, but this is also why we don't see... This is why we've seen more mages recently. You can see that it takes a lot of time. He needs a lot of items to become useful.
But it's, okay, it's
His team is also not so useful.
Yeah, but this is the reason why we see Lucian banned and why we see Corki prioritized is like, Xayah
needs a lot.
Xayah's a 4-item AD carry, dude. She's not even a 3-item AD carry. We've talked about this so many times. Elyoya needs to be careful. He's about to get burned down. Shut down. Nice look for Fnatic, a little bit of mess there.
The thing with Saya is that she needs Navori and IE and LDR. While a lot of ADCs, they just need their first item and then IE and LDR. So it's really that 3-item spike that puts them on the board. But because Saya needs so much, like Upset has been doing so many auto-attacks and he has 10,000 damage.
Maybe mages are strong, because that's the 0-4-0 start Victor, and he's 5k damage up.
It's like Caps, bro. He did it.
He did it. He's from useful. An even greater deficit, bro.
Oh my god, is Super greater than Caps? Still not a positive KDA though.
Yeah, 2-4-1.
He will need to get that.
I like that there's a Leandries in that build set though.
Yeah?
Getting
you like the full burn?
I like
triple burn.
A lot
he
of
just needs
HP
Infernal Conduit and then he's good to go.
Imagine Augments and Summoner's Rift.
They need to put that in.
So good.
It would be so good.
It would ruin pro play, but it would be so fun.
Well, you don't need to have it in ranked, but just make it like...
Yeah.
Or maybe make it in ranked, but make it like balanced. Huh? Make it like good.
Bro, don't drag Mayhem. We play way too much of that game.
No, Mayhem is great, but if you just have Mayhem and Summoner's Rift and ranked,
but
that would be pretty annoying.
But make it good?
Yeah, because it
that
needs
wasn't
to be
passive
balanced.
aggressive?
No, but it needs to be balanced is what I mean. Because it can't be so random. Like, ranked can't be so random. That would feel really bad.
How do you plan to balance the Mystic Punch Aurelia top lane? What's your strat there, Kevin?
Well, it needs to be less random.
Okay. There you go.
30 seconds, Drake, Soul for Fnatic. They can still make it happen. This is the fight.
Square up, folks. Getting ready for the full-on 5v5. Eyes on Upset. 3 items. Will it be enough? Finally, there's Zanya's complete for Vladdy. Will Fnatic fully stack as 5 people? Jojo currently no way to stack his Q. Definitely nice for the side of Fnatic, who desperately want this Soul and have full control over the pit. Jojo going in for a bit of poke. Razork posturing forward.
Razork pretty chunked already. Fnatic, they have position, but they need to slowly surrender it here.
They don't have any control of their bot wave, their top wave, or their mid wave. They are spending about 1,000 gold. Try to group here as 5. Ospa backstepping, Empoy taking a ton of space. Mirwin about to go Mega, but he's on a ward. If they wait for this to expire, maybe then they can re-engage.
Split needs to find the angle here.
Ulti off onto the side, looking to isolate Vladdy, giving access to Alvaro in the backline. Supa untouched for now. Jojo Pune ulti in the midst of the team, but Upset making those feathers fly. Moving forward as Supa has been caught out. They're going to finish the kill onto the mage. Now the Drake is starting to reset. Fnatic might have done it. Mkoy on the ropes as Upset remains untouched in this exchange. Jojo Pune trying to be a hero. The quick snack back, it's the Zanyas. Mirwin about to go Mega once again. Laspa now in trouble. The boulder toss. Mirwin ready to go. He gets one. Jojo Pune still standing. Saboro in trouble. Jojo gets another. Looking for the reset. But the Soul goes to the side of Fnatic. It's a hot mess, but it's a mess in the favor of FNC. Upset and Razork frontlining. A double for the Trundle. Troll Drudge, Troll King, Troll Executioner trying to finish Jojo.
Fnatic did it. They peeled off Mkoy and they got the Soul. Elyoya goes too deep with the paranoia. He doesn't have the follow-up. And Upset is able to kite out the ulti as well. As his replay was a little bit longer than I realized. Paranoia goes in. Galio ultimate, it's not the best. It doesn't land onto anybody. And then Upset here dodges the ulti from Jojo Pune. It's crucial. He gets so low. Supa barely gets hit by the shockwave. Doesn't proto belt it. He dies. And now Elyoya's off to the side. Mirwin nearly salvages this play by stacking onto Soboro, getting into Mega. It felt like he could have made the difference here, flashing the Rakan W, but he just barely didn't have the damage to take out all these low Fnatic members. And Razork being able to pick up the smite on the dragon made the difference for Fnatic. Now they have Hextech Soul. Is this enough? That is the question.
It's hard to be certain. It has been a very back and forth game, and you can see Jojo Pune's still a big threat. But Hextech Soul,
pretty good Soul.
Pretty, I think still broken, yes.
Yes.
Definitely feels that way. I'm sure the data supports it for being balanced, but it feels oppressive.
But Mkoy don't care, they're starting up the Nash. Soboro's not here, he has the teleport though.
Upset no flash, remember, from the previous fight, so it's going to be a lot harder for him to play out this one. Mkoy getting chunked though, equalizer onto Supa, Laspa looking for the follow-up. Nice knock-up, nice interrupt from Alvaro to stop that quickness from being effective. Off on the side is Jojo Pune, he's already used the Q3. Gnar knocking 2 members to the wall. Upset isolated completely. Dash through from Jojo Pune is massive. Snap back, but the shielding is still there from Laspa just in time. Command Protect does its job as Vladdy keeps Upset standing. Supa drops down and Fnatic take the fight.
And Fnatic might have done it. They're pushing mid. They peeled off Upset. He didn't die. They want to end this game right here, right now.
Fnatic marching down the mid lane, upset on the edge of death. But his team protects him. The Soul empowering them, they don't even need the Baron. Jojo Pune, not enough, no way to stack the Q. The slow from the Hextech Soul, so frustrating.
I think Jojo could maybe do it. Alvaro's up in 1.
Yeah,
I don't think Fnatic can end.
Jojo Pune getting chunked out, good damage, now he's gone. Alvaro not able to get anything back, trying to buy a bit more time. El Yo-Yo walking in, Fnatic, this is risky. Nocturne could do decent damage here. Knockup isn't there. Flash in and on upset. That's going to be one shutdown. Now they just need to hit the Nexus. Fnatic going to finish the game and bring it to 1-1.
And Fnatic, they took down Jojo. If Jojo stayed alive, maybe he could hold the game for MKOI. But Fnatic got it over the finish line. They will take us to a game number 3.
Absolute chaos. It felt like it would be a victory lap after that dominant start from Fnatic, but MKOI brought it back. They kept it so close, and in those final fights, upset staying alive, the team protecting him, really making all of the difference.
And the Dragons were key. The Dragons were what enabled Fnatic to find the comeback in the game. And when you're getting down in the mud, it's all about those Dragons.
And it looks like Odo is ready. Let's hear what he has to say.
Okay, Soboro, LEC, easy or hard?
If we win, I think very easy start, but yeah.
Okay, Solo Bolo game 1, Solo Bolo game 2. What do you think? Game 3 Solo Bolo, one more?
I don't focus on solo bolo. I will just focus on game win. Yeah.
Okay, go to Grabs and say good draft game 3, okay? Yeah. Thank you so much for the interview. You can go to your team.
Yeah.
Now back to the desk.
Yeah. Lovely.
Focus on the win.
Yeah.
He's a humble boy.
Yeah.
He's a humble boy.
He's so shy on camera. He did that. That's not him.
He's not like this backstage?
Backstage, he would say a lot of different things there. But
All right, maybe not safe for broadcast though, but I do appreciate the fact that for him a win is a win, and I guess that's what matters to him, because it was not pretty.
Yeah. It was, then it wasn't,
and then it was
and then
again.
it was. So it's, you know,
what do we
yeah,
think?
it was good. Happy? Yeah.
No. Did Fnatic really win this game?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
That's what we want to see. Okay, they took us through the good, the bad, and the ugly. That was the good.
I mean, this opening was absolutely sick, right? Like, they caught over and over again Super and Alvaro in multiple different positions. Immediately, it was that like fake from Lost, but up towards the top side to get the first kill onto Super. Then they catch Alvaro in rotation. Then they catch Super on the dive after. Like, this was really solid play from Fnatic, and I love the way they played this early stage. Like, it really felt like they understood how to try and blow open this game. And this is, again, like, I think this really does show what Fnatic are capable of doing in the moment.
But, okay, well, the replay is great and all, and you say that this shows what Fnatic can do.
Yeah.
But this game really showed what Fnatic cannot do, which is close out that game cleanly, because there is no way in hell that game goes on for that long. Like,
yeah.
I see the vein popping in his forehead, guys. I'm actually worried here. I want to talk about the objective setups and how they were organized and how they maneuvered around this.
Yeah, because I think the initial one for this Gutter Crab was also a good play, right? Like,
yeah.
I think they set it up well.
Yeah, but so my theory, this is my theory, okay, just completely unbiased. The biggest objective of the game for Fnatic, or for many teams around the world, is that crab, you know? So when teams come to this crab, they put all of their brain power, because honestly, this 3v4, or like this 3v, it was actually proper 3v4, was great. Target selection was great. They utilized the Rumble move and the power spike to just be fighting over that. But after that, oof.
But I do think like it shows what Soboro is doing well in these games, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's finding the ways to try and push people off of topside. Like, he ended up forcing Merwin out of the play. I think he's playing onto that bottom lane where he got the solo kill and Super. Like, I think Soboro is really showing what he can excel at in these moments. And it is, as you say, though, as we got into that mid game where it got a little bit messier, where they started to get caught out in multiple different positions, where they weren't really finding the success. And I mean, you were telling me a very funny story backstage about counting people on maps that wasn't going too well.
Oh yeah, do you want to talk us through this?
Okay.
If that's not too much, of course, because I thought it was really interesting.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the state of the state of 2026 League of Legends and the coaching staff over here in the LEC is that the biggest lesson that you can teach a League of Legends team is to count how many people are on the map, and this was, to be honest, the reason why Fnatic went 40 minutes in this game. But anyway, we have a great dragon fight where Elias Lip, I love him, my goat. He clutches that team fight entirely. Zaya performance, absolutely great. He was the one who didn't leave anyone down. So the setup starts with a really weird rumble ult, because that's just what it is. It's very weird. They're zoning Marwan off on the side, extremely low spots marking him, but when the Nocturne light goes off, this is peak performance from Elias Lip, because now the lights are off. The Zaya, keep your eye out on Zaya, and let's just roll this clip out. Keep your eyes on Zaya. She has to fight with this, with the lights closed, and the Yone ult, honestly, if I'm there, I would not dodge that, because you're just... So here's the problem. You are there, and you have seen your team int for 20 minutes straight, and everyone's thinking, oh, Elias, go in, why is Upset not doing damage? Why is he playing for Kitty? Because he saw his team int for 20 minutes. So in that fight, all he's looking at is how can I deal the most amount of damage when everyone around me is inting. So he is extremely stressed in that situation, and the fact that he finds that Zaya ult to block the Yone engage and to carry that team fight is just absolutely impressive.
Also, shout out to Losp at the start of that fight as well. Like, he played that incredibly well, getting the charm onto Ayoya when he tried to dive onto Vladdy, preventing him from getting the following up, buying that space for Upset, and also opening up the fight then for Vladdy. I think it was like a really well-orchestrated team fight, and I love that we're getting more of that from Fnatic, because there were moments in the past where they would have been a bit disjointed on some of these fights. You might have, you know, the Razor going overextended and not having that follow-up there, but the team fighting is starting to look significantly better, and I do think a large portion of that is coming from the bottom lane that, in my eyes, is taking a big step up.
I'm glad that you say team fights are going great, because team fights usually happen when you count how many people are on the map. So I'm really happy that Fnatic got to the point where they counted exactly that there's 5 people there, so they can properly team fight.
This is how trauma gets created, by the way, from the coaching staff here. But honestly, what matters here is the win, the fact that they managed to pull this one together. We've talked about the fact that maybe Fnatic was missing this firepower before. We've seen it. Now I feel like it's going to be about toning down in the aggression, maybe, knowing when to hold your horses. We have 1-1 in the series so far. What is going to be the focus point from either team in Game 3?
I feel like for both of these teams, they need to hire an extra person in the team, and the league rules need to expand a little bit to have an extra player in the team, and his only role is to say no to the plays, because both of these teams, it feels like there's just so much peer pressure going on, and there's just so much pressure overall in this moment that someone suggests a fight, and I'm pretty sure that everyone says yes, and if you are saying no, bad things are happening to you. So I think that, for me, that's the big takeaway. They need to just really tone it down and think a little bit more, because it's not a race. You've seen teams, it's week 2 of a regular season, teams will throw. All you need is proper setups and count how many people are on the map.
I think it's simplicity in the draft. Just go back to basics. You know how to play the game, just play through that.
I don't know for you guys, but I'm having fun. It's been a great series so far. So 1-1 between MKOI and Fnatic in their debut game here in summer. Let's see what happens in Game 3.
Everyone's having fun.
Guys, wait for Yoya. I will flash on them, okay? Just wait. I will get Kitty from pits. If you see it though, you can go. I go. I go. I go.
I'll tell you.
You can go, Jojo.
Saya no flash, Saya no flash.
Dame no flash, okay?
I can go, Saya.
Go. Bro, what a great team fight that you did. I mean, you did great, the roll. It's pretty good.
No, no flash. Help me.
I'm no mana. Peel up.
Guys, knock.
Nice, we got someone. I'm no mana.
No.
Don't do this. Look at upset. Are you doing Galio? Why is upset? We kill everyone here. I kill everyone. We cannot mid, by the way.
Guys, look, Victor.
Miss the jump. At mid, no? Go mid.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Ah, champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
from beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me.
Welcome back to LEC Summer 2026. Once again, we are going to be dropping hot into this Game 3 draft. It's do or die time for both of these lineups.
It's do or die, and it all comes down to this draft. I think Fnatic, they are putting their eggs in the upset basket, and I think they're going to double down in this game number 3. They had him on the Xayah last game, on the Estral in game 1. If they put him on a mage now, I'm going to be really disappointed, because he has been their standout member. They've shut down Supa back-to-back in games. They weren't successful in taking down MK in game number 1, but they were able to do so in game number 2. And it was mostly, as you pointed out earlier, in the bot lane and the jungle department.
That it was. Razork upset and lost, but on the opposite side for MKOI, it's really been Alvaro, Elyoya, Jojo, Mirwin getting solo killed,
and
MKOI falling apart.
They recognize it. They banned Lucian, they banned Caitlyn. They want to try to avoid any sort of strong lane for this Fnatic bot lane. And I'm curious to see what can Fnatic find after all these bans are out. Jarvan makes a lot of sense here as a strong jungler for Razork. Can be that proactive playmaker and make the difference. And hopefully we'll be seeing EQ combos and not QE combos like we saw yesterday.
Sometimes it's the right choice, though. I will say sometimes you don't want to go in.
That's true. But it wasn't intentional yesterday.
That's true. That's true. Mirwin continues to hover Pike, which I wish was real sometimes. Although this game may be a bit too high stakes. Camille remains banned. Almost a lot of the early playmakers just taken away. They give a lot of respect over to Alvaro and the potential for him to roam.
Ashe! They're looking for the Ashe Seraphine. I think Fnatic will answer with Yunara Lulu. And we're gonna go, we're going back. We're going back to last season. This is spring. But this, I think, is really Fnatic comfort zone here to have this Enchanter versus Enchanter matchup.
I agree. As now, Yunara Lulu, immediate response. Well predicted, Jack, you're on fire. I will say, MKOI, I respect the decision to make this pivot, but Alvaro not on a playmaker, like,
Go Sinso or
this is to me this is an act of desperation. Bot lane is going so horribly. You're going for utility 80 carry plus range support.
But I also think that MKOI knew what Fnatic was going for. This Nautilus, this Camille, it's kind of setting up for an Enchanter bot lane. And MKOI, they want to fight fire with fire. So they're gonna go to Sinsao. That's what I was thinking would make the most sense, to have this beefy front line. Or not beefy, but have this Bruiser that can make use of the Seraphine healing and shielding. But I do still favor Fnatic a lot. I feel like this is exactly what they came in wanting to play today. This is tripling down on putting all the eggs in the upset basket.
Every egg possible. Now committed. Julius in the bottom lane. See if he can bring it home for the team and what the rest of the compositions look like. Olaf taken away, obviously really powerful into that Ashe Seraphine. Ignores so much of those big AoE team fighting tools. Who will go in with Elyoya, though, is the big question. A lot of pressure on Jojo. Now, his Akali was banned in a number of games, but is technically up here, although diving into a Lulu is really tricky.
I like Akali. I think Akali, as long as you play around the polymorph, it makes it's pretty nice. In general, this Fnatic comp doesn't have a whole lot of CC, and a lot of the CC you can avoid. And playing a mobile mid into Jarvan always feels great. I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic decide to invest their last ban into it. And for Fnatic, I'm thinking of the top side. Like in the mid lane, I think Fnatic just want a stock standard control mage for themselves. And then top lane, maybe you go for something like the Renekton or a tank, maybe in the Cassante. Probably a tank makes more sense. I'm just not sure how much tank Saboro plays, but I feel like anybody and their mother plays Cassante.
Yeah, Saboro has played a large amount of Cassante. His win rate is pretty abysmal on it. He is, we call him the Bruiser plus Rumble Merchant. But again, I think a good Cassante angle is just always going to be playable. But MKOI thinking, what?
Fnatic took out the Rise, so not worried about the Akali.
I think based on...
I think Jojo will go Akali. That's what I would...
Blind here?
Maybe they go top lane instead. I mean, they invested one ban into top lane. Maybe they go Jace here and then they look for Akali last. No, they just go Akali. That's what I'm thinking. Like,
I really like it as a pick. I love it for Jojo. I am concerned about blinding it. I feel like if anyone deserves the counter pick, it's Jojo, but maybe they're just saying, hey, like Akali
there's
is
so
good
many
here.
mid laners out. Like, realistically, what can you pick? I mean, this is a self-counter pick. Most people want the Akali into the lock, but maybe Fnatic think it's a skill matchup. They can play it no matter what.
I like this more.
This makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of pressure on upset, though. I will say, you heard it from Moto. This is really tough. He had to not entirely solo carry the previous game, but certainly was the most important person on the map for almost the entirety of Game 2. And with Andy now locked in, he is everything for Fnatic. Even if there's a good start for Vladdy, he is the guy that's going to have to bring it home in these later game fights. But this last pick could change that. Jax.
I don't think they're going Jax blind. Then MKOI can just put the Akali top and counter pick mid. They're going the Jax blind. I would love to see Mirwin on this Akali in top lane, and now a counter pick on mid.
And look, we saw last year 12 games on the Jax. But like,
Could also go Gragas. I don't love Gragas though. I think, let's see what MKOI can go for. Is there a good pick you have into Annie though, with so many mid laners being out? That's the hard part. Could Could it be a Seer? A Seer would be kind of crazy. That would be like a...
That's a JoJo classic.
Oh, they go the Gragas.
Okay, Gragas locked in here.
So they didn't want to flex the Akali. Gragas is good into the Jax, and it can disrupt the fight. But I think MKOI's comp is kind of all over the place, right?
100%.
Ashe Seraphine, they want a long extended fight. Akali wants a really quick one-shot. And Gragas wants to separate the enemy, while Seraphine wants them all clumped up to land the ultimate. And I think Upset has a lot of mobility to play around this Gragas, to play around the Seraphine ult, and he has a lot of agency to carry this game. So Boro, I don't love the Jax pick. It's nice into the Xin, it's nice into the Ashe, but it struggles in the side lane against both Gragas and the Akali. We'll have to see how he pilots it. I think LPL Jaxes have been a different breed at times, you know?
Sure.
When you think of like Bin, like there's been Jaxes that have been very comfortable playing into this Gragas matchup and making the best out of it. So maybe he's taken some lessons there, and we'll have to see how he does. But
I think also perhaps just comfort, right?
Yeah.
Willing to take a little bit of a loss there just to play something he's more comfortable on, right? The theoretical picks aren't good if you cannot execute well on them. For this though, going into game 3.
I like Fnatic draft more.
I think it's so much easier to execute. I think you highlighted it so beautifully, right? You can see the Wombo combo potential, even a Jax AoE Counter-Strike, the anti-ulti Upset being that big
Put them all in the
threat.
Cataclysm.
Put them all,
put all the damage
in there. Put the prize in the bag. Put MKOI in the circle. But MKOI on the opposite side. Xin, Gragas want to knock people away. Seraphine, Ashe, you highlighted it, want people to group up. But execution is king, right? We've seen teams make these kind of compositions work. But if there's a squeaky wheel, if there's someone who's making those mistakes, it could really cause the entire plan to fall apart.
I think JoJo is the player I'm looking at for MKOI to make that happen, to make Fnatic break. We've seen him on the Akali have such really like 1v9 performances where he just took the game in his own hands and took over. And I could see him in this game once he gets the Merc Treads, once he gets the ball rolling, really. If he gets a kill onto Vladdy, especially with the help of Ilyoya, that's when he can really be unleashed. The only thing is that, like I mentioned, the Merc Treads, because he's up against the point-and-click CC of Vladdy. It is difficult for the Akali to pivot to later on teamfights if he's not always ready to have that Shroud available for when Vladdy puts down the CC.
It's a really good point. And of course for JoJo, we have his game 1 stats here, but just across the kind of board for him in this series, it feels like he has been the strongest individual.
74 CSD at 20 is insane.
Is insane. Now remember, this is a game where Vladdy burnt Flash at level 1. It was especially difficult, but that level of dominance continued into game 2, into the Yone game. So giving him the Akali, I like it, but this is not a... it is not as clear of a 1v1 champion. I think Yone can get away with a lot of things that Akali absolutely cannot, and I think Cassio obviously just more traditional hyper carry kind of role.
Okay, it's definitely gonna have to make outplays happen if he's to actually carry this game. Both lane going very, very equal as we see the range supports both vying for this push, but neither getting much of an advantage.
Everyone is also playing Fnatic Gragas, which I like.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
That's a confidence right there.
Yeah. We're getting the early lane push though. This makes sense. Gragas playing into Jax. It's really more when you get a little bit of CDR. He's also playing the Storm Raider Surge, so once he gets a bit more damage and he can proc that, then he can be really annoying, just always body slamming the Jax, laying down the barrel.
Razork. Heal, moving forward. Super gonna be in trouble, forced to flash. Solid flag drag from Razork, gets the flash out. Try to get a bit of a punish there, but Razork going bot.
It's a good proactive play by Razork. The question is, will there be any sort of punish from MKOI's side? Razork is really delayed in his jungle clear, and he did so to get the heal and the flash from Supa. If Ilyoya can get double crab out of this, I think MKOI could be relatively happy. While if Razork is able to clear all his camps and just get the crab as planned, he's looking to go for it right now with the push from Fnatic. But MKOI, they want to contest this.
Step up. It feels like a little bit of fake. Oh, yeah, hovering. Just got a vision. Level 4, ready to kick the fight up, but if Supa dies, it might not matter. The barrier's there, a little bit of extra shielding, but Supa's now going to fall. Lethal Temple fully stacked for Upset. They should at least be able to kill Razork, but can Ilyoya make it out to safety? Flash away. Lost and Upset chasing down Alvaro, desperate to get one more kill to further push this in their favor. Flash forward from Lost, he takes another. You're debating if he can go back in because it's Jojo Pyun on the way forward. Flash, 5-point strike, into the Shroud, looking for the shuriken flip, connects onto Upset, wants to finish off, wants to go for full style points. Elyoya grabs one, Jojo will grab the other.
Jojo, are you kidding me? The Fnatic bot lane made such a great play to set themselves ahead, but Jojo finds the craziest roam timer, gets over the wall and equalizes the lead. It starts off with Fnatic wanting to punish the fact that Supa's already invested the flash, and they go on to him, but that costs them Razork's life as Elyoya is able to take him down. But the Yunara Lulu, they have so much damage, so much DPS, that they can run down Elyoya, force his flash, and Alvaro, he holds his flash for a little bit too long, so that when Lospa flashes in, gets the last auto attack, and the Pix finishes him. But Jojo was able to push in mid, get the roam down towards bot lane, and like, we've talked about how he's been the difference maker, how he's made so much for MKOI. And this is like a game-winning play. Like, the fact that he gets 2 kills there, the wave looked pretty good for MKOI as well, just completely changes the tide of that play.
Absolutely does. Backing Hextech Alternator in a matchup where you were kind of getting bullied in terms of those short trades early on, now getting closer to ticking over to level 6. All the setup that Vladdy should have had in this early lane just kind of fades to nothing now with everything Jojo got in the bottom lane.
And he's getting a play too? Are you kidding me? And he has a CS lead? What can't this man do?
We really have 2 different players, right? Junglers, we like them. Supports, we like them. But it's mid lane versus 80 carry in this series thus far. Upset versus Jojo Pyun. But Jojo is playing a champion with agency. Jojo's playing a champion that can leave its lane and solo kill people. Upset needs time. And that's going to make things so difficult for Fnatic.
And now Jojo Pyun has hit that level 6. He's gotten this lead before level 6. Akali before level 6 is not a very scary champion. It's really at that spike that she starts to ramp up. Now MKOI are pushing forward. Lospa has no flash, continues getting slowed.
Becomes lightning connects, Lospa will fall. Nice angle from the side of MKOI. Upset continues to fight, but is going to be forced back here. Razork not able to come down, wanted to focus on that jungle clear. Couldn't afford to fall any further behind his individual position as Elyoya has almost 1,000 gold in his favor.
That's the risk you take. When you play up against this Seraphine Ashe, they have such great rundown potential. If you make a mistake, they have their jungler behind. They can continue to slow you down and land that root. Not going to be a dragon for MKOI. That's the silver lining for Fnatic. They had to reset, so they can still look to contest for that if they want to. But the lead that they were accumulating is starting to slip away as it's now a 1,000 gold lead for MKOI.
Razork waiting off to the side. Vladdy has the setup, the point and click that we talked about, but Kali, tricky target to lock down as Fnatic are kind of debating what angle they want to play for here. Overall, gold really is just mid-jungle for the side of MKOI, so as long as they're forcing plays around Jojo or leveraging the power of Elyoya, things will be going very well in their favor. But Elyoya still short of the Sundered Sky. Once he gets that item spike, I think he'll basically be unkillable in these early fights.
Jojo looks so comfortable in this mid lane. Hits the level 7 now and just has full control. And it feels like in all 3 games now, I don't know, I was ready to kind of be hyped up on Vladdy again. Rank 1 in solo queue, you know, putting in the work, putting in the effort, but Jojo is playing so much better in this series.
That he is. All 3 games, right? And obviously there is a certain amount of team support. Goes to another lane to find those early kills, but frustrating for Vladdy to play a champion that isn't very flashy, like Annie. A champion that doesn't always have that incredible individual agency, but in a good lane matchup, right? In a situation where you should be able to be dominant early on. Instead, however, you're facing down an Akali who got a very free alternator, and now another plate in mid lane.
It's looking rough for the Fnatic mid laner. It's a grub spawn in 30 seconds. Elyoya is going to take the recall. Should have the Sundered Sky, an incredibly early Sundered Sky for him as he's up 1,000 gold on Razork. And it's going to make contesting any sort of objective really difficult. Maybe Razork can look to sneak out the dragon while Elyoya is in base. He's not going to look for it. Wants to look for the bot gank instead. And avoids the Hawk Shot, but he goes just towards the scrum. I think any sort of fight that involves the mid-jungle of MKOI is currently unwinnable for Fnatic.
I agree.
Item discrepancies are just too big.
And look, I respect the call from MKOI. I was nervous. I was like, oh, is it a good look to fully concede these kind of more aggressive bot lanes just to play Ashe Seraphine, to just take the back foot in this? But now, even though Supa is individually a little bit behind, has the power of the arrow, have all of the team fighting power of Alvaro on the Seraphine, especially close sticking over to level 6. And even if Upset has a bit of a lead, it just doesn't matter if you get hit by that stun. Immediately going to be forced to cleanse and back away.
I wonder if this is a mistake from MKOI. They committed really hard to these grubs. And Saboro's already pushed out this top wave, and Fnatic is going to get the dragon and be able to push in the bot wave. If Saboro gets to crash this, I think Fnatic can be really, really happy with this cross map. They're not going to have any pressure to dive Mirwin, but even without that, I feel like they can be pretty happy with this trade.
Reads to me a bit like MKOI just prioritizing the side lane pressure they can get from these grubs a bit more. But yeah, a bit odd. Dragons have kind of been the name of the game, especially in this series. And it did feel like MKOI had an angle as long as they could get pushed mid to take the Drake for free, more or less.
Now Fnatic are looking to open top. Actually, Upset decided to go bot side instead. They don't want to match. Put the Jax up into the 1 versus 2. And have Razork just try to clear the camps on weak side before Leoya gets there. I think it's smart. It makes sense from Fnatic. They recognize that they lose the 3v3 with how strong Leoya is. Instead of trying to match their strong side, just give up the camps that you need to. Although Razork needs to be careful here. He might not give up the camps if he takes this plant.
Oh, and he's out.
Okay.
Good read. Gets very instantaneous flag and drag out of the jungle. I think he might have had a sneaking suspicion there was someone there waiting for him.
Question is, can they dive Mirwin? I don't think they can. Gragas is very good in dives with the body slam, and he can always cue the wave to thin it down. Jax is kind of the same, with very good with the counter-strike, but the problem is that MKOI's jungler is so much stronger than Razork that he can force the dive much more, and Jojo was hovering as well. So it does mean that Mirwin is able to defend the bot side tower, while the same cannot be set for the top side. We'll have to see though if Fnatic can look for a play onto Mirwin here. But it looks like Lospa is basing to try to cover his top laner. But the tower might be gone before Lospa gets there.
Lospa a little bit late to the party. You could see Mirwin using himself as a ward just to keep an eye on those grubs in case Razork did show his face in the bottom lane. But Lospa recalling out, showing himself top. So there's really no play to be had. He's trying to go for the interrupt. Charm on his Saboro, forced to flash away. Sidestep on the arrow is good from Lospa. But MKOI get what they wanted. Would have been happy to have an extra kill, happy to just keep chipping away at that tower. And Fnatic don't really have anything they can do here in response.
This is a really big disaster for Fnatic. They wanted to make a play onto Mirwin bot side. They weren't able to do so. They took so long to try to protect the top side that Saboro ended up getting zoned from 3 waves. He had a 20 CS lead on Mirwin before these swaps, and now it's completely equal. So that definitely feels really bad for Saboro in this Jax matchup.
And the Jax is something that we question, right? The comfort pick is clearly there. Opted for the early Sheen, clearly just wanted to be stronger in those trades. But when it comes to surviving those tower dives, who can actually, you know, stop those dives from coming through? Mirwin is just so much better equipped on this Gragas. And you can see the second that he spotted Lospa, that he confirmed it was maximum 2v1 on the bottom side. He immediately started walking up, trying to cancel Upset's recall. It just created so much space for them to keep that pressure up topside.
Gunblade finished now for Jojo Pyun. Way ahead of Vladdy. Picked up the Null Magic Mantle as well. Gonna work towards that Merc Treads. Make it so much more difficult for Vladdy to lock him down. Drake spawning in 2 minutes. It's the next objective on the board. Razork could look for a proactive play, but the worry for him is that if Elyoya ever matches, if Jojo Pyun ever has a move, he's always going to be losing. It's really difficult for him to try to find anything, so that's why MKOI's laners can all play pretty confidently, I'd say. Especially with the Hawkshot spotting out Razork as well.
Yep, full permission for Elyoya to go for this dive. Great use of that information as Upset and to try to clear the way, but they do need to be incredibly careful. Arrow goes on the loss for Wild Growth used now as Upset tries to get a little bit of damage back to dissuade anything else coming out. Jojo Pyun on the way. Is Upset going to die as well? Lospa immediately popped. TP to the bottom lane. Razork intercepting Jojo. I'm not sure if they went out on that one. Vladdy TPing down. Jojo almost going to find the kill. Forced to flash out. Nice play from Razork. Rook goes down onto Vladdy, but MKOI get one, and they're able to walk away relatively unscathed.
Fnatic was at least able to avert full crisis there, saving Upset, not letting him die. But still, it's MKOI with full control of this game. Able to take down Lospa, able to make the proactive plays, forcing Fnatic to react to them. Jojo Pyun at least used the flash alongside Elyoya. Well, it was the flash invested from Razork and the heal from Alvaro.
All things considered, unfortunate to lose the kill, but Fnatic hold on to that tower. Don't give too much more money over to Jojo Pyun. Maybe if they can capitalize on that flash cooldown being down, then get something done. But Elyoya remains the terror on this map. A lot easier for him to snowball the lead that he has built, whereas JoJo's been a bit lane locked here. Hasn't been able to find any more plays after that initial roam down to the bottom lane that got him that lead in the first place. So here we are.
Yeah, both first items completed on ADCs. Infernal Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. I'm trying to think, can Fnatic contest this dragon? I mean, they can. The question is, should they? What do you think, Dracos?
No.
Yeah, I think maybe not.
No.
I think JoJo's level 11. He doesn't have the perfect execution right now, but they're not in a position to actually try to start up the dragon. Razork is recalling in topside here, just covering Saburo a little bit.
Yeah, you're just not one-shotting the Akali with upgraded Mercs. And if you don't one-shot the Akali, I just think the same thing that you said earlier, Elio, just carry the fight.
Yeah.
Now upset, yeah, one item, you know, plus the slingshot. He's at least holding on to a small lead here.
But the best bet is to gank, like a lane gank. That's the only realistic option I see for Fnatic. I think when Elio just starts his dragon right now, Fnatic are just going to have to drop it. With no cross map of their own, as Mirwin is pushing in the top side as well. Going to pick up the first tower top. Fnatic are winning all across the board here. No,
Mquay, yeah, no. Fnatic are spectating all across the board here. They have to watch top lane tower fall, they watch the Drake fall. And this is the unfortunate thing about falling this far behind, if their defense just going for some quick trades there, is oftentimes there's just no real cross map available. And that's going to make it pretty impossible for Fnatic. It's why the gold lead for Mquay has ballooned so significantly, up to almost 3,000 now.
And JoJo's building a big CS lead again. It's not as big as it was in game 1, but he's still making his presence known as Fnatic wants to invade.
And of course, but Mirwin is here too. This is not the fight that they were looking for. Wild Growth used. EQ combo interrupted! The knockback stops it from connecting. Mirwin gonna grab that kill. Things are going from bad to worse for the side of Fnatic.
Good presence of mind by Mirwin there. Opening inside of the jungle, covers his own jungler's red buff, and Razork when he wants to go for the invade.
Okay.
Upset getting cancelled. He's gonna be able to clear the mid wave, but everything is kind of falling apart for Fnatic, and it's happening in such a slow manner that it feels difficult for them to mount a comeback. Maybe they can look for Mirwin here, but it's still tanky with the Road of Ages.
Yeah, they don't have any damage. I mean, Malignant
the thing is, Mirwin needs to fight Saburo, and Mirwin doesn't need to fight Saburo because he can just use his Q on the wave.
Oh,
didn't get spotted.
Vladdy going in, quick stun, Bear is there, Counter-Strike is there, good damage on Mirwin, they know he has no ultimate, trying to heal him as much as he can. Saburo getting the shutdown. Mirwin and myself overestimating his tankiness there when Vladdy is in the picture, but Mquay immediately respond with a cross map of their own top wave pushing mid tower down.
The patience of Vladdy paid off in the end as they got the 500 gold shutdown, and Saboros can be able to pick up the bot tower. And because there's no top tower on, tower on top, that means that Vladdy is not going to lose any minions as he's now able to catch that wave. Mquay though, pick up the mid tower, pick up the Herald. So no slouches of their own.
Continuing to trade up, although it is 1-1 in Drake's. This one spawning in 3. I think we'll see any early Baron takes here, but need to keep our eyes on where this Herald is going to go. Oftentimes it is mid-tier 1, but mid-tier 1 is already down.
You think Vladdy is going to get solo kill there? I do wonder if JoJo was thinking there if Vladdy uses the stun on the wave. That was maybe the trigger that he was looking for to dash forward.
He's got Bear. There's an angle. But I think there's probably some nerves also present on both sides, because you just...
I want to fight for the red buff here.
Razork, here comes Lightning. Alvaro, good angle to get the fight kicked off. 2 members charmed up. Arrow immediately in onto Razork. He doesn't even have time to push a single button. Soboro in the midst of 4. Counter-Strike a decent start. Has to leap strike away, but it's knocked back by Mirwin to the waiting arms of all 5 members of Mquay. Josephine trying to get tricky with it. Nice knock up on the Wild Growth. Immediate polymorph to follow. The second half of Shuriken Flip will take him away and out to safety. Mquay starting to dominate in this game 3.
It's a disaster for Fnatic. 2 members down. They're going to lose the tier 2 as well. Razork went too deep with the EQ, and it cost them so much. So Yoya's going to get the drift. It's going to hit the tower.
Oh,
he missed.
Okay. All right. I think it should just keep going until you hit a tower, personally. I don't think it should time out. I think you should be able to drive as long as you want.
Yeah, why not?
But good attempt from Elio. The angle not quite there. And now a 5,000 gold lead. Remember this game started with such a scrappy exchange on the bottom side. I felt like both sides got something out of it.
I remember.
I remember too. Now, it's looking like a
Razor
Wampa
just gets
stomp.
full CC chain, not really much for him to do. And then Sabora TP's in, but it's like your jungler's already dead. Vladdy's clearing top wave because he's been losing push this whole game. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought Annie was good into Akali, but it looks like he's just losing early game, mid game, late game. When is this pick useful then?
A little bit of context. Akali spawned with a Hextech alternator, so
That's
it is
true,
a little bit
and
tough.
he just
Okay,
one-shot
well,
lost
there you go.
What the hell?
Support deleted, season 3, baby. He's deleting supports. That's gonna be ulti from Vladdy, though. It's a good stall. Razork there, ready to follow. Mega Blast Cone knocks JoJo so far back with the E2. Already ready on to upset. Upset forced to flash away. Saburo with the counter strike. Decent damage down, but he needs so much time if he wants to work through those health bars. Flash over the wall from Vladdy. Knockback on the cast coming in from Mirwin. Getting lower and lower as El Yoyo tries to hold the line. JoJo looking for an angle in, but it's Mirwin down. El Yoyo looks like he might be next to follow as Vladdy grabs a shutdown. E2 from JoJo is big. Flash over the wall to take him away. Razork flashing over to give Saburo away to continue chasing. Mega Blast Cone there for JoJo. One auto, the shutdown! Triple shutdowns for Fnatic!
The gold lead has evaporated for MKoi as it starts off with Lospa getting one shot. It looks so bad for Fnatic, but Vladdy finally making use out of this Annie. He catches Supa and Alvaro off in rotation, gets a two-man Tibbers, followed by the Cataclysm. They're immediately one shot, and that means that the fight is finally winning for Fnatic. Upset has to flash away to not get one shot by JoJo, and JoJo, all credit to him. He plays this fight really nice, really patiently. The fact that he's able to pick up Upset in the back half shows how skilled he is on this Akali. And it's been such a difficulty for Fnatic, but they took down the remaining members, and in the end they were able to take down JoJo too.
Smite, one last auto. Along with the red buff, just to finish it. And now it's dead even.
Dead even.
Welcome to MKoi versus Fnatic, folks.
Magikarp used Splash.
That he did. Really bad time to turn back into Magikarp. We were preparing the victory speech. The banners were rolled out. The red carpet was there. It felt like smooth sailing. But now Upset has 2.5 items. Things are looking better and better because Saboro's also starting to hurt. 2 items for him, and now we're getting ready for a complete fist fight next to the Drake. Alvaro's ulti's ready.
Deep flank here. Very deep flank for Saboro. He's not on a ward. He can look for Supa.
Arrow goes wide. Ulti not very good from Alvaro either. Saboro on the backside. Upset still standing for now, trying to get as much space as possible. Likely just going to fall to JoJo Pune in the meantime, but what else can they get done? Vladdy getting lower and lower. The split fight, though. Saboro has to make the difference. El Yoyo down. Razork probably likely to follow. The bear continues to chase, but JoJo Pune remains relatively untouched and almost single-handedly carries that fight for MKoi.
JoJo Pune just shuts the door into Fnatic's face. I need a replay. How did he get onto Upset and just kill him like that? I thought this fight looked pretty good for Fnatic rather, with the flank that Saboro had. The arrow didn't land, the Seraphine ult didn't look the greatest, but Upset just seemed powerless up against this Akali. As MKoi, they're not going to be able to get the Nash, they're not going to get a huge gold lead, but they continue winning these fights as we watch it back here. Okay, I just want to look at JoJo. So JoJo comes in from the flank, gets onto Upset, he lands the E, and there's no counterplay for Upset. I was thinking about the Saboro flank and all the possibilities, but that's not the real flanker this game. That's not the real threat. That is JoJo, and he's making his name known again and again and again, finding these flanks, taking down Upset, winning his team this fight.
Razork so close to dying if it wasn't for that empowered honey fruit. Now backing off once again. Fnatic found their one big miracle fight. This one once again working against them. Eyes have to be on JoJo Pune. 6 seconds left on the ulti. Razork trying to find a pick onto Alvaro. Pune not afraid to frontline a bit as Vladdy's ready with the stun. Alvaro, good spot. Flash back from Supa. Have a free flash pickup makes it easy, so a couple of plates as well for Fnatic, but can't convert into anything else, and now JoJo's still on the prowl.
That's the 2 immobile carries from MKoi though, both losing their flash. Going into the next potential fight, that could be dangerous for them. I don't think either team will want to pull the trigger around the Baron Nasher. Both teams have pretty good Nash damage, but it just feels like with how close the game is, it's a really easy way of getting a disadvantageous fight that can lose you the game.
No reason to bet at all on anything, even if you feel like the odds slightly favor you. We'll see who can get the better setup as MKoi are just taking camps away from Fnatic, ripping what resources they can out of Razork's hands. Saboro continues to scale. Looks like Zhonya's is going to be next, or at the very least a Seeker's. That will give him more playmaking potential, but has to be careful, right? It's tricky. His flank, as you highlighted in the previous fight, just not as impact. Even if he kills Supa and Alvaro, if JoJo Pune gets onto Upset, kills him, gets onto Vladdy, then yeah, it's
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Someone needs to mark Jojo. I think it needs to be Vladdy. Because Saburo, I think, just probably loses the 1v1. Maybe he can hold off Jojo. But it's really about denying Jojo's flank more so than getting a flank of your own. Because if Jojo gets onto upset, as you say, Daniel, it's bye-bye for upset. He's going to be very upset. Sorry.
So good. CS.
Fighting.
Ulti. Oh, ulti. Liberal in trouble now. Yeah. Running in. Body slam. Auto. Fish's going no, but it's Razork who's looking to collapse onto Alvaro, stopping the ulti from coming through, which just barely clips upset. Nice start, forcing out an early cleanse. Off to the side is Vladdy, though. He isn't going to do a damn thing! He stacks the stun up just to die! It's once again, Jojopyun has a good angle. He and Elyoya tag teaming through the fight. All of them Koi collapsing now onto Fnatic. Upset untouched over the wall, but he just doesn't have the time or the space to get anything done. A good wild growth, a good counter strike. But Jojopyun still pushing forward, looking for a little bit more. Elyoya debating if they can push for the dive. For now, though, happy to look at the last man standing at his upset, standing alone under this tower. Nowhere left to go. Elyoya grabs the kill.
And MKOI, they strike back, getting 2 kills of their own. Fnatic were the ones to start the play. But a pretty suboptimal TP by Vladdy. I think, you know what I think we can say? I think we can say that TP sucked.
Let's see it again. No, yeah.
He's in the middle of all of them. I mean, Alvaro seems to be the one caught, but now Vladdy TP's in, he has Jojo behind him and Elyoya in front. Not exactly the sandwich he was looking for. And then Upset gets CC'd as well, and the fight is already lost.
Yeah, not the sandwich he was looking for. But I don't know if it was well said, but I like it. Yeah, you can see when Jojopyun gets to press E twice and Q you to finish a kill. That's bad. You need to make him put a little more work into it than that, I think it's safe to say. And for this, there's no outplaying this. There's just nowhere to run.
Yeah. Still, okay, I was going to say still not a big gold lead, but that did actually balloon it to 3,000. So a considerable amount for MKOI.
It was remember it was 5,000.
It was 5,000
before the
so that's always,
shutdowns.
context is always king, as they say.
But now 3 items for Supa.
Infinity Edge, yeah, that's a big one. No Infinity Edge for Upset yet. Yeah.
Yeah. This graph is the story of a lot of MKOI games, though, I will say. And while I do think, again, the aura a bit smudged, a bit dirty, it's still, if I have
It's ruined after last game. The fact that they lost last game.
You think so?
Yeah.
No, I still think
Now
that
I think they can win.
If we go late, no, of course they can win. Of course, I think this is a super close game, but I think if you have to...
the thing is,
who do you
Elyoya
trust
and
in the
Jojo's.
late game fights? Yeah, Elyoya Jojo.
Yeah, they're so fat. They're so strong. This
I
is
mean,
kind of a crazy
Alvaro-
mid-jungle performance, I'm not going to lie.
They've been doing really well this entire series. This is the one game where Alvaro hasn't been... Actually, he's still been
And Alvaro's
as
just
involved.
chilling, right? He's just healing,
He's
feeling.
Seraphine. He's Seraphine.
Yeah.
But he's still, I would say, I usually get nervous when he plays this because, again, I think proactive engage for both Alvaro and Elyoya is like the key to success for
Razork is going
MKOI.
to face check Mirwin here.
Body slam, combo, knocked back into Elyoya, immediate follow-up, arrow coming through as well. Razork, the wild growth's going to be used, Vladdy off to the side, they have to kill Jojopyun, but he's in the shroud, they polymorph him, they turn him into a little snowbound, and now they're going to try to send him packing in a body bag, but all they get is a quick dash out, and a pick onto Razork.
Razork, he face checks into Mirwin, and the fight just doesn't start out how Fnatic wants it. It's going to be the Drake for MKOI. Probably not much else, since they don't want to look for the Nash. I feel like MKOI maybe just could have went for the Nash instead of the Dragon. But that's what their prize shall be.
I think slow, calm, collected is the name of the game here for MKOI.
Definitely don't want to throw. We've already done that once. Don't want to do it again.
True.
And yeah, I mean, as you see it here, it's like Razork wants to try to get some control before the Dragon spawns, but he just doesn't probably think that Mirwin is there. So he ends up just dying. They're nearly able to pick up Jojo, but not quite enough. The Mertred saving him there. As MKOI are able to pick up a tier 2 as well. Feeling pretty good about themselves, making the gold lead go back up to 5,000.
Very true. And I will say, these Chemtech stacking, really frustrating for Fnatic. You were already struggling to kill Elyoya, Jojo's and Mirwin, and now it's just going to be that much harder. That extra bit of tenacity, heal shield power.
Ooh, for the Seraphine. Pretty happy. I mean,
Yeah,
this is a good Chemtech.
This is a really good
for-
Chemtech game.
For MKOI. You'd still have other dragons, probably. But
Yeah, you like Infernal. Yeah.
Cloud would be nice.
Most
Cloud.
other ones. But this is a pretty good one.
I think it's better than Ocean this game.
If there's a bit more CC affected by tenacity, I would feel really good about it. But mostly it's just the big anti stuff.
Yeah.
And the counter strike.
And the polymorph.
Well, okay, maybe yeah.
Well, that's all their CCs.
Yeah,
Usually,
that's
like,
true.
if you list 3 abilities and that's all their CCs, then it's not that much.
I mean, there's still knock up from Razork. There's
Yeah,
still
but that doesn't
the-
get reduced by massive.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
There's
okay.
other CC I'm saying. That isn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on the same.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. We can continue to litigate this if you want. I'll
Okay,
call my
okay.
lawyer. You call your lawyer.
Yeah, we can do that.
We can figure this out. All right.
My
MCoy.
girlfriend is a lawyer, so.
Okay. Well, that's an unfair advantage. Can she represent you? Isn't that a conflict of interest?
I don't know how it works. I'm not the lawyer.
That's true. We need a lawyer to talk about where we can get our lawyers from. This is tough. This is what it's like to be in business. All right, anyway, esports. Fnatic grouping up, painfully aware that a single exposed carry could cost them the game. They're grouping mid. Sidewaves in a relatively good spot, and now a pretty fast collapse here on LEC. They spot Jojo Pune. Hopefully they spot the TP as well. They're all immediately turning them without a Akali out of the picture, but she's in this round already, and it's an amazing ult from Alvaro. Silvero goes golden right as the Mikhails comes in. It's a coordination disaster for Fnatic and a masterclass from MCoy.
And Alvaro, he hits them with the ultimate and he seals their fates. MCoy, they get the Nash, they get 3 kills. And it has to feel like it's all over for Fnatic. That was the last chance to try to pick up Elyoya, but they just don't have the position that they need to do to really do so. Oh, they want to go into Jojo, but I don't think they can. TP behind from Mirwin. Mirwin has the flash. He could go, but doesn't want to go too deep here.
All right. Couple piece of bread, nothing between. Bit of a nothing burger there as MCoy now keeping the pressure up, not even resetting. I think it makes a lot of sense. You're already so powerful, you know there's not really anything that Fnatic are going to be able to pick up. Yes, it's 3 items for Upset, but he doesn't have any armor pen either. Knocking open the base, taking down an inhibitor would be a good position to be in. Still got Jojo splitting for the 4-1.
Jojo is both with no TP. Maybe Fnatic, it's so hard to engage though.
They off on the side. Vladdy desperate.
Oh, Saburo really deep TP. This looks really
an awkward one. Now Jojo Pune immediately gets back on trying to hold on to the Upset. The shutdown is there though, and Upset is still standing. Elyoya pressing guard, keeping him alive for now. Flash forward, ulti there. Ulti back up for Alvaro though, holding the line. The arrow connects onto Laspa. Silvero wants to do something, but there's just too much damage on this MCoy lineup. They finally killed Jojo, and it might just cost them the game.
You may slay Jojo, but you won't kill anybody else. MCoy, they're looking at their nexus. Eyes set. Fnatic want to try to defend. Upset is up. Vladdy, can he find the stun?
But it just doesn't feel like enough. Super raining fire down on those towers. Dash in for Mirwin, immediately polymorph. Decent damage coming in for Upset, but it's just not enough. There's too many members of MCoy standing right in melee range, ready to knock them down. At the end of the day, it's MCoy coming out on top.
Jojo Pune and Elyoya. What a fantastic performance from the mid-jungle of MCoy. Really put the team on their back. They felt like maybe we can do a double player of the game, you know, like give it both to them. Can we give it to both?
We can.
Can't?
You guys at home have to make the hard decision. I'm sorry to put this pressure on your shoulders, but player of the series.
I guess Jojo
Pune, Alvaro. Let the people decide.
Yeah,
Fair
I'm just
vote.
giving. I'm part of the people. I'm a person.
Yeah. No. I agree. Here we are, a bow from MCoy again. Trusting in the process in the long term. It was messy, but at the end of the day, they need wins on the board, and wins are what they got.
Yeah, 2-game win streak now for MCoy after the road trip. Bouncing back. It's not been clean. It's been pretty damn messy, and a lot of players, I think Supa, for example, today was struggling quite a lot. But it feels like every day there's a different player that both underperforms a little bit, but also steps up to make the difference, to be able to carry them. And today it was Jojo and Elyoya making that difference to give them the win.
Smile, little peace sign. PGL ready to go. Let's send it down to Lore, Odo, and Mirwin after that back and forth series.
Back and forth indeed. Welcome to PGL, but in the end, it's MCoy taking it to a week. High contrast to what happened in Paris. So, how are you doing, Mirwin?
I've been doing good, cannot complain, coming from a 0-3 week.
Oh my God.
Getting shit on by Casey. Wasn't the best week, but kind of relieved to have this week, even though it wasn't our cleanest. I think we can do a lot more, but feels good to win.
I wanted to ask because
it looks better as well.
It does. It feels like with each. I mean, this game was a complete fiesta, or like the whole series. But it feels like you guys, the more and more you play, the closer you get to that formula of success again. Because my feeling was that walking into the split, you guys were trying to figure out what is the best to play. What?
I mean, absolutely. I would say last split and the start of this one, I think we we weren't playing for the same. I think we were like just five players playing a solo queue, and I think now we are way more on the same page. And I think now you can see in game that we're playing for the same, we're fighting together. I think our team fights improved a lot from the first week. I think honestly, team fights on the 0-3 week we just couldn't win a single one. So yeah, I mean, it feels good. I think I'm seeing the progress. I'm happy with everyone.
Do you feel like this first week was the shock that you needed to kind of kick it back into gear? Well, not you personally, but the whole team to realign.
I think so. Like I think for me personally, it came after EWC and doing like horrible. But I think we need it as a team. I think honestly, we cannot think that everything will come like just for free for us.
Yeah.
I think we need to put the work, and it's what worked for us in spring. I think in spring last year were the team that worked hardest by far, and that's why we won. And I think we just have to do the same thing. And I think if we just keep doing well, if we don't slack, and I think we put the work, I think we're a really good team.
What kind of conversations did you have as a team? Because you talk about EWC, so I want to know more about that specific time frame. Before going back to LEC, what was the conversations you had with your teammates?
Like, do you mean like the one I had?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Or overall together,
Yeah.
like what did you guys focus on? Because I'm wondering when you ending spring like this, not going to MSI, not having the success that you wanted, back to international, EWC did not land. Like, do you lose confidence? Is it like a team global issue? What did you guys identify?
I mean, for me, I think I wasn't like really playing in LGC. I think we were like one less. I think I was running it down like really hard. So yeah, I mean, I think it was like last wake-up call of the year. I think I just decided to give my 100% to commitment to just work, and see what happens. Whatever happens, happens. But at least I will have no regrets. And I think as a team, we did the same thing after the 0-3 week. And so far, I think we're working better. I think everyone has a lot more intention in the day by day. And I think, I mean, personally, I just love it.
I feel like maybe people underestimate how long and draining the years can be, the seasons, especially because, I mean, back when you were playing, we didn't have EWC and all those tournaments, right? But like,
well,
it was draining already.
We had 10-week regular season.
You had 10 weeks regular season, and like you're on the winning side, so like it stretches even more because that's the price of success in a way. You're gonna go as far as it gets, but you're also gonna be part of like all the tournaments. So like, is that something you take in consideration as well when you say, I wasn't trying, I needed to focus, especially for the last portion of the year. Tell me about the year overall, the fact that you've been playing most of it, most of the playoff stages, and how draining it's been for you maybe.
I mean, I believe it's really draining. Even Caps did an interview, they had to like, both review in the airport. So, I mean, I think that just shows how actually like this schedule this year is being. I think this is by far kind of the worst schedule I would say for players. I think you don't really have that much time as we used to have before. And for some players, some will love it. I personally really like it because competition is a part of my life. So I just really like playing. Same for Alvaro. I think we share the same mindset in this way. But yeah, I mean, I would say at the start of the year, I was like trying to figure out what worked for me, and I couldn't really find it, I think, until now. So it was kind of a waste of a lot of time. Mm-hmm. But like the good part is I think you always learn. Yeah. Even if you don't have success on something, you will always learn, even if it goes good or bad. So yeah.
Do you feel like it was an issue of pacing yourself? Because when you're on MCOI and you guys always lock in for playoffs, it starts becoming this sort of safety net for you guys, that you have this confidence that no matter what happens or how bad it goes, you guys still lock in. Do you feel like it was still one of those situations with the long season where, oh, well, we just need to, flip the switch on and then we're back?
I mean, it's what we believed, but I think last year, every time we were like having a bad regular split or something, in playoffs we would always like actually lock in, and it just didn't come just by flipping a switch. It's like we really put the work and we improve. We have like a progress week after week, and I think this year we didn't really do it consistently at least. And I'm really hopeful for this split. I think we're in the right direction.
I guess that's also the issue that happens when you do it so consistently and it happens every single time, that you lose, I guess, track of why it actually happens. And that's interesting to hear it from Merwin like that, because I feel like that's also plays into that process.
Crazily enough, you guys are halfway through the season already. This is week 2 of summer, by the way.
Yeah.
So how's that been for you, knowing that, yeah, most of your games are done? Thank God you guys came back this week, saving a bit of summer and maybe pacing yourself for the rest of the games you have. But like, yeah, week 2 of summer, halfway through. How's that for you guys?
I mean, I just saw TSW qualified to Worlds before Fnatic even played one series, so that's kind of crazy to me.
That's wild.
But I mean, honestly, I don't know. Personally, I'm not a big fan because I think we are playing way too fast. It's like kind of the opposite of like KC last play that they had 2 road trips. I think that's also like, I think there has to be some kind of in between the both things. I think like maybe the road trip teams of the first week, we should only play 1 match this week. Instead of 2, and then it will be kind of more balanced.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, sure, like we have 2 games this week, and at least we won them, so yeah.
How much are you focused on that road trip? Because you're going to host one last road trip in playoffs, actually, of summer. And I don't want to be doom and gloom and everything, but I was starting to see discussions about, oh my God, what if MKOI misses out on their road trip? Because not only you need to make playoffs, you guys need to make top 4. Is that something that weighs in your mind, the fact that you're gonna have to make it there?
I think as players, we only need to focus on day by day. I think it's not like something you can't have on your mind, or it will affect you in some way. So ideally, yes, I want to go to the road trip because, of course, seeing our fans is always the best experience. But if we end up being top 5 and we win LEC, I hope they are happy either way. Of course, if we can do both at the same time, it will be ideal. But yeah, I mean, that's how at least I'm facing.
Okay. You're not looking at this too much. I know you've talked about the whole top lane, Night Slayer being here discussion, and the fact that it wasn't pressuring you, but it pushed you maybe to step up your game and look at things differently. Can you talk to me a bit more about this and how it motivated you?
I mean, honestly, like I think people from the outside really see it like differently as we see, like from the team's perspective. I think they don't have like the full context on what's going on behind the scenes. So I think there's like a lot of misinformation.
Yeah.
But like we're not going to drop Night Slayer, like use one best of 3 and he's just gonna play the 3 games. Like it's a process. So basically, if I'm not putting in the work and I'm being just a lazy guy, Slayer will play and he just will deserve it. But it's basically so we have like always a top laner option in the team. And for me, I mean, it's just like extra motivation, even though like I already had this one time in my career when I was in Spanish amateur. This was like 5 years ago, maybe 6. It wasn't because I was being lazy. I was just like really bad. It was my first team. So yeah, I mean, I already experienced this pressure, and I think now I'm dealing well with it. I think at the start of the year I wasn't doing that well, but I think now I believe I see it as a challenge and an opportunity for me to grow. So I think that's the correct way to face it.
And it's nice to have a sparring partner, I guess, as well.
Yeah, it's always good to have 1v1s, but also I kind of was in Merwan's position as well, where it's not really, again, I think about the threat of the bench, but it's just sometimes, you know, I don't really see it as, for example, Merwan being lazy or anything, or anyone being lazy. It's just, hey, what works for me? What's the kind of pressure or the amount of help or resources do I need for me to perform to the best of my ability? And I had it in my career as well, where I had someone just, obviously he was never maybe gonna bench me or anything, but the fact that he was there.
Was that Finn? Oh, sorry.
No, I was the guy to Finn.
Yeah,
you know,
true.
Shigenda was my nemesis. But the fact that you have someone who is just there, even though maybe he's never gonna play, it's nice to have this sort of accountability on your shoulder all the time.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I agree completely.
Yeah? Do you guys 1v1 sometimes? Like, is that something you guys
no,
do?
not yet.
No?
Not
Okay.
yet, not yet.
Okay,
I mean, I now have 2 1v1 partners. Also, Alfari used to be my 1v1 partner, but now I have Night Slayer, which is like, I think Alfari doesn't really play solo queue now, so he's kind of washed.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't matter the matchup. I kind of always win. Like, he's like some maybe Renekton matchups he wins because he's like really good on those. But yeah, I mean, it feels good to have Night Slayer. For sure, we will do more 1v1s and practice because I think it's more realistic than just playing solo queue. So yeah.
Oh my god, Alfari being an Ankh, not playing solo queue anymore. Love it.
Yeah. Only arena. Only arena.
Only arena. Talking about today, Jojopian was the key player of the series, and I want to follow up on something that Alvaro said when we were in Madrid. He was talking to us about like voice comms and everything, and the fact that Jojopian was really vocal, and that Elioya sometimes was like, shut up, just like let me talk. How loud is Jojopian lately in comms?
I mean, just like as a fun fact, in scrims, we can never have him with a good microphone. He somehow always breaks it. I don't know what he does with it, but he's the only one having issues with our headset. But we cannot hear him because he talks so loud that the microphone doesn't even like detect it, and doesn't matter what we try, it doesn't work. So you can imagine like a bit of how loud he talks.
All right.
And I mean, honestly, I think this series he was giving really good info and kind of like also like giving a lot of plays. And I think this was like the perfect balance in between, bro, shut up, or like useful information. I think today he did really well, not only in gameplay but also in voice comm. So yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, MKOI finding each other again. Jojo being loud, but not too loud. And yeah, you guys came back this week. Congratulations. We have one more day tomorrow. So I want to have your takes on the matchups that we're going to have, because you're not playing, you have no horse in this race. Navi, Shifters, KC, Heretics. I think the second series is going to be a bit one-sided, but what's your take on the first one, actually?
I think it's a 2-0 for both.
Okay.
Like, not even close.
2-0 for...
Ah, sorry. Navi 2-0 and KC 2-0.
Huh. Interesting. Because Navi had good early games, but then it went downhill afterwards. But you still think they're going to win?
I mean, I don't believe in shifters a lot, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he played them and he saw them throw the games.
Like, I think now it's a really good team.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I think they have really good early game. I think they have a really good like identity, and I think KC like they are just gonna stomp Heretics, honestly. So
fair enough. Closing thoughts? Do you agree on the first matchup at least?
Yeah, I see it. I feel like actually I don't see it. I feel like shifters. I feel like shifters. Surely you cannot throw that many games in that way. I feel like at least 3 games in the first series. I feel like Navi was still a little bit not impressive enough. I just love upsets, you know.
You love upsets, yeah. Some upsets, some shifts.
But Team Heretics, that upset is
that one's not happening. I don't think that's possible.
That's a hard one to pull. But we'll see what happens. Anything can happen on the Rift Mildred. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you guys for inviting me.
Congrats on saving your week here. And that's all for us in the LEC. We'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. for the first best of 3. Until then, take care, be kind to each other, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Okay. Sit down, Mickey. Okay, sit down, bro.
Are you getting interested with perks?
I guess so. Sit down.
Okay, just lift your head on and show the corners and like make fun of him.
That's true, actually, yeah.
I just like this.
Stand United up and available. Leeson getting pounded into the wall. Taunt Blast coming in for LeBron. Wonder taken out.
I got the look, Anivia. There's a flash here. Wait, this will die.
No flash. I lied.
I'm looking for...
Get Zek.
19% you guys need to check yourself. You're boring. 81%, you're correct. Wonder, on the other hand, I don't know when that happened. But Slow Q ready to go over the wall. Purgatory picked up. LeBron looks like he might be first to fall. The exhaust still ticking. Slow Q taking down LeBron. Grabbing another soul there from Purgatory.
Syndra is walking up. Look, Syndra. Leona. Yeah, oh my god, what the...
Find out space here. Good play from Mirwin. Saburo flash in one auto. Still gets the knockup. Dash forward. Saburo!
I'm f***ing good, by the way. Kaisho, no flash.
I'm coming.
Look, I'm turning flash. Nico.
Can we get Kai'Sa? Kai'Sa. Slow.
Come by to become in, guys. Go nice. Good job, boys.
Guys, wait for Yoya. I will flash on them, okay? Just wait. I will get kicked from pits. If you see it though, you can go. I go.
I go.
I'll take Jojo.
Ingo Jojo. Chaya no flash.
Dame no flash, okay?
I can go, Chaya. Go run. Bro, what a great team fight I just did.
I mean, you did bait the roll. It's pretty goated.
No flash.
Help me.
I'm no mana. Pill up. Guys, knock.
Nice, we got soul.
I'm no mana. We'll win.
Doctor is
look
dead.
An upset.
I will do the Galio.
I'm dead.
One
I kill everyone here. Play. We can net mid, by the way. Guys, look, Victor.
Miss the jump.
Net mid, no? Go mid. I can ulti still on Javi. I ulti? No flash. We win this. Junara. I stand Jax.
Drax has you, Drax has you.
I have Mikkel.
How did they kill me so fast?
Yeah, I don't know, honestly.
I think I did a W.
Nice.